Hey, SBG solution-based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, mothers, fear and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out, showroom, Bracy in the wildest. Wake up morning, show salute, big dog, shout out to the lurk. PH, Diva, salute, Brownsville, SBG solution-based gang.
My bad. Let's go. Good day, everyone. How are we doing today? Make sure you don't forget to hit the goddamn like and the share button. How are we doing today? Good day to you, Night. How you feeling today? Man, yesterday we had an awesome show. I broke it down beautifully. And it seems like we had to revisit it because this Chud the Builder thing is not going away quietly. It's kind of crazy when you really think about it. It is kind of crazy when you really think about now he's asking for empathy from Black folks. Wow. That is just wild and crazy. But before we get to Chud the Builder and his nonsense, because that was just insanity, make sure y'all hitting that like and the share button. That really helps the channel a lot. And make sure you say good day. Thank you so much, Teal. Good day to you, Teal. Because when you say good day, I could feel that great, productive energy coming through the screen. God damn it. And today we got to talk about something very serious. Today we got to talk about something heavy. Good day, Ashley. We got to talk about something heavy today. I seen this thing, it hit my timeline. It was just crazy, Southern Charm. Good day to you. Because every time there's a tragedy like this, the internet immediately turns into gossip or memes. And sometimes people miss the deeper conversation. This situation with Lie Spill, to me, This ain't just another crime story. To me, this is a conversation about emotional control, especially in men. Because we got this myth in society that men somehow the logical gender. And I'm starting to, think history strongly disagrees, Freedom. Good day, 22-0 love. I'm starting to think history strongly disagrees. You ever look at human history? Men done started wars over ego, fought duels over insults, destroyed entire kingdom because somebody hurt their feelings. That ain't logic. That's emotions with some beautiful facial hair. You know what I'm saying? I do. I do say so myself. And we gotta stop acting like emotional instability only looks like crying. That's what we gotta start doing. What's up, Too Strong? That's another lie society tells. People see women crying and say, oh, she's emotional. A man punches a wall through a drywall, crosses out, joins the gang, shoots somebody, throws his life away, and people say he just made a bad decision. No, that's emotion too. That's rage. Yeah. That's insecurity. That's fear. That's emotional impulsiveness, just louder. And that's why this conversation matters, because a lot of boys grow up being taught emotional suppression instead of emotional regulation. Big difference. Suppression means don't feel. Regulation means feel it, but control your actions. But a lot of men never learn that. So emotions build up, and that builds pressure like a goddamn shaking cold soda can. One day, one life hit them wrong, and boom, explosion. Now everybody's shocked. Meanwhile, every warning sign was there. And another thing, we got to stop romanticizing emotional chaos in men. This has to stop. We got to stop romanticizing emotional chaos in men, especially in certain environments. Too many young men think instability equals masculinity. Like being reckless somehow makes you real. Brother, no. That makes you dangerous. And honestly, a lot of communities are suffering because emotional, immature men keep making permanent decisions over temporary feelings. That's what a lot of violence is. Temporary emotion, permanent consequences. Clip that. A dude gets embarrassed for 5 minutes and now somebody's dead. A dude feels rejected. Now he's spiraling, picking up a young girl, slamming her on the hard concrete in New York and kicking her in the head. A dude feels disrespected. Now he wants to destroy his whole future. That's emotional instability. And let's be real, a lot of men are not taught how to process emotions, only how to perform toughness. We see it all the time. It's all of this performative toughness. That's different. Some men can bench press 300 pounds. Matter of fact, it's some men that say you're not a real man if you can't bench press 225 pounds. Right? So we know some men can bench press 300 pounds, but can't process rejection without self-destruction. That's not strength. It's emotional illiteracy. And social media making it worse. Because now every insecure dude got a podcast telling him emotions are weakness. Meanwhile, the same dude saying, don't be emotional, be online screaming for 3 hours about women. Brother, you are emotional. You know, you just monetized it. That's different. And I think people misunderstand depression in men too, right? Male depression doesn't always look sad. Sometimes it looks angry. Sometimes male depression looks reckless, violent. Sometimes this is what male depression actually looks like. Self-destruction, detached, right? Being numb. All of those things. And this is why emotional health conversations for men matter, because untreated emotional instability doesn't just hurt the men. It doesn't. A lot of men believe that it's just only hurt them, but it's not true. It hurts families, right? It hurts children. It hurts communities, everybody around them. And what makes a situation like this extra tragic? Extra. What the hell's the extra? Extra. God damn it. Good day, Rogue. Got me sound like E the man out here. Messing up my damn words like that. Hold on. Where was I? Because with this situation now, a child, it's very sad because with this situation now, a child grows up without parents because the adult couldn't regulate emotion. That's devastating. One irrational moment can destroy generations. Good day, Miss Jane. What's up, Angel? Right? One irrational moment can destroy generations. And that's why self-control matters. And listen, I know people hear emotional regulation and think therapy talk. No, that's survival. That's adulthood. That's responsibility. Even grown persons gotta learn. Just because you feel something intensely doesn't mean you act on it. That's civilization. Because if human beings acted on every emotion immediately, society would collapse by lunchtime, literally. Road rage alone with inhumanity. Have you ever been in traffic? You ever drive in traffic? People are insane. You accidentally cut someone off, and suddenly a grown man want to duel to the death over a goddamn Honda Civic and a Honda Accord, because they're the main ones causing traffic. Anybody that's driving a Honda, they're the main one causing traffic jams. Because they think they too fast, too furious. They driving that little thing like, move, get out the way, get out the way, get out the way. That's how they be driving those little goddamn go-karts. God damn it. Calm down, gladiator. Shout out to all my Honda drivers. Y'all be stressing me out though. And another thing, you know what I'm saying? Crime culture often sells like emotional, impulsiveness as strength. You know it, OG. You know what I'm saying? Like crime culture, that it often sells emotional impulsiveness as strength. We see it all of the time, right? And that's a problem. That's one of the biggest lies. Reacting instantly to disrespect, never backing down, always retaliating. That That mentally destroys lives, right? Real strength is restraint. That's why I attempt to do it every single day. I attempt to be that person that I'm talking about every single day, as much as I possibly can. Because anybody can lose control. Control is the hard part. That's maturity. That's leadership. That's fatherhood. And honestly, a lot of men never saw emotional stability modeled growing up. And it's not easy to teach something that you never learned. I get that. Some boys grow up around constant chaos. Trust me, I know what constant chaos look like. I grew up in constant chaos. I understand what constant anger looks like. Constant survival mode. I understand what that looks like every day. Every day. One constant chaos that I got to deal with every day is the like button. Why? Maybe because I'm just so entertaining that y'all forget to hit the like and the share button and a 99-cent super chat. I don't know. Maybe that's a possibility. Maybe y'all forget that as long as we are working together, we here every day, working with each other. The only way we can keep building is if you hit the like button, you hit the share button. We have over 70 people in here. We can have 140 if you hit the share button. If you picking up what I'm putting down, hit the like and the share button. It's all good. This is how we keep building. We cannot keep promoting and pushing the wrong things out there. Negativity goes out there quick, fast, and easy. We understand that. We got to have the opposite side as well, too.
About to be a situation.
Thank you so much. Shout out to the petty politic. Thank you so much, HQ. I really appreciate you. Men react emotionally more than women. They just hide it better till they can't. And then people's lives are at risk. HQ is here. Thank you so much, HQ. It means a lot to me. Shout out to HQ. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. J, for keeping me. Thank you so much. Shout out to OG Do 30. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. If I missed it, I ain't trying to diss it. I promise you I ain't. I got a couple of, I ain't. Thank you so much, OG Do 30. I appreciate you. Ms. J said you sent me something. Thank you so much. I know she always got my back. Thank you so much. And sometimes I'll be forgetting. Let me double check the Cash App because I'll be running my mouth so goddamn much. I'll be missing the goddamn Cash App. Look, speaking of here, thank you so much. It says just showing support early in the clouds. Thank you so much, man. That means a lot. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, y'all. We only could do this ish together. That's the only way we're going to get it done, right? So I understand what constant anger looks like, constant chaos, constant survival mode. So instability starts feeling normal. That's why healing matters, not just for individuals, for communities. And another thing, people always separate mental health from crime. Like they unrelated. Sometimes they connected, not as a excuse, as context. There's a difference. Accountability still matters, but prevention matters too, because if somebody openly saying, I can't control my emotions, That's not a personality. That's not a personality quirk. That's danger sign. That's somebody needing intervention. And we got to normalize men asking for help before destruction happens. Not after, because too many men only become emotionally honest at rock bottom. That's the tragedy. A lot of men wait until their whole life is collapsing before admitting, I'm not okay. And society got to stop mocking emotional growth in men too. That's part of the problem. A dude tries therapy and everybody clown him. He trying to, yeah, right. We got to stop. Dude tries therapy and everybody clowns him. A dude communicates calmly and people call him soft. And then the same society shocked. The same society is shocked when emotional broken men crash out violently. You can't shame emotional intelligence, then act surprised at emotional destruction. That's contradictory. And honestly, some of the toughest men I ever met were emotionally calm. That's real strength. A man who can control anger, control his ego, control his impulse, that's power. Anybody can explode. Toddlers explode emotionally every day. Maturity is containment. And another thing, we got to stop teaching boys that masculinity means domination instead of discipline. That's where a lot of confusion starts. Because discipline is masculine. Responsibility is masculine. Protecting your family is masculine. Keeping your composure under pressure is masculine. Destroying lives because you're overwhelmed emotionally, that's not strength. That's collapse. And look, I'm not saying women don't struggle emotionally too. Human beings, emotional. That's life. But statistically, when men lose control, physically, the damage tends to become more deadly. And that's why this conversation is important, because emotional instability in men often gets externalized and communities pay the price. Children pay the price. Women pay the price. And other men pay the price. Everybody does. And social media don't help. Now, young men learning masculinity from traumatized influencers with microphones. Everybody online teaching dominance. Nobody's teaching peace. Everybody's teaching how to win. Nobody's teaching emotional resilience. That's dangerous. And honestly, a peaceful, stable man is undervalued now. How crazy is that? A peaceful, stable man is undervalued now. How crazy is that? The internet rewards chaos. The loudest dude gets attention. The reckless dude gets the views. Meanwhile, the emotional, healthy father quietly raising his kids, nobody wants to interview him. But that's the man communities actually need. Not the loudest man, the most grounded one. And that's why situations like this should force bigger conversations, not just gossip. Not just gossip. Not just shock. We need reflection, because somewhere right now, there's another young man drowning emotionally, pretending he's fine because nobody told him how to process pain. And the communities don't start taking emotional development seriously, in boys and men. These cycles repeat over and over. And the saddest part, a lot of this destruction starts from emotions that could have been processed differently with support, wisdom, discipline, mentorship, intervention. That's the tragedy, not just the crime. Not just the crime. The preventability. So yeah, today's conversation ain't about mocking somebody's downfall. It's about asking, why are so many men emotionally unprepared for life? And what happens to communities when emotional instability becomes normalized masculinity? That's the real discussion I'm trying to have. Ms. J, that's because a lot of people cannot keep up with the conversation. That's all that is. I'm just doing my best to be productive in society. They don't really want, you know. You know what I'm saying? Hey, so we'll see what they really want out of men. We'll see. We'll see, Shicey Bum. We'll see what they support. We'll see what they support. You feel me? Now I want to get into this. So that was that case with Little Spell. It's just a sad situation. And not to excuse the woman in his life as well, his baby mother, because she was just as a degenerate as he was. She was there making sure that she was the one setting up. They was more like Bonnie and Clyde. You know, so this whole situation with Little Spill and his baby mother, he deleting his baby mother. Because so what happened was this rapper, Little Spill, just in case for the people that don't know what made me want to have a conversation about, let me just give you the story. I don't want to make the main story about him, but I feel like I should at least give you what the story is. This guy from Alabama named Little Spill, young rapper, 25 years old. Him and his baby mother was going around setting dudes up and robbing them and pew-pewing them. And he caught him a case, a deletion case. I have no idea, Soul Provider. I have no idea what they got to do with the conversation. If she did, that is her opinion. It is okay for her to have that opinion. This whole idea that just because she's upset at me, she called me something, again, this goes with emotional regulation. Right? So I'm glad that you asked that, actually. So just because she says something about me doesn't mean that I got to go off because she's upset and now I have to scream, curse out, or even address it. Doesn't make sense. If this is something that she really want to fall out with me for, you know, that's just what the universe decided to do. But she knows that I don't mean no ill will towards her. She my homie, in my opinion, on my side. If something so small could break up whatever situation that we got, then I guess maybe it wasn't just real on her side. I don't know. But I don't have no animosity towards that young lady at all. I think she's intelligent. She's beautiful. Her voice is awesome. Her mind is awesome, even when it's against me. She has an awesome mind. She thinks very well. Even if it is against me. It doesn't change the fact of how I feel of her being a super dope human being, in my opinion. If we falling out, hey, it is what it is sometimes. But I got nothing but love for her. And so this guy, Light Spill, him and his baby mother used to go around setting dudes up in Alabama, wherever they go, pew pew, rob them, get some quick cash, and they keep it moving. But they broke up. They broke up. And so when they broke up, he decided to go his own way. And so we know how sometimes women feel a little, you know, she just as depressed as he is depressed. That's why they found each other. That's why they are Bonnie and Clyde with each other. He's a degenerate, she's a degenerate, and they had a child together. So when they broke up, she decided, oh, you can't quit me. She decided to go to the police and talk about his case. It seemed like he might have got off if it wasn't for her going down to the courthouse or going down to the police station and say, hey, I know my baby father done deleted these men because he came home, he told me about it, and he was throwing up all over the place. And then now he comes home, he's talking to his baby mother in the house while his baby is there. She snitched on him, so supposedly, yes. And what he found, once he found out that she did that, he confronted her, and he was really more upset because he did a live stream. He did a live stream about it. He said, hey, he was really more upset, not because she lied on him. No, he admitted it in a video that, yeah, I did what I had to do. I pew-pewed those people. I robbed them and pew-pewed them, but I ain't throw up like how she's saying I ain't no punk. That's what he said on live. He said, I ain't no punk. I deleted those brothers, and I ain't come home and throw up. Yeah, I told her about it, but I went to sleep like it's normal, is what he said. He said, so I had to, this is what he is saying. He said, I had to delete my baby mother, even though I know she's the best person for our son. But I'm emotional right now. She knows I'm going through depression, is what this man said. This is why I had my, whatever, how long of a monologue I had to get that all off my chest. Because this is what this man, this young 25-year-old man is saying in a video. He's on live stream right after he pew-pews his baby mother at the house where his son is at. That's crazy. No, it's too graphic for me to show the video. Yes, he's only 25 years old. So that's wild. All because he couldn't regulate his emotion. He felt a certain way in the moment, so he pew-pewed her. And then as he's walking around the neighborhood, he's talking, he starts crying, he's complaining about how he has depression. And then eventually, 5 minutes into the video, he takes that same gun that he pew-pewed his baby mother and he pew-pewed himself. So he took out two parents. He took her out and himself out. All because he don't want to, just because we as a community are not emotional regulating our young men. And then after that happened, he had family members take to the internet and defending his degeneracy. Because they was like, he was a good dude. Yeah, maybe he was a good dude to his family members. His 5 family members that loved him because they could call him and if they had a problem, he would come up there, pew-pew whoever he needs to. He'll go and fight, scrap, do whatever he got to do. Maybe even after all the money that he was doing, when he was doing Bonnie and Clyde with his baby mother, he take that money as well. He go help out this family member and so on and so forth. So yeah, to your immediate family members, whether that's 5 to 10 people in your family, yeah, you was probably cool to them. But it doesn't, but you still are a negative person on the community because you took away more than you actually gave. That's a problem. And we keep acting like we don't understand this. That's a problem. This stream should easily have 100 likes and 100 shares. I'm barring this down today. I got bars all day. I should get nothing but love and support with likes and shares. This should be an easy like and share today. I'm barring this one down. We need more likes. We need to get closer to at least 80 likes. Bare minimum. Thank you so much, Ryan. And so also I want to get into also this conversation. I still drink coffee more than tea, but the teas over here are awesome, by the way, TV trucking. Just The teas are awesome. They go hard on tea over here, 100% TV. They not playing with their tea. Hey, Raheem, fortune cookie bars is something they got to deal with. Shiesty. They love hating for no reason. You know what I'm saying? The problem is they like to keep on. A lot of people want to keep on pushing out degenerate behavior. That's what I'm starting to really understand. They just want to keep pushing out degeneracy. Anybody that talks with any kind of decent sense, they want to have it. It's always this big pushback, right? It's very entertaining to see how they want men that's doing the right things, but when they have those things in front of them, they fight against that the most. It's a weird situation, Shiesty Bum, and I do not understand it at all. I don't understand it at all. Most of the men that have the most emotions pushed out there, they don't. Hey, you know what? Let me not. Let me not. You know, I also want to talk about this Chud the Builder new situation that he got going on. I thought that was insanity to me. Did y'all see Chud the Builder now over here asking for help from the black folks? After the people was trying to cuss me out yesterday. Did anybody see that? Chud the Builder out here now, he want our help. He want us to have empathy for him. How crazy is that? It's yo, Shiesty, it is going down. It is crazy. Now he wants our empathy. That is the craziest part. So this segment, I really want to talk about my thoughts on Chud the Builder and how he wants empathy from the black community now. It is crazy. Yeah, I feel you on that as well, Ms. J. Make sure we hitting that like and the share button. We got over 115 in here. We can get another 115. All you have to do is help a brother out and hit that like and that share button. That's what we need. Right now, we need, whatever the likes are, we need double the likes on whatever side you're watching it on. It's very simple. If you do have 99 cents, I will appreciate it. Trust and believe. I appreciate that as well. And so, this Chud the Builder thing, Shiesty. So now, we supposed to have empathy. How crazy is that? That's where we at. A man spends all his time antagonizing black people online, throwing racial slurs around, calling people monkeys, macking black pain for engagement, building an entire internet identity around disrespect, and now suddenly he discovered police harassment. Now, all of a sudden, he discovers police harassment. Ain't life funny? Wisdom, isn't life funny? Now he's talking about the cops harassing me, and black people should support him because we understand how oppression feels like. And now he understands how oppression feels like. Oh, that's what happened. You skipped directly to the lesson, huh? Oh, that's like somebody spending 10 years making fun of people in wheelchairs, then spraining their ankle and suddenly becoming disability activists. Guys, sidewalks are difficult. Clip that. No kidding. That's the irony, right? Now suddenly he understands institutional pressure. Now suddenly authority feels unfair. Now suddenly he wants compassion. That's human nature though. A lot of people don't care about systems until systems touch them. That's America. Everybody believes in personal responsibility until consequences arrive personally. And then suddenly, sociology enters. Sociology enters the chat, and let's really talk about this. Jabba. Let's really talk about it because this situation perfectly exposes something about internet culture. People love weaponizing pain. They love weaponizing pain. They don't understand until they experience even a small fraction of it themselves. Then that tone changes quickly. Now it's, guys, we need unity. And that's hilarious. Internet racism, right? Got people acting like empathy is a subscription service. They online, hey, activate it during emergencies. No, sir. And another thing, the irony of somebody who built content around provoking emotional reactions, now begging people for emotional understanding. That's cinematic. That's like a man spending years kicking hornets' nests, right? Then acting shocked bees exist. I'm sorry, homeboy, but you built this energy ecosystem. And honestly, this is why empathy without accountability feels manipulative sometimes. God damn. I ain't gonna lie. Man, I'll be fucking cooking up and shit. I'll be cooking up. God damn it. Stop playing with the like button. Come on. Stop playing. Thank you so much, Miss J. I'll be cooking up. Stop playing with me. Make sure y'all hit that like and that share button. Shit. I'll be cooking up. Let me pin this to the chat. As I finish cooking up on my 2 stories. Let me finish cooking up. And sometimes, right, because people, I think what it is that people want understanding without reflection. That's the key, right? Somebody says, I understand now, I was wrong. Okay, that's one conversation. But if somebody suddenly discovers compassion only because consequences has arrived at their front door, people are naturally skeptical. People are naturally skeptical, and that's human instinct. And the wildest part, now some Americans donated money to support them. That's another layer of irony, because America loves a goddamn rebel story, especially if the rebel is entertaining, or race is entertaining. This country will crowdfund almost anything except for Sharon Bracey Wilder's wake-up show. Interesting. We could crowdfund this easy with 99 cents at a time. Hey, I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. Shout out to everybody, man. Right? This country will crowdfund almost anything, especially if it's a white person getting in trouble for saying the N-word. Especially that. You could start a goddamn GoFundMe tomorrow called Help Me Fight Consequences, and somebody in Nebraska is sending $40 immediately. That's That's the freedom of this whole thing. You know what I'm saying? And apparently he got money sitting there, but here's the funny part, right? He has money sitting in his GoFundMe or his Gifts and Go, but he can't access it. And that's why he feels like he needs to come and preach to us and try to get some empathy out of us. Because he can't access his money. Police got his phone, so now he don't have no access to his funds. Now that's the comedy of the whole damn thing. That's cosmic irony. The same system people told black folks for years to just comply with now inconvenience somebody who suddenly wants everybody to unite against authority. Ain't life educational. And look, I actually think there's a deeper lesson here. Because a lot of people online think oppression is theoretical, abstract entertainment until systems start restricting them personally. Then suddenly rights matters, privacy matters, power imbalance matters, fair treatment matters. That's why some black people looking at this situation sideways, because of decades, black people been saying, hey, systems can mistreat people. And certain folks laughed, mocked, dismissed it. Okay. All right. And they dismissed it. Now, one stressful interaction later, Sonny, everybody's goddamn Malcolm X. Calm down, revolutionary. You just got here. And another thing, people online keep confusing consequences. English language be kicking my ass without this water. They be confusing consequences with prosecution. You know what I'm saying? That's another disease. Everybody want to be a victim and a villain simultaneously. Woo! That's internet culture. Some folks antagonize communities all day, then act shocked when social backlash arises. That ain't censorship. That's social fixes. God damn. Water's not even helping right now. Let me crack another water. Shit. Ooh wee. I cannot. All those goddamn multiple syllables. My tongue is just not, to try to enunciate all those goddamn syllables, my tongue ain't built for that, goddammit. So, if you throw negativity into the world constantly, eventually negativity circles back. That's not cancel culture. That's energy. Grandmothers knew this before social media existed. Be careful how you treat people. Simple wisdom. But the internet convinced people they avatars instead of human beings. Now everybody's reckless. And honestly, the funniest part about this whole situation is watching certain internet personalities suddenly try to surround morally nuanced after chaos arrived. God damn it. Shit. Got the words in my head. Let me get maybe some chapstick. Talking too much. Maybe I'm too hot. Shit. I'm putting all this goddamn work. I don't even hit that damn like button. That a bitch. Shicey, that is hilarious. Oh, that is and that's how it happens, right? During the trolling phase, everybody's tough, everybody's edgy, everybody's free speech. Then reality enters the room. Now suddenly people are discovering emotional complexity, right? And that transformation happens fast. That's why I laugh when people act like empathy is weak. No, empathy usually arrives after suffering. Clearly, I must be cooking because nobody want to hit the link. So that's good. That's understandable. That means I'm getting out my voice really good and clear. Shout out to y'all. Make sure we get the likes up. Make sure we get the shares up. Make sure we get the 99-cent super stickers and super chats up. We need more. You know what I'm saying? Right. So empathy usually arrives after suffering. That's the tragedy. Human beings often need pain to unlock perspective. How true is that? That's a bar. And another thing, this situation highlights how selective public empathy can be, because some people only understand harassment when the target looks like them. That's real. When Black people complain about over policing, surveillance, profiling, harassment, certain people dismiss it immediate. But once they feel targeted, and suddenly the system is broken. That's not growth. That's proximity. Big difference. And real growth is understanding injustice before it affects you. That's the moral maturity. And honestly, America has complicated relations with rebellion. People romanticize anti-establishment energy selectively. Depends on who's rebelling. That's why reactions to authority get interpreted differently depending on identity, audience, politics, and the internet tribes. Everybody claims principles. Most people really got team loyalty. That's the uncomfortable truth. And social media made it worse. Now everything is tribal. Nobody evaluating behavior consistently. People also defend actions based on whether they like the personality involved. That's dangerous because consistency disappears. And another thing, there's a difference between acknowledging somebody's humanity and pretending history didn't happen. That's important. You can say, yeah, nobody deserves abuse, and still say, maybe don't build your platform around dehumanizing people. Both can be true. Human beings struggle with nuance online. Everybody think conversations gotta be binary, angel or monster, victim or villain. And reality is more complicated. Sometimes somebody experiences consequences and still behave recklessly. That's adulthood. And honestly, this whole situation feels like the universe is forcing somebody into an empathy workshop against their will. That's what it looked like. Life sat him down like, oh, so now you understand systems can feel oppressive. Yeah. Welcome to the discussion, chud. We've been here. And think that's why Black audience react strongly to this, because, right, At least a black man like me reacts strongly to this. Because there's a historical exhaustion. I'm exhausted. There's exhaustion attached to this. A lot of black people tried, and we are tired of being mocked when discussing injustice, only for the same people to demand compassion. Right? You demanding compassion. That's crazy. The second discomfort reaches them. That's wow. That contradiction is emotionally exhausting. And another thing, there's a lesson here about internet fame. A lot of content creators forget outraged audience are temporary. The crowd cheering chaos today disappeared tomorrow. Internet fame is unstable. 1 minute you trending, next minute you are a cautionary tale. That's the digital life. And honestly, this whole situation, it also reveals something deeper about human beings. Most people don't actually want cruelty directed at them. Even people who profit from cruelty. That's why empathy matters. But empathy got to include self-awareness too. Otherwise, it becomes performance. And that's the real conversation. Not just should people feel sorry for them. The deeper question is this. Why do so many people only recognize humanity after consequences humble them personally? That's the uncomfortable discussion. And somewhere in all of this irony, somewhere, a man who mocked other people's pains now asking the public to understand his. That right there, that's the pot calling the kettle black. So I gave y'all 2 stories. If you want to hit the link for any one of those 2 stories. Those are my thoughts of those 2 stories. Let me read some of these super chats that I did get. Shout out to everybody that's showing love and support, hitting that like, the share, or a 99-cent super
I'm about
chat.
to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out to Brother Noopsy with the 2 ball. Thank you so much, Brother Noopsy. I appreciate that. Shout out to Shadow the Time Wasp with the 2 ball. He says, good day. Good day to you, sir. How you feeling? Shout out to Miss J with the 2 ball. I found some coins. Thank you so much, beautiful. I appreciate you so much. Always holding me down. Thank y'all so much for hopefully y'all enjoying the show. Hopefully, okay, I'm back now. Did we miss the whole me reading the super chats? That's kind of crazy. Yes, he did, Shicey. Yes, he absolutely did. Yes, he absolutely did. He was harassing all black folks. He didn't care if there was black men or black women or black children. He didn't give a damn. He was out there just harassing to be harassing. It's just wild to see. It's just really wild to see somebody now that his phone is locked. And you know, another thing as well is that the victim of this whole situation, he got a GoFundMe as well. And I believe that black man, he raised over $230,000. And he's the victim. The victim raised $230,000. He was asking for $100,000. He raised over $230,000. Chud the Builder also, he got his GoFundMe that he can't access to, which is hilarious at the moment. But he also raised $230,000, and he's the villain of the story. I think that's crazy. It just goes to show that here in America, people are still willing to support financially, crowdfund degenerate behavior. This is what people are willing to crowdfund. They're willing to crowdfund somebody that's gone around and aggravated people, agitating people, antagonizing people. They're willing to put 200,000 on his books collectively in a short weekend. That's crazy. That's the antagonizer. Shout out to the 120 people here. And all I'm asking for is likes and shares. Can we please get some likes and shares? I appreciate y'all. And why America is still willing to do so much for degenerate behavior. Why is degenerate behavior so important in America? It's just crazy to me. Like even with this young man, with the first story that I was talking about, with the Bonnie and Clyde situation, his family knew what he was all about. His family knew he was a terror to everybody else in that community. The only people that was safe was his goddamn family. And I was going to say his baby mother, but clearly she ain't safe neither. Clearly. And that's why when we have this conversation, I be telling my brothers all the time, one of the most dangerous things for a black woman is the person that she's laying down with. Especially if you recognize that he's emotionally unstable, because men are not willing to say, hey, why you over there punching the wall, bro? You have problems. And people will act like just because he didn't punch them that he's okay, that he don't got no goddamn depression. No, he got issues. Yeah, the weather is great. I agree. I agree. The weather is nice. It's beautiful. It's sunny. We got to get outside and touch that grass. So hopefully, wherever you're going, if you're on your way to work, you're just outside going for a walk or a run. Hopefully, I'm entertaining you through this through the day. You feel me? And we could just get more understanding. We could actually get our communities to improve in a better direction. And we stop dealing with just false narratives all the time and just deal with what we are actually seeing. It's about time New York got nice. Damn. Sheesh. Yeah, after 3 p.m. Good. Yeah, I was just outside running around all day today, god damn it. I done walked. Let me see how many miles I did today. Let me see. So my phone start backing up. Let me tell you how many miles I did today. How many I did today? I did 6 miles today. No, not too bad. I did 6 miles today. Not too bad. Not too bad. 6 miles. It's a good day. It's a good day. Got to get out there and touch that goddamn grass. I was outside all damn day. Beautiful hot sun. And we just need our brothers to be more emotionally regulated, right? We can understand Chud the Builder, he has some kind of depression thing going on. That's why he kept trying to find somebody to whoop his ass by starting with people that he thought was supposedly the violent people. It was no accident. That man depressed. It was no accident about this man and his baby mother. They used to set people up and go and delete people for money. The man is depressed. He had to wait till he's on his dying deathbed to say that how depressed he is. All right. Ryan Wood. He was confused. He didn't know which way. I did hear about that lady. Was it a black lady that was that he paid to do some things to himself? I'm not sure. That's crazy. Welcome to the show. Everybody hates mine. Good day, my good brother. How you doing today?
What's going on? What's going on? My bad. I wish I could cam up, but I'm not in my office today. I gotta.
Oh,
It's real nice out here. We about to go swimming, so
ooh, you about to go swimming? Yeah, it's finally. Yeah, you're close enough to the East Coast. Yeah, so I'm glad that the weather's starting to break for the next couple of days. And
yeah,
then
it's
y'all back
94
to
today.
being cold again. 94?
Yeah, 94 today.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, the
So,
kids
what
don't
is
got
your
school,
thoughts? You
so
want to talk about last spill, deleting his baby mother, and then taking his own life because he was out there deleting people out there in the street and taking their money? Good day to you, Chaotic Truth. Or you want to talk about Chud the Builder, the popcorn, the kettle black. Now he all of a sudden understands oppression.
I think I heard what you said about both of them being depressed, and I
Mm.
could I been could identify that when I look at these people that they got something mentally going on with them. You know that is
All from
something.
the jump.
Yeah, like I could tell it's something else going on with these people, like deeper than just like them wanting to be disruptive and shit like that. Yeah, a lot of people be having shit going on and they never actually get checked out.
Why do you think it lasts so long with our men that we gotta wait until they officially crashed out some kind of like when they lose complete control, where if it's like last spill where he lost complete control, where he's taking his baby mother life to his own, or Chud the Builder where he's fighting for his life because he's either trying to take somebody's life or somebody's trying to take his life. Now he's gonna jail. Why we have to wait so long for us as men to communicate what depression look like, because it's not just a one-sided thing.
I think in Chad the Builder's case, people enjoy the entertainment, so ain't nobody gonna say nothing
Damn.
to him. They was entertained. As far as the other individual, um, I'm not sure. I gotta process that. Just because his was probably just
Mm.
more typical of what we see. So I gotta process that and see why most of us just kind of um don't realize it until it's too late.
Mm. What when a young man is running around drinking, smoking, throwing guns at somebody, he want to rob somebody that look just like him. Why we don't call that depression?
I don't know.
What's your
And
thought?
the crazy thing is, like when you think about how much like drugs and stuff like that is like are so popular, when it comes to young people. Not even drugs,
Mm.
just addictions to everything and everything that can take you away from what you want to from responsibility and reality. It don't even just be drugs. It'd be like activities sometimes, like going out. Like, some
Mm.
people go out every weekend, and imagine if they had to stay in every weekend, how would they be feeling, or what they would have to think about? Like, people just be wanting to escape so bad.
Mm. How can we start? But another issue is that even we was to recognize that in our homie, we are not equipped to actually get them out of that kind of depression. They need to go to some kind of form of therapy. How are we going to break the stigma for men to start going to therapy so they can iron out whatever it is that they got going on?
I think it's two parts to this for me. I think therapy can be a good thing, like the clinical therapy I think you're talking about. But I also do
Mm-hmm.
think that we need to be equipped ourselves. Like more the practices that we practice, we should be more equipped as far as to give therapy to the people around us. And because therapy is deeper than just going to see a clinician. Everything
Mm-hmm.
can be so many things can be therapy. So just even having mental the mental fortitude to talk to your friends about practicing things that they can do better, or ways that they can communicate better and stuff like that. Tools
Mm,
that they can have. Like, I don't have to be a therapist to give you tools, you know?
mm.
So
Yeah, because I think one thing I have a conversation on the show is about that. Like, I believe these panels are therapeutic, but I think people get confused with therapy, and I think that's the main issue that I have with it. Is that when somebody is attempting to just point out what is going on, and then when the person that we are communicating with, when they realize that you actually see them for what they are, that's when all the pushback happen. That's when the anger come out. Anger is another sign of possible depression. It ain't just you sad and crying the way how they trying to make it out in Hollywood. You see the girl crying because she can't handle things emotionally. They will have this idea of a man crying. That's the only depression. No, anger is a form of depression as well.
oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Let me also welcome Sir Lord ADS into the conversation. What's your thoughts, sir? What part you want to join in?
What up, Sharon? What up, Titan? What up, Mont?
What up?
I just wanted to say this. It's mighty convenient now they on your ass. Now you got depression all of a sudden, right? That's mighty convenient, friend.
No slack for him, huh?
Hey man, you walked around. Think about the people that you depressed, right? Walked around calling people the N
Mm,
word, beating on folks. This other dude robbing people,
mm,
destroying their lives, and all of a sudden we supposed to feel sympathy for you because that just
mm,
sounds so narcissistic, right? Like it's all about you. You know what I'm saying? What about the other people?
mm-hmm,
Have you said down an apology yet to these people that you know what I'm saying, encountered and done harm to? I- It
mm.
just shows how self-centered both of them are, right? It's basically narcissistic personality disorder type behavior patterns here. And what we're trying to do is cover it up with depression, and I'm not buying it nor going for
So all right, so with the first case, with the young man that is out there deleting people and then now ultimately deleted the mother of his child and then himself, you don't believe that this young man, 25 years old, was suffering from some form of depression?
it. I mean, you can put mental illness in there just to kind of give it a little grace for a little sympathy, but in reality, the minute you've done harm to somebody else's life, that doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't.
What about the stigma of a black man saying he's depressed is a weak man? What is your thoughts on that?
Well, if he's running around saying he's depressed, that isn't the best practice or advice I would give him. You know what I would tell him? Go see a medical
Mm,
doctor. I can't fix your depression, but they possibly can give you some meds or some coaching or some type of therapy to get you through it, right? But telling me about it isn't going to help you. I'm just going to tell people that, hey, stay away from this crazy dude, right? Because he's quote unquote depressed.
So
Mental illness.
what if it's somebody that trusts you? Somebody
That's
that you
different,
have
right?
okay, yeah, that's so how about let's have a conversation about that. Somebody that actually you have trust in and they trust you, for 5, 10 years, whatever the case is. And they come to you, they say, I'm depressed. What should the majority of men next move when they hear this from their friend?
Do you have insurance? Because if you have insurance, I can
I
help
can't
get you.
stand your ass.
No, 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 no.
That
You,
was
you might want,
crazy.
yeah, you might want to sit down and have a conversation with them. You know what I'm saying? But keep in mind that
Mm,
I'm not, and make sure that you stress to them that, hey, brother, you know what I'm saying? I love you. You my people, right? But I am not a
mhm.
licensed therapist. I don't practice this type of stuff, right? I might not be the best help for you. Is you know, saying maybe we
Okay.
can find better avenues to help you deal with that, right, or help you cope with it. But initially, though,
Mm.
you need to get that up front. Like, hey, man, be careful disclosing information because I can't fix what's broken, right? We need to get you to somebody who can, and you can give that information to them. That's a true friend helping a friend save face, even in a vulnerable moment. You know, right?
Sometimes
Okay.
people just
So,
need to be
oh,
heard. I'm sorry. Sometimes
mm,
people just need to be heard. People just need to feel seen. You know,
great
I've had a
point.
lot of situations. I've had situations on panels where women were acting a certain way, and I could identify like, yo, the guys aren't hearing you. You don't feel seen. And I was like, just let her know I acknowledge how she feels. I acknowledge what she's saying, and then calm down, right? Like
Mm,
sometimes it's just a small part of what people need.
that's a
But
great point. And let me also
there's a
welcome somebody into the show that I know for a fact that would never call a black man weak, especially if a man is expressing himself emotionally. Welcome to the show, Chaotic Truth Live. What do you tell a man that if somebody that trusts you, Chaotic Truth, he comes to you and he says, "Hey, brother, I'm depressed." What are you going to tell that young, beautiful black man that is in your life, Chaotic Truth?
Stop being an FAG. You live in the greatest country on the planet. Your planet has coast to coast wealth. You've grown up in the greatest generation of all time. There's nothing to be depressed about. You could have been born in a crap hole continent like Africa, a crap hole place like Southeast Asia. Get off your ass, go work out, put the alcohol down. There's no such thing as depression. That's for weak, girly men. That's what I'll tell
mm,
anybody, any man, especially a black man. You wealthy black Americans, you make me. This rapper makes me sick. He probably had $50,000 in his damn bedroom at the moment. Forget that dude. That's what I'll
Wow.
tell. That's what I'll tell a close any. I'll tell my brother that if he can. "Oh, I'm depressed." What kind of man talks like that? That's
but
girly man talk.
keep in mind, chaotic, that the leading, what is it? The leading, if I'm right about this, Google it. Now, I might be a little off. It's something I read a long time ago, right? But the leading cause of deletion amongst guys under 25 isn't, saying guns in the streets. It's self deletion.
So good. Get yourself out of here. And I'm going to be very careful of the algorithm, Sharon.
Please, thank you.
Any man who's depressed in America under 25, you're a fool. All of the wealth, the advantages you have here, all the freedoms you have in this country, what are you depressed about? What about people in North Korea? What about people in countries where there's a dictator? Get out of here with that depressed stuff, man. I can't stand a man talking about, "Oh, I'm depressed in America." You got people living under harsh conditions in some Middle East. Imagine if you were a kid in Yemen right now and you have a government that's half controlled by the Houthis and you're under tyranny there. I can't stand that depressing. Lately, Sharon, like the past 10 years, you've heard this sissy stuff from black men. "Oh, we need to discuss our feelings." Get your bitch ass up and go exercise.
Get
Put the
off your
weed down.
ass.
I can't. I'm
Yeah.
telling you, man. I can't stand that here. I can't. I mean, I've gone, man. I used to do live streams about this, Sharon. Black men, we need therapy. You need therapy like a woman. Come on, man. Get the hell out of here.
Wow.
Get the
You,
hell out of here. I
you
wish a
know,
I wish
So,
a dude would. I wish a
God,
family member, friend
yeah.
would tell me they're depressed. I'll make you wanna send yourself to the upper
But
room.
now, chaotic, as wise
Gangster.
and as smart as you are, saying G5G, nigga, God bless you. So, saying fraternity, sorority that saying
That's
you
two
mess with,
dollars by
all
the.
that.
That's $2 by the way.
I only had $2. You gotta give me tomorrow. I'm seriously broke. It's my parents' anniversary. I ain't got no cash today, bro. It's all spent.
No doubt.
But I'll
you
drop
you
off though
should
for
be
the
depressed.
$2. A little bit, yeah. Cause shit, I spent was it almost 2 G's in the last 2 weeks.
Dying.
I'm
Yeah.
depressed.
You
Grown
know,
man.
Hey,
Get the hell out of here.
go
chaotic
ahead,
truth.
my yeah.
I there's something to what he's saying. There's something there, but I do think that it's an oversimplification. So, for example, like having too many things can make you depressed, right? Like having too much. And I know you're saying like, oh, we got
Mm,
all of this here, but like that can make somebody depressed if you're not in tune with like just being a man, like getting your hands dirty, moving around, being free. And you I'm sorry, I got a phone call. But you're not in tune with these things, and you just like on your phone and like not getting sunlight. Like all these type of things can contribute to like you got too much at your disposal. And I ultimately think society is heading in that direction of like being too automated and having too many things and kind of getting away from like just regular stuff. Yeah, I think we and also like being coddled for so long. Like for example, like when my son got into a fight in school and they called me, they like, yeah, we're just trying to we're trying to give him some support and we're trying to do this, that, and the third. And I'm like, yo, y'all gonna make my son soft? What are you talking about? Right? Like what like they just was like giving him these like squishy like sensory balls to play with. I'm like, yo, he don't need all of that. Like send that boy back to class. Like they giving him reason to be like, oh shit, y'all like y'all give me all of this shit when I get into a fight. I can take a break and come in here and like then you think we'll keep getting into fights. So I dig what Chaotic is saying, but I think there needs to be a balanced approach with we got to look at every situation.
Saran.
That was
a-
what.
And now you see
Yeah.
why I say that, hey, your friends aren't licensed, okay, to deal with your issues. You're listening to it right now. One tell them to jump off a bridge, the other one tell them to pull your bootstraps up. You know what I'm saying? That man, they don't know what depression is. It's a chemical imbalance, it's a psychological thing, right? It's nothing to do with really the
Mm,
physical determinant. So it could be basically conditional based on perception, right? Say somebody does, because you
okay.
have plenty of white tech nerds, billionaires who've also committed or deleted themselves, right?
Mm,
Not because of the
Good.
money. They had everything a man could ever have or want in his life, right? It's because the psychological piece of it, the head, saying the mindset, the head piece of it, right? It's so much more important. And I'm just like, I'm not really qualified to, how do you say it? Break that down for you. Just like these gentlemen aren't as qualified to break that down. But oh, let's keep the conversation going.
okay. Let me I believe Shadow is ready to have his part of say in this conversation. Go ahead, Shadow. And
Go ahead
Verbal
and start
Assassin,
writing
bring
me up
your
a
beautiful
tab.
self back. Oh
Go ahead
Lord.
and start writing my tab because these niggas are crazy.
Oh Lord.
Like,
Ms. J, please keep Shadow's tab. Go
please
ahead,
and thank
Shadow.
you.
Go ahead.
These niggas out of their fucking mind. First and
God damn.
foremost, like the fact that CT jumped up here and said, "Hey, if you're depressed, jump off a bridge." Nigga, you're dumb. That's not even how the brain works. It's. I want you to understand the reason why we're so quick to
Just be
flash
careful of
out.
the
No,
algorithm. Just be
I got
careful.
you.
Just be careful of the algorithm of the things that you say. Okay. Go ahead.
Got you. The reason why we're so quick to flash out is because we've got stupid ass friends telling us, hey, you shouldn't be depressed. Nigga, you can work 70 hours a week. You can have money doesn't fix happiness. Money doesn't fix depression. Working doesn't fix depression. Working out doesn't fix depression. Depression is a chemical imbalance of your brain. So, first and foremost, if you are feeling depression, that needs to be resolved first. And then the reasons that are triggering those need to be resolved. Saying, oh, well, I'm not trying to be weak. That's why a lot of men don't know how to express their emotions until they've X somebody off, which is insanity. The reason why men are so stunted now is because every time we have a problem or we feel like something's not sitting right, 8 out of 10, our closest partner to the right is saying, hey, it's all right. You don't have to feel that. But guess what doesn't happen to those emotions when you do that? They don't go away. So instead of me slapping you today and letting you move on, I'm gonna shoot you tomorrow and you're gonna get over it. And then, oh, well, I'm not just gonna X you, I'm gonna X your entire family tree because I don't feel better yet. And guess what? Even when I do that, that's not gonna solve the problem. So yeah, you know what? When you fight, sometimes your child needs to be sat back and explain why that thing is a thing. Hey, you're losing your temperament for these reasons. You need to find healthier alternatives than flashing out on somebody. You don't have to choose violence first. But again, I don't agree with the fact that you said anger is a sign of depression, but it could. But now that I think about it, it could. At the end of the day, stop negating men's mental health to, oh, well, it's just a weak man's shit. Because get this, when it comes down to it, that weak man's gonna empty out everything he has on you because you're calling him weak. And he's gonna say, well, I don't know how else to fix it. So how about we find a better alternative to something that's stupid? All right, Jay, go ahead and give me my time.
Sharon, Shadow the Titan Wasp probably made $100,000 last year. This Negro probably drives an $80,000 vehicle. He probably lives in a 2,000 square foot home. This man has outperformed 90% of the men on the planet. Bro, you are an American. Everybody on this panel is an American. You're rich, you're wealthy. None of you on this panel are scientists, so you don't know what's a chemical imbalance. You heard some white man say it in the journal because he lying. He making some shit up. Bro, that's bullshit. You're an American. You're the greatest person on the planet right now walking. You're the wealthiest person. Ain't nothing for you guys to be depressed about. I don't mean you guys on the panel, but there's nothing for a man in America to be depressed about. Somebody in the channel wrote, what about child sexual abuse? Most black boys weren't actually abused at all. Most black boys were fucking their next door neighbor who happened to be 4 and 5 years older, and she was super hot. Y'all need to stop. Y'all need to stop. Look at this. Look at him now. He's in front of $1 million property doing work right now. Man, you can't, man. Boy, hey, man, I'll get to going off about this subject. Don't do it, Sharon. Look at him now. Was he not in
So is
front of $1 million
PTSD a thing?
home working?
Wait,
Was
is
he not in front
PTSD a
of $1
thing?
million home working? That
Nigga,
boy
what
making
does
money
that have to do with the price of tea in
because
China?
you're rich.
What you're
You
saying
shouldn't
doesn't
be
make any
depressed.
sense.
You
What
shouldn't
the
be
fuck does
depressed.
money have to do with depression?
Okay, well, give up
Make
your money
those
right
two
now.
things
Give up your job
correlate.
and go live in Papua New
No,
Guinea.
what
Give it up now.
what is actual depression?
Give it up
No,
now.
what is
Since money ain't everything.
depression?
Since money ain't everything, and since you
Right?
can be depressed in America, go live in Papua New Guinea. You ain't about to live there. Where you ain't got to work. You can live off the land. You have all the fresh fucking air you want. You can live
The,
amongst those jungle. You can live amongst those jungle apes right now in Papua New Guinea.
what does that have to do with depression? I don't think you know what depression is.
What would a man in
No,
America
you know
be
what?
depressed about?
I realize you might not know the definition of
What
depression.
in America would a man be depressed about, sir?
Chronic and systematic sadness. There's a lot of things, especially in this America.
Give me one.
Number one, as we noticed a lot,
While you're
most
working in
niggas
front
are
of $1
lonely.
million properties right now. Come
Most
on,
niggas are
bro.
lonely.
You're
Like,
lonely.
no matter.
Oh my, you're a man.
Nigga, are you retarded? No. Oh, sorry, out of it. Whew.
You're
Hey,
a man. What do you mean you're lonely? What are you, 8?
did I say me? Hold it. First and foremost,
What I meant was,
I need you to
if
speak
a man is
English.
lonely, what is he, a child? What kind of man says I'm lonely? Go out there, confab with people, mingle with people, meet people,
We're
join
we're
groups,
designed as
join
social
organizations.
creatures.
This country has so many things to do.
Cool. Get
Can't
this.
go ahead, buddy.
How
You
to
can't. I
if
can't
you
hear him.
can't inter
I don't know what he's.
if you can't interact with
I don't know what he
somebody
said.
that doesn't
He's a
sit the
good
way
guy.
that you do,
I think he's on mute. Sharon, I can't hear him. Can I? Oh, you can
I
hear him?
can't
Okay,
hear
maybe
you,
it's something wrong with my end.
Sharon,
Yeah,
I
we
can't
can
hear
hear
you.
him.
Yeah, it's
Oh, I
something
can
wrong
hear
with
you
my
now.
end.
You, now you
I'm
can you can hear me now, right?
Yeah, I can hear
You
you.
can hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. All
Sharon,
right.
depression can show up even different from than just like anger and sadness. Like for example,
Mm,
I know my mom's husband, he's like I think that he's going through depression right now. But
mm,
growing up, he used to always get on me for being lazy and shit like that. You know, he's a carpenter. He do electrical work, all that type of stuff. He just been a work with his
mm,
hands his whole life. But like, you know, as I've grown up and like as of recent, he's not the same as he used to be when it comes to like he's late. You know, he's late now. Before he was early to everything. It's like, you know, he's supposed to do some work for me. I gotta call him 50 times and things like that. You know, so like he's at a
mm,
point in his life where he's just not who I knew him to be. And I had to tell my mom,
mm,
like, you know, even if people who you know is the strongest people you ever met, or you know, seem like they, you know, the most buttoned up, you know, they have a right to go through things too, you know. And you might look at him like,
mm,
yo, he not doing this, he not doing that, but you know, he's going through something, you know. So
mm,
it can show up different from that.
That's a very interesting point because the person that's always holding it down, be strong, who do he run to? That's a very good observation. Also, let me shout to the cash app. It says, support the show 100. Thank you so much. Also, it says June is men's mental health month. Thank you so much. I appreciate all of that love. Thank you so much. Let me also welcome in. Damn, I can't even say welcome. Welcome in the show, the verbal assassin. Good day to you, beautiful.
Good day, good day, good day. So I just have a question. Y'all do know that Labuto is a troll, right? I just want to make sure we're all on the same page here.
That might be true, but he still says some things that people say and they mean it 100% as well. So we can still have a
Right.
conversation.
So, right, exactly. And that leads me to my next comment, is the fact that we are in the year of the troll. See, trolls
Hmm.
were understood to just be trolls, right? Who say things
Hmm.
to trigger, who say things to rage bait, who say things that normal, mentally healthy people don't really, you know, act as though these things are valid. But now,
Hmm.
we're in the year of the troll. Instead of, avoiding the bridge that the trolls live under, we're stopping
Hmm.
at the bridge. We're feeding the trolls. We're acting as though the things that they say are conversations that should be had. This male turd is a literal troll, right? Labuto. I
Hmm.
don't know if y'all knew what Labuto used to be up here doing, right? Um, but yeah, I mean, and then we have a man on the panel here who usually has a not so terrible take, Mont, who is agreeing with the troll. He finds valid conversation or commentary for what this troll came up here and said. So as long as we all understand that this is a troll, and I guess we don't have nothing better to do, we're going to have a conversation like this, which is absurd and stupid. And the other thing that I wanted to say is, since we are now saying, quote unquote, that this troll's commentary, that there is no depression and men should not be depressed, and it's ridiculous for men to even say that, and it doesn't exist. I don't want to hear men talking about pointing to women saying that we're the ones who don't care about men's mental health, because we're the ones who keep saying there is a mental health problem and y'all need to go and get some type of help and therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, medication, whatever it is, to get your life together. It is other males who do not care about men's mental health. It is other males who tell men to, or little boys, to toughen up. What did Mont just say? Oh, they were giving my son some soft stuff. You're going to make him soft. No, he's a human being. It's called empathy. It's called treating little boys like they're humans and that their emotions are okay. It's not about coddling, okay? It's about seeing them as people and not machines, okay? Okay. And that's all I want to say right now.
Okay. Mark, would you like to respond or are you good?
No, I'm gonna curse her out in a second. I'm brushing my teeth though.
Why I gotta get cussed out though?
while Mont is
It's
cleaning
too
his
slick
mouth
for
so
me
he
to
can
be
talk
getting
dirty
cussed out now. Come on.
Yeah, so while he's cleaning his mouth so he can talk dirty to Verbal Assassin, welcome into the show, a random independent. And I'm gonna mute you. Thank you, Verb. Go ahead, a random independent. Good day, sir. What's your thoughts?
Hey, good morning. I'm actually now I'm just on the sideline waiting for Mont to finish brushing his teeth. I wanna hear this back and forth.
Did you hear me talking about those Hondas earlier? Damn.
Was you saying nice things finally?
But I do find it interesting that the issue that we keep having is that men do not want to admit how difficult it is to navigate through that emotional stoicism of suppressing your emotions, that we keep teaching young people the same thing over and over again, and we see that is not working for our young men at all. This idea of emotional stoicism is a detrimental to men. And it's making men weaker, in my opinion. I think the more men that understand what emotions that they're going through and get some regulation and understanding the emotion that they're going through, react properly, assess the real situation, I think we will be a better society moving forward than just sweeping everything under the rug by acting as if you tough actually means something. Being angry is not depression. We're not calling a thing a thing. You lose a goddamn, we got to call a thing a thing. and be honest about what's actually happening, because there's too many examples now of whether it's in the decent community where it's a lieutenant governor, or where's this La Spill rapper from Alabama, a low level version of it. It's still the same act. They both deleted the person that they claimed that they love at one point and then deleted themselves. That is a real issue. So we have it on two levels. Lieutenant governor, supposed to be a really upstanding, upright human being, and also we got the little rapper that's going around robbing people. It's crazy. Look at David. David is another example of it. He chopped the goddamn young girl up. It's crazy. And people keep acting as if they don't understand that it is something going on with our brothers and sisters out here. Mainly
Sure.
our brothers. Our brothers been displaying. Yes.
There's one thing I want to correct. Crime is not a symptom of depression. It's just a symptom of something else being wrong with you. Yes, you can be depressed and killing a crime, but you don't take somebody's life while robbing them because you're sad or because you have chronic sadness. It's you do that because something else is up with you. I think all levels of mental health need to be decided, not just depression. I heard you call that man depressed earlier. No, he planned the way he took her out. He did that because she broke a code. She told on him, and he was like, "That code's more important to me than you are." And he did what he did, which was ridiculous. Again,
wow.
We can't put depression on. We can't put depression on everything. He was sick in general, and he
so
just put
what
other
about
things
the fact
above
that he
protecting
did?
his baby mama.
So what about the fact that he did a live video and said, "I suffer from depression for many years"?
He lied. He's just the reason he self-cleaned himself was for a very simple reason. He got told on it. He was scared to go to jail.
Wow.
That's why a lot of people end up doing it whenever they commit a crime like that.
So why do you? So a lot of these dudes, you know, they come from the streets. Like this dude was in the streets, right? Or, you know, allegedly in the streets.
Right.
And so why do you think that the compounding impact of losing friends and family members and always having to have your head on a swivel, having to do dirt, because if you don't, then it's going to be done to you first. All those things, not being successful, you know, being a disappointment to your family, putting your family at risk just by being around them, and all these different things. Why do you think like those things wouldn't cause depression?
I'm gonna correct that. So I do believe you're right about that. Now I can take that out. I could see how those compounding situations could have caused depression. Sharana asked the question earlier, how come nobody in his life, nobody in his close circle had tried to help him in that situation? Because they were profiting from what he was doing. Because he was able to stand on and do whatever it was, whatever mental health issue it was, they still profited from it. And you don't steal from your own pockets. I know that's a messed up way to say that, but that's how a lot of people who eat off of criminals, that's why they don't turn those criminals in, even if they believe in the crime or not.
Are you saying that his family and friends were eating off of him, so they didn't try to help him?
Yeah.
Or so you don't think like? Are you about to read these?
Yeah, let me read them real quick. Shout out to Aaron to Lucas. What do external things have to do with depression? Clearly a lot. Shout out to Time Wise for his tab, $10. Thank you so much. Also, shout out to Kudu live stream with the $5. Ignore men's mental health. Don't be mad if he deletes someone or whole family, since y'all don't want to take it serious. Go ahead, AR. And then we're gonna welcome in OG Do Dirty.
Yeah. I think that's kind of a messed up thing to say about the family and friends around a lot of these people. Because the family and friends aren't living off of their misery or allowing them to be miserable because they get money off of it or some shit like that. They're usually not even, like, most people in the streets aren't even making money. They're broke. They just, you know, they just do drills. Like, they got a little bit of money. Like, they share guns. They can't even afford their own guns. So to act like these people are millionaires or like they have some amount of money where their mom is still on Section 8. They living with their mom or their girlfriend. They can't afford their own place. Like most of the people in the streets are like that. So to act like they somehow have a decent amount of money that 5, 10 people around them can live off of them is crazy. We're not talking about hustlers here. We're not talking about drug dealers. We're talking about people doing dirt in the streets. They're like the name of their game isn't to sell and make money to buy a car or something. It's I'm gonna get back because of what you did to my friend or my cousin or something. So that's one. They don't have enough. They don't have enough money to. They don't have enough money to feed all these people that you claim are being fed by them, and so they won't help them. And I think a lot of these people go through the same shit. Their family member is going through the same shit. Their friend is going through the same shit. Their friend is probably in there doing the dirt with them. And so they're all going through the same shit. And granted, it is a cycle. It's a thing that you can say that they cause themselves by, retaliating, and it's retaliation, blah, 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 blah. But at the same time, they're all going through it. And some people don't want to be helped. You reach out to them. They're like, I don't want to hear that. This motherfucker killed my cousin. I'm going to get back. Other people are like, it might get through to them for a second, but then something happens and then they pop off. They self-medicate with a bunch of different drugs. So, I don't know. I think it's kind of a warped view and not really a reality of what these people go through, whether it's right or wrong, or whether they put themselves in that situation or not. But to say like their family and friends are just like, yeah, ha, 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 we don't care that you're depressed, give us some money is crazy to me.
I'm back, by the way.
Also,
Can I address him real quick?
Sure.
All right. So first and foremost, we're gonna go ahead and stop the BS. Like I was gonna go ahead and have the calm, cool conversation with AR, but right now I feel like he's gaslighting the world. Most people who are committing crimes aren't committing the crimes to stay broke. I don't know where you got that. Second of all, this person specifically was a jack boy, and most jack boys aren't just burning the way that they do. I don't know where you got that from either. Again, maybe you don't know the conversation that we're having. So again, most people who he was committing robberies while also Xing people off in the process. That means at some point, this wasn't just he did something raw to me and I decided to respond. This is, hey, this is my play and it's what I'm gonna do to make sure I ain't struggling. So again, even if you're only making $500, $400 a lick, whatever the case is, if the people around you are still eating off of that and they're profiting from it, knowing that you did it, it still follows the same scenario. Even if you say, well, most of the people ain't. All right, fine, whatever. But I'll even give you that. I'll give you the fact that maybe most people don't make enough money to support a lot of people. But when you're in the streets like that and you're actually helping the people around you, even if they know you're committing crimes, especially the magnitude of crimes that are committed, and you're doing it for them, they're not trying to help you because it's what's keeping you doing it. I don't know why you would say otherwise, because there are people who benefit from crimes that aren't the criminal themselves.
For sure, but even listen to what you're saying. You're saying this dude or a dude, it doesn't have to be him specifically, but just a dude, a jack boy or someone that's out there robbing. They get in. First of all, you're not getting $500 off of one robbery if you're robbing a person, which it sounds like he was doing a lot of since he was also Xing them off. I don't know what his alleged crimes were. And
he was doing house robberies of dope boys.
Okay, if you're gonna get, maybe he's grabbing enough stuff to blah blah blah, whatever. You're saying that there's a bunch of these people in the streets that are robbing everybody, right? That's what your claim is, that the majority of people in these streets are robbing people and getting $500 a lick. And how often are they robbing, right? Because $500, you do it for once a week, twice a week, 3 times. Let's do the math on this and realize that what you're saying it doesn't match up to reality. You would have to rob a lot, and not just you, but everybody else around you is, by your admission or by your assumption, is also doing this robbing. So everybody's getting robbed for $500 multiple times a week, and not like that doesn't even make any sense. It doesn't make sense. So to say, like, I understand that. I
don't know why you're conflating those two things. I understand where you're coming from, bro. I do. I'm not saying you're wrong either.
We don't have to get on that. The point being is that I've never been in my experience and the experiences I've seen, I've never seen people around people that are doing this stuff not say, hey man, get a job. A lot of people can't get a job. If you off someone, you're probably not able to get a real job anymore. If you were known. You can't go work at McDonald's. You can't go work somewhere like at that point anymore. That's how a lot of people have died. They've died on the job because dudes found out where they worked and they came and offed them.
Fair.
It's not a legitimate to say like
All
nobody
right.
tried to help him or something.
I think that kind of. I think y'all both kind of agree. I don't know if it's worth to continue because Shadow kind of agrees with most of what you're saying. He don't. He just don't like the totality of the frame. I'm assuming. Okay.
That's accurate.
All right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna allow Mont with his clean mouth now get a little dirty with verbal, and then we're gonna introduce OG Do Dirty to the conversation. Go ahead, everybody. Hate Mont.
Yeah, so I understand what she's saying, but I think she may be I don't think. All right, so when it comes to depression and things like that, I believe in every case is not the same, right? So for example, when it comes to like my son or something like that, I know my son better than anybody. And I know that as far as with him, if they give him, if they coddle him, right, or if they give him the support that you're talking about, I know what that's going to make him do. He'll be like, I'm gonna fight every fucking day now. I'm gonna fight every day because I hate school and I don't feel like learning, and I'd rather be in here drawing a picture, right? So I know that that's what's going to happen with my son if they do that with him. Now there are other children who may need that type of support in that moment, right? But I think it's all about a balanced perspective and knowing what each person needs, right? Like I'm very, when it comes to my son, I'm very what I want to say, I'm very affectionate, right? So my kids love the hell out of me because I'm always giving them hugs and kisses and stuff like that. Like I'm picking my son big as shit, but I still pick him out when he asks me to. But yeah, I believe in a balanced perspective. So when I was talking about the other guy and I said that there's something to what he's saying, because some men just need to be told like to be a man sometimes. Hold on one second. Yo, I'm busy. Some men just need to be told to be a man sometimes, and some women just need to be told you need to be a girl, right? It's literally some women who haven't gotten cute and pretty and they're depressed because they just not getting dressed they're not getting dressed anymore, right? You can like, yo, do your makeup, like do your makeup, get cute, go outside. You like sometimes that's for them, that makes them feel a lot better because they haven't done that in a long time, right? And then some men that just need to be told like, yo, come on, let's go do some man shit, right? Like some people need to be told that, but so it's different things and different scenarios where people need to be told certain things. So that's all I was saying was like there could be something to what he's saying, in certain scenarios, but not. I don't believe that it's a blanket solution to tell every man to like shut the fuck up and go, go lift something heavy.
Okay. I'm not sure, Verb. You want to respond to that, or you good?
Yeah, no. Yeah, so when I was making my comment, I was basically just I mean I was going off of what you said in the moment and how you said it, and then just in the juxtaposition with Labuto, a complete and total troll, right? But I absolutely 100% agree with you. I agree with everything you said, except when you said that some men need to just be told to be men and some women just need to be told to be girls. That's a problem. Okay. That's
Well,
you
was
should
it
have
was it
said
was it
women
the
need to be
verbiage?
told to be women. Yeah, if men need to be told to be men, then women need to be told to be women, not girls. Because
Yeah,
there is a difference. And we do, we, and I'm saying we lightly because I don't, but people like to not delineate between what is a woman and what is a girl, and that's why we have certain situations with girls and certain sector of men who see them as women. So I just like to make sure that we're always using the right words. So
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, that's fair, right? And from the way that I was saying it was, how like some women might say that they're girly. You're like,
Mhm.
oh, I'm a girly girl, right? Or some you might see a comment where
Mhm.
sometimes a woman be like, I'm just a girl, right? Because she don't know how to do something. So it was coming from that perspective, but I understand like sometimes a woman need to just go be a woman, right? So yeah,
Yeah,
I can
and I
fuck with
think
that.
you're absolutely correct. And when it comes to you know as far as women, and probably it's this way for men too. I mean, just humans in general. I think that it is very important to keep yourself up and make yourself feel good, because
Mm,
yeah, when you take care of yourself, and you're looking good, you can maybe not feel so good on the inside, but shit, at least your hair is looking fly. You know what I'm saying? Your
mm,
face is beat, your nails are done, you feel good in your clothes, and it does lift your spirits. If anyone who has experienced feeling, down or depressed or what have you, it doesn't make you feel better when your hair's all over the place and you ain't took a shower in 4 days.
damn. Mm. All right. I like that. We getting somewhere today. I appreciate everybody. Let me welcome into the show. OG, Do Dirty. What is your thoughts? What's your commentary?
On which one? You talked about several different things. I didn't want to talk about what they just got through talking about at all.
Okay. Yeah, speak your mind. That's why I said what you want to speak about.
Oh, okay.
I mean, why he sounding so aggressive?
Oh, my fault, love. I didn't mean I just the way I talk. My fault. I mean, what you want me to do? I mean, just
stop yelling at me, OG.
I'm sorry, Sharon.
I'm gonna drop down. I gotta go. I'm gonna drop down. I gotta go in my office. I'm not gonna be up here to verbally assassinate y'all for a while, so I got to go. All right.
All right.
But I'll be in the clouds. Okay, bye.
There you go, OG. Stop yelling at us.
Yeah, that's crazy, fam. I didn't even know I was yelling, bro. I gotta figure this out, bro. This is crazy work, bro. You two people. Now, so let me ask you a question, Sharon, before I say the statement I'm gonna say, sir. Why would you say this dude was depressed?
First of all, he already self-admitted that he was depressed. That's number one. In his live stream, after he pew-pewed her, he got on live saying that he was depressed, and then he offed himself. And also he offed people in his own community, people that he know. And him and his girl was doing that together. So I think this young man, he was not moving with rational thought. He was moving emotionally, and that's all a part of the chemical imbalance, which shows that it's a strong possibility that this young man was going through depression at the young age of 25, in my opinion.
Okay, so only reason why I asked you that, bro, I didn't watch this video several times, and while they was talking, I went back and looked at it just to make sure. I ain't heard that nigga say he was depressed not one time. Now, he was talking about the situation, but never coming out his mouth saying he was depressed. He was mad at himself for having to murk his baby mama because of what she was doing, to Shadow's point. But I might be wrong, though. You might have seen something I didn't see. Dude, was you listening to somebody else talking about the video, or was you listening to him doing the video and
I
you heard
him
him
talk.
say it?
Yeah, I watched him talk.
You watched him talk? And he said it?
Yeah, he said it.
I don't believe he was depressed. I'm kind of with Shadow on this one, bro. It was a decision that he made.
So if it's not depression, what breeds this demon time wanting to delete somebody? Also delete somebody that you love, and then go ahead and delete yourself. What is that?
Facing a whole lot of years and not able to see your kids, not be able to see the light of day no more. The dude was already on prohibited, you know what I'm saying, motion because of the case that he was in, a murder case, so-called murder case that he was already dealing with the chick from another situation when they was robbing people. And I guess she told on him, and, you know, he had to go and get rid of her. Now, let's just keep it real. If you're already in a murder case and they saying that you did this and you're fighting it, but you went on live and you literally did what you said that you didn't do in the other case, but you did it on live, how many years you think you're going to get, Sharon? Do you think they're going to add both years together as consecutive? They're going to get you for the murder that you just did on live. You told on yourself. The other one, they just going to go ahead and convict you of it, brother. They know you out here murdering people. You just murdered your girlfriend on live.
God damn it. Don't say murder so goddamn much.
Oh, my fault, bro. Delete it. My fault. I'm sorry. You know, man, I be forgetting about these politics y'all be doing on YouTube, bro. I don't mess with that type of stuff. That stuff don't stop your channel from growing. Y'all need to stop saying that. If YouTube want to get you out of here for your language or whatever, believe me, They'll do you like they do everybody else. They'll send you a message to tell you that you're foul or whatever else. Correct this and this and
They
that.
do.
I ain't never had a problem. And I say words crazier than what y'all say on here. So
They be sending me emails. They be sending me emails saying like, "Hey, y'all be wilding."
That's what they be sending to you. You be wilding. Yeah, I know you lying now, but I ain't gonna go there with you.
That's what
It's
they
30
said.
words.
They said y'all be wilding.
Okay.
They're like, we understand the name of the show, but y'all be wilding. Calm down.
Well, you know my money is good. Whenever you can produce that, I'll send you $100. No, but that's my thoughts on it, bro. I just believe that it was a bad situation. He was at the point, bro, where he just broke all the way down, bro, because he know his decisions that he was making, bro, was going to keep him impending his life in jail, bro, for the rest of his existence. So he just went ahead and deleted himself. I mean, you could tell the way he was talking in that video, bro, that he knew he had messed up, all the way messed up. He took it too far. He let his emotions get a little bit too much on him. And you know what I'm saying? He made an emotional decision to delete himself, which I do not recommend to nobody. I do not do that.
So are you somebody that don't actually give that much weight to depression in men?
I do, but this wasn't that. Because I heard somebody say earlier that he was chemically unbalanced or something like that. Somebody had said that earlier.
Most likely. And
then it was several people up here that told them that y'all don't know what chemically unbalanced is. So I just left that alone. I mean, like y'all more experts than everybody else. So I just left it alone. I mean, there's no reason to talk about it if you already got a consistent answer on what you think it is.
Well,
I guess my issue is, AR.
I was just going to ask, for those that don't, they're saying like, no, it's not the depression thing or whatnot. Do you guys feel like people that are depressed, that depression has an impact on their decision making?
Right.
Yes, but so do drugs.
Yeah,
that's fine. That's fine. The drugs do too. I don't think anybody is disagreeing with that. But if Sharon is saying, I think what Sharon's point is that it stems from, like, if he wasn't depressed, if he wasn't going through what he was going through and the depression and all that wasn't affecting his judgment, maybe he wouldn't have made the decision he made.
Right.
Oh, he made the decision that he made because of how. But again, this is a feelings thing. If you hear him talk, he said he didn't want to do it, but then he kept on saying he didn't have a choice because he got burnt by her. This is the person that said he wanted to be with, right? And he had supposed to been having a child with or whatever else, but I don't know about that either because he's supposed to be married to another dude living with somebody else. But he kept on saying, I can't believe she did this to me. She did this to me. She's supposed to be his ride or die or whatnot. So,
but isn't that kind of like a stemming from the depression? Like if you're depressed and you like feel like everything is against you, or that you don't have anything positive in your life, and this one person is the only positive aspect of your life, and then they turn on you, then that's the last positive thing, and then so you lash out at that. Well, I think that's what, I don't know. Maybe I don't know if Sharon is asking that, but I feel like that's kind of what, or at least that is an aspect of it that I'm not really hearing you guys talk about, which is he could have been on the last leg. She was the only, light in his life. And because he was depressed about everything else and feeling down about everything else, she did this. And it just was like, I'm already depressed and now I have nothing. So now I'm just going to off myself.
I believe that he was hurt. I believe that, I'm like, from what I heard, I just believe that he was hurt. He talked about that part more than being depressed. I didn't hear not one time he say he was depressed on there. He said he was upset, bro, that he couldn't believe that she told on him after he done so much for her, paid for her, do this, took care of the kid. He was doing all type of stuff, and they was outside doing jacks. And again, doing jacks, kind of what Shadow was saying. I don't know how in the world y'all got $500 from a dope man, from a dope boy. That's crazy work. Most of them in the trap house, bro, you have buku money, at least. I mean, at the minimum, bro, a pound, bro, is $1,600. I mean, I don't know what y'all talking about.
I was gonna say 16 easy.
You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, but beyond that part, I just believe he made a decision that because he felt that she had did him dirty, and I guess he felt like the streets was, you know what I'm saying, the street code or whatever. Like Shadow said, bro, you snitched on me. I was gonna get away with her deletion that I was supposed to been getting charged with, but you told on them and told them something that they didn't even know. So now I'm gonna get convicted of it. So he took her out.
So
I don't
the
think that's
fact that
depression.
this
That's what
man
I'm saying. She was responsible
so the fact
for what was
so
going to happen to
do
him
y'all equate
because she
do y'all
told on him.
equate and
It's
do
a whole
y'all
different
hold on.
monster when you're.
Do y'all
Yeah.
do y'all equate emotion depression only with being like sad and crying? Is anger the way how men react with anger and irrational thoughts? Can we consider that possibly, at least possibly, as depression as well?
Yeah, no, that's
Being
fine. I
risk.
can see that. No, I can agree with you.
Okay, Shada agrees to it. OG Do Dirty, do you agree to that as well?
For the sake of the conversation, yeah, I was gonna say yeah.
Oh, for the sake of it. Okay. Everybody hate mine. Do you agree with that could be a form of depression for men?
Which part can be a form of depression?
Risk taking, being emotionally angered, doing things that are irrational, always reacting emotionally. Can those be signs
1,000%.
of depression for a man?
Yeah, 1,000%.
Okay, everybody hate mine says that as well. AR, same question for you.
Yeah.
All right, so if we all agree that that is a part of the pressure for men, why are we saying that this young man was not depressed when he displayed all of those things? He risk take, he put his life on the line by robbing people that he know that have guns and don't care about human life as well. He making his last decision in life shows how much reckless behavior he actually engages in, that he's willing to take his own. So why are we not calling a thing where we can literally see that this young man was going through some kind of form of depression, according to what we just communicated
Agreed.
on his panel?
Here's why. Because there's two things that are really important to depression: the lack of interest in activities and the desire to continue doing things. He didn't feel empty because he was clearly angry about what happened with that betrayal. It wasn't just him saying, "Oh yeah, well I feel like he actually had valid emotions that he had full control of, which is why he made the conscious decision to do what he did to his baby mama. It wasn't just a spur of the moment thing. He was like, "Hey, you did this, and that's your consequence because you violated me." I'm not saying I'm saying it's not depression. To me, it's more antisocial because he saw value in everything else more than the people around him. So that's why he was able to go be a jack boy. That's why he was able to put bodies down, because he didn't care. I'm just saying, I see why we're pointing to depression, but depression isn't what I would have called it. Landed.
Interesting. Don't want to call it depression. You just want to call it anger issue. I think the issue is that we don't want to put a jacket on no man without anything that sounds negative towards men. We don't want to put no jacket on.
Things?
Because we don't want to, like, after we agreed that all the traits that he's displaying is signs of depression for men, then we also will go ahead and say, well, Shadow just went ahead and said that, I still don't believe that he is depressed. I think
because some of the key factors of depression he didn't exhibit. He clearly made a conscious decision to do what he did to someone else because of how he felt about it. It wasn't just him having a lack of response. It wasn't just a consistent. He consistently pulled this train. He had a modus operandi of being a nutcase. Like he was a beast. It is what it is. He was on demon time.
But isn't depression also not that you don't have anything worth living for, that you don't see any brightness, not necessarily that those things, but all that the thing that you're depressed about or these other things just overtake it? Because like Robin Williams obviously had money, he had kids, he had fame, he had all this stuff, so he had stuff to live for. But it came to and it just seems like whatever it was that was bothering him came to a point where it was like it overtook the rest of that, and so I guess I'm still confused about.
So I agree with you.
Why he couldn't be depressed?
I agree.
Not that he was necessarily.
So, but Robin Williams actually consistently expressed feelings of emptiness. It's something he spoke about regularly. That's one of the
Do
key
people?
factors
Well,
of
hold on. Do
depression.
people in the the black community doesn't really have that, right? Especially in the streets to express those emotions. So even if someone's depressed in the streets, they're not going to, generally speaking, they're not going to talk about those things. You know, you're not going to see a dude in the streets constantly on Instagram talking about, oh, I'm sad, I'm this, I'm that. And especially when they take drugs, they do a whole bunch of drugs to get over it. Smoke weed, pop pills, whatever they have to do to you know, get by is what they do.
But I think putting depression, a blanket of depression on every man who acts out is not the right response, because there's other psychological conditions that he could definitely have been going through because of the drugs. Like there's a whole psychological condition based on drug use.
I don't disagree.
So you're rather
the
say
thing is that Ron is saying, why is it not depression? And you got, and it doesn't, to me, it's not, I'm not hearing why it wasn't. Like, why was he not, like, why could it not have been depression?
Because based on what he was saying himself, his intent and why he did what he did, it wasn't just a matter of him being sad. It wasn't just a matter of, oh, well, I feel empty because of what I did. The reason he did what he did was because she betrayed him. He put more value on the code that he was moving on than the life of the person that he excommunicated. I'm just saying, like, I see why you're trying to blame depression, but depression isn't the only answer.
I'm not trying to blame anything. I'm just asking questions.
Well, my answer to that is simple, AR. It's because he did a crime online that he couldn't get away with, and he know he was going to get locked up for the rest of his life without no parole.
Right. My thing is, he was afraid. I think he was scared to go to jail because now he knew he got caught. It wasn't just the fact that he got caught. He got told on by the one person who he trusted not to tell on him. That's a different level of betrayal, especially in the streets. You can't just say, oh, no, that depressed him. No, that pissed him off because he beat his case and then somebody gave up the gun. You see what I'm saying? Like, that doesn't make sense.
I think what it is that I think, go ahead, Mike. You're on mute, Mike, if you say something. Yeah.
No, I don't think that's a reason to say he's not depressed at all. Because like most cases, when somebody catch a body and they go into jail, most cases you don't off yourself. He offed us. He did that to himself, right?
Yeah, he did it himself. Yeah.
Yeah, that highlights some sort of that's not normal. Most guys just go and do their life in jail, or they think they're gonna beat the case, right? So like for him to do that, it definitely can say that he was going through something mentally.
Absolutely.
Well, I would like to remind you making a good point, right? Just like AR and Sharon, everybody making good points. Again, these are our opinions, right? My opinion is, if this dude, not the telling part, not she told him, he literally did a crime on camera. He literally told on himself. He went on Facebook Live and walked around and said that he did this to his girlfriend and told the reason why. So they got everything they need to convict this dude, including he already gonna go to jail for the other stuff that she just told on him about. That's why I said what I said. Now, if y'all would have told me that, you know, his family was looking for him and he was, you know what I'm saying, in his own little bubble, you know what I'm saying, he was displaying those things that Sharon was saying over time, I would be like, yeah, he was depressed because he deleted somebody, and the lack of, now he's depressed. You know what I'm saying? That feeling that he got. Usually, so the question I got for you guys, how fast do depression set in? Can it be seconds?
There's no. I don't think there's any time limit.
No, depression
can be a little bit of time.
It has to last longer than 2 weeks.
Years long thing.
No, depression has to take longer than 2 weeks, though.
So what about the fact that when
medically diagnosed,
how about the fact?
Depression, sure.
How about the fact that when he did the mission that he was in the court case for, that he threw up after he deleted those people that
Well, he said he never threw up, if I remember correctly from the video I watched.
Yeah, he said he never threw up. She's saying he did throw up, right? So we got to, you know, whether, you know.
Well, we're going by. I think we should just stick by what his words were, because we don't even know if she said that. We're saying what we're hearing. Well, I don't know if it was in paperwork or something, but he's saying that she said that. and he's saying that he never threw up. So I think we should just go by him.
I don't think we heard nothing from her.
So we could tell that he was probably heavily self-medicated. What about him heavily medicating himself, whether it's weed, alcohol, or something else? Can we consider heavily medicating yourself as a form of depression as well?
All right, I'm tapping out of this one. Like, I see we're gonna keep going back to depression. Like, there could be 15 other subsections, and we're like, nope, it's depression.
Like, so what is the other? What is the other?
This
thing?
dude was
so
I'll keep it a buck. He was a sociopath.
So hold on. So I'm going by a premise. Like, just to say it could be 10 other things doesn't mean anything for the conversation. If you have a better explanation, say, hey, no, I believe is X, Y, Z because my evidence point towards this. Not just I don't know what it is, you don't know what it is, so we shouldn't call it anything. We should just chalk it up to crazy men doing crazy things.
I believe it could have been either antisocial personality disorder or sociopathy. He could have also been delusional. There's a list of things that he could have fallen under. Most of it compiling to end up being borderline, because based on his age, the group of men that seem to follow in that same category, borderline's been increased because it has so many subsects of a lot of other things. AR is like, what if he's seen his people again? That could have added PTSD, which falls under borderline. What if he was sad because his baby mama told on? Okay, depression. Right. I'm saying, what if you're trying to definitively define this man as depressed?
When we have these conversations, everything about a man is what if. Every single thing. No matter what conversation.
Bro, you're trying to stand on depression.
It could be this. It could be that. It could be this. Also, it could have happened this. Also, this possibly could have happened to him. And we never have any clear direction that we're going to when we are talking about men and their mental health, even though we clearly see what somebody is going through. We see that they're going through something, but we try to act like, oh, maybe the issue is this. He go ahead and punches a wall, and he punches the wall because he has an argument. Oh, that was just one thing. He was just going through something. We keep saying, maybe if, and what if this, and maybe if the sun was on a 30-degree angle, and then the sun popped up and the shade was hitting him when the breeze went by, maybe he wouldn't have been so upset. All these what ifs, we keep giving men excuses and just calling something, not just everything is a what if. Everything.
Would you guys agree that whether you want to say that he offed himself and his girl because he was depressed, would you say that depression played a part in his decision making to get there? Okay, good talk.
No, look, I've been playing this game with y'all long enough that I see when it happens, when it's happening. No matter what, y'all are gonna keep jumping back to depression, and y'all are completely negating. Y'all are negating every other
with you. I'm
action
asking
that
you as if even if I'm saying even if we were to agree with everything that you're saying, hey, it wasn't necessarily depression that made him off himself and his girl. I'm asking you if it played a part in getting there. Because it can be one of those other 10 things that you talk about. That's why he actually made the decision to do it. I'm asking you if depression played a part in getting to where he was at.
Sure, I accepted that earlier. One of the things I also said was, if you actually put it in perspective, unless we know somebody who he knew specifically, we can't even pin it on depression for two big reasons. Because depression is systematic. It takes time to actually fit under depression. Again, I think this dude was just erratic. He made decisions because he wanted to make decisions. In reality, he made a lot of sociopathic decisions. And those sociopathic decisions is what led him to off his baby mama. Then he realized, oh no, I'm still going to jail. So he could have also, again, a lot of people are willing to commit crimes, but they're not willing to do the sentence for the crime attached to it. Mont said a lot of men go to jail. A lot of those men also aren't depressed. A lot of those men also don't have other underlying psychological conditions. But there are a number of men who can be threatened with a year in prison and they'll self-delete because no, they're not going to do it. So I understand there's two extremes on both sides of that. Some people are just so afraid of prison that they will literally just say, nope, you can take me in a body bag before you take me in cuffs. Like that's a whole phrasing. There are people in prison now who would say the same thing. The next time they come for me, they're going to have to take me out because they don't want to go back to jail. That means you don't want to face the consequence of what was going on that led you to go to jail anyway.
I'm gonna stick to my same thing. I ain't gonna change, bro. I believe the nigga was in his. I believe he was in his emotions.
Do you think crime is associated with depression?
I can see it. I can see it. I ain't gonna say 100%, but I can see it.
Sean, do you believe most crime is committed with through depression? I'm just trying to understand what you're asking because I don't really get it. Like, are you asking, is most crime underlying depression underlying most crimes or criminal activity?
I'm saying, so this way we could be actually clear. I think I say the 51% of people that are committing crimes in the hood are depressed young men, and that's why they are doing the things that they are doing. They are sad and they want to make somebody else sad. They have lack of wanting to do any kind of hobby. They lazy. That's why they smoke weed all day, because they are depressed. They stay in the house and play video games all day, smoking weed, drinking alcohol, because they are depressed. They have lack of energy because they are depressed. They do not make good decisions because they are depressed. That's what I'm saying.
I can take that. Yeah, I can see that. I can see depression underlying a lot of crimes. A number of different types of crimes, at least.
Only on the cannabis part, you gotta eat. What do y'all have against cannabis? What is so terrible about weed?
It's terrible. What are you talking about? What's terrible about it? It makes you lazy. And
well, some of the things that I have an issue with is the things that I just said. It makes I think, from what I observe, it makes majority of people that overly use it, it makes them lazy. It makes them slower. They have slower reaction time. They want to just consume that. And I think it is a form of depression for majority of people that are using it.
And let me just make this clear, make sure I heard you right. You said overly used, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not gonna have nothing else to say. I just, I hate when people talk about something they have no idea about it. Just to let y'all know, Sharon already know I'm a legal cannabis grower, so I don't really take too much on what you guys' opinions is. I'm just cool, but when you try to make it an end all be all, that's why I asked Sharon that question. He said overly used. I can agree with him on that. And
yeah, it's just like with alcohol. Like I'm not going to say something like
abuse. Yeah, abuse. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so like even like somebody that takes a shot once every 3 months, I'm not going to say that he is the same as an alcoholic. We all will say alcoholic, that person is going through some kind of depression. Majority of people that are alcoholics, they got some form of depression going on in their body, right? And I don't know why when it comes to weed, whatever is the word for the same level of abuse, alcohol, and
the
we
double
can find
standard.
a word for the cannabis situation, why we can't say that is a form of depression as well.
Well, it's because I don't believe that alcoholism is only based on depression. I believe it could be impulse control related too. Some people just enjoy being intoxicated. Like it's theirs. Like it's weird. Everybody knows that one person that seems to be more sober when they're drunk than they are when they're sober, because they just drink so much. But it's not always depression related. So I guess I understand where you're coming from, that yeah, people could use alcohol to self-medicate depression, but I don't believe alcoholism is strictly tied to That's all I'm getting at. All these things aren't strictly tied. I think abusing anything can lead to depression because when you then lose that thing that you're abusing, you then become. Wait, abusing is a safe word, right? As long as we're using it in the proper context.
Yeah, you're
Yes, it
fine.
is now.
Okay. Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is when you're abusing it and you have access to it, that's one thing. And when you lose access to it, then it could systematically create a depression in you. That's a whole different story.
So
I think
are you saying? So
depression
you
can
saying they got
stem.
some? So you saying not all alcoholics are depressed?
Yes, I'm saying not
Is that
all alcoholics are
that's
depressed, but
some
a lot
alcoholics
of
are doing
people
it
who are
because
depressed,
so some alcoholics are doing it because they want to have fun.
yeah,
Yes.
and they have
That's
impulse control
crazy.
issues.
Yeah, most of these college students, are alcoholics, functioning alcoholics, and they're doing it to party for sure.
But then, would you
Yeah,
say, AR,
I don't
after
think that.
years of doing that, what could it lead them to being depressed? I think it could.
Absolutely.
If
I
they're
don't think I
abusing
really
it
know
every
what
day,
alcoholics
you know
are.
what I'm saying?
I think that I don't know if alcohol itself will lead someone to be depressed, but yeah, it would definitely it would have an impact on why they're depressed for sure. It would shape their judgment, it kills brain cells, it does all these harmful
Right.
things. You're gonna have a different outlook on things, you're gonna have terrible judgment. It hinders your development. So yeah, like it would definitely lead to it's not alcohol necessarily itself, but the effects of
Yes.
alcohol, yeah, for sure.
Okay, I agree with you on that.
And I think they even have. I'm sorry.
But it's the same way.
Never mind.
But I don't know why people ask that about weed. Like, yeah, it doesn't like y'all. A lot of y'all have like this. Like weed is like the Bible or something. It's like you can't criticize it. It's like everything about it is just the greatest thing ever, and it has no harmful effects whatsoever. And it's just I find it to be pathetic, and it really shows. Y'all talk about that like alcoholics talk about alcohol. Oh, it's not that bad. I only drink every now and then, and they drink him daily. Oh, it's not that like it's the sanctimonious, whatever it is, the sacrilegious, whatever term people view.
I think it's
weed is
I
insane.
think AR is because there's a lot of people that smoke weed all day that are not undepressed, and they kind of have to defend it for some strange reason. And when we know somebody that is drinking alcohol on girls' night or a shot of something after work, we're not calling them alcoholics. So I don't know why when we tell like if you're abusing it, that's a problem. It's a lot of people that is very functional that drink every night right before they go to sleep.
They're still alcoholic. They're a functioning alcoholic. It's just like you're a functioning pothead.
I don't know about functional alcoholic, but yes,
they are. If you drink every day, you're alcoholic. Don't let Sharon lie to you. If you drink every day, you're an alcoholic.
I just want y'all to stay consistent. Like I said, that's the only reason why.
I think if you get drunk every day, then yes, I would say you.
No, if you're drinking every day, and I just want to be tipsy, it helps me because this, that, and the other. You're an alcoholic. It helps me go to sleep. You're an alcoholic. You're relying upon alcohol to function. You're a functioning alcoholic. Like there is no way around it. We don't have to sugarcoat this shit because people do this shit all the time. Like
why I can't sugarcoat? They've been sugarcoating this whole stream.
What I'm not.
By definition, he's not wrong.
All right, hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me welcome into the show the beautiful MJ. Good day, MJ. How you doing? We brought her out the clouds. Good day to you.
I can't believe you brought me out of retirement. What's going on with you? What's going on? Yeah. So Sharon, I'm going to disagree with you. I don't think that you're talking about. I don't think that he's depressed. Do I believe he has mental issues? Absolutely. Do I believe he was showing signs of mental issues? Yes. But I don't think he was depressed at all. And the reason why I say that is because when he was out there doing jobs and hurting his community and taking other men in his community or women in his community's lives, was he depressed then? I think it was OG who said that he didn't throw up, even though the girlfriend or the baby mother who ratted on him was trying to say that he was affected by it by throwing up. He said, no, I didn't even throw up. So he wasn't depressed then. His depression didn't make him inflict, I guess, physical harm on himself either. Sometimes people tend to lose sleep, they don't eat. Those are also signs of depression too. A dirty house, not being clean. Like there's so many things that depression fall under. And I understand that there is a possibility, because none of us are psychologists, or none of us are, a sociologist that can confirm or deny that he had depression or not. But I just feel that what he did, especially after unaliving his girlfriend and then taking his life, he was pretty much retaliating, right? That betrayal. She betrayed him. He was like, I'm gonna just send you off. And he was like, I don't have anything else to live for. I'm not gonna get out of this. If anything, if I was gonna say depression, I'll say he had a depression of being able now to actually deal with his consequences. That's what he feared the most. He was depressed about that. Like, he was not going to get out of not dealing with his consequences, because he got away with a lot of stuff for a whole lot of time. That depression wasn't there, especially if he's on Facebook, basically clouting and stunting off the fact that he had done egregious things. So no, I don't think it's depression. Mental illness, absolutely. Shadow touched on it. Being bipolar personality, a sociopath, or even on the line of psychopath. That's what I see with him.
So the reason why I think it is depression, I'm pretty sure if we was able to, if we was to see him and we was to go have a deep dive in how he's living, what his house look like, what his room look like, I'm pretty sure it's probably dirty, right? I'm pretty sure it is not clean at all. From the way how he communicate, the way how he is doing these missions with his girlfriends. I'm sure that he was living a dirty lifestyle. I'm sure of it that when he was acting as if he was doing something happy, that was just for the people to see him living good. But in reality, a lot of the people that are pushing out this good lifestyle of I'm doing all this degenerate behavior, but I'm successful at it. Majority of them are depressed and they going through something and they don't know how to communicate their depression. That's why they don't have no other hobby than robbing. This is why they self-medicate themselves, whether it's weed, alcohol, or those pills, or a combination of all three. So I think this young man was not being helped properly. He had probably anger issues from a very young age for whatever happened in his life or whoever was missing in his life. And when and we all know in these horrible neighborhoods, if we go to a good amount of houses, you'll see how dirty they houses are. We'll see the pissy goddamn mattresses. We'll see all the goddamn roaches. We see depression when you walk in those walls. You feel that stress when you walk inside some of these neighborhoods. And people keep trying to act like just because they are not that depressed person living in the hood, that means that everybody else is not depressed. And that's the issue that I'm having.
No, I understand that. But see, the thing about it is you got to be, depression is very broad, right? And if you really think about it, anybody can form a temporary, whether they were rejected, they hurt themselves, they injured themselves, they're not getting the money they used to, they lost a relationship, they divorced. Those are temporary. So I think they fall under the to is I don't know. I think there was some intentionality in it. Like, he seemed very intentional with the thing about him committing those type of crimes and why he did it. And then we all could tell why he did what he did to his baby mama, because she was angry at him. She squealed on him, even though they were doing it together. He was already fighting a case. So we could already assume that was the reason why he wanted to end her life. He didn't say, oh, I'm ending her life because I was going through so much with her. She was so toxic and driving me crazy. No, his whole word was, I did everything for her. And everything I was doing for her and our family. And she betrayed me like this. So we understand why he did it. And I think that we got to be careful, right? Because if you start saying depression, people can start abusive people, whether it's men or women. They can start using it and saying that that's depression, right? And we have had that a lot too. We see people unalive their significant other, their family members, their moms, their uncles, and stuff like that. And then this word depression is just put on them. Oh, they were going through so much. No, we can call calling exactly what it was. They were going through some mental issues, absolutely, right? But I think we really need to be careful with depression, because sometimes some people do bad things because they're bad people, and we're just gonna have to accept that.
Mm. Okay, he is a bad human being. That's what I thought. He definitely took more away from the neighborhood than he added to society. That's 100% true. So in that sense, you ain't gonna have no argument there. I think if we don't start catching these things a little earlier in our young men, we are always going to get put in a position where their violence and their anger is always going to be just them being considered bad, and we never are going to get to catching the symptoms before it goes full blown to what this young man's doing, because this is happening a lot. And if they look, it's happening a lot. We all understand there's an uptick in all of this, even for women as well. There's an uptick in women deleting themselves as well. So there's something going on. I don't know if it's something in the water, something in the, it's something going on in the food. And I'm not sure what it is that we can't keep ignoring it. And we got to start having some kind of deep dive and try to figure out what the hell is going on.
No, I agree, absolutely, because men's mental health is very important. And men's mental health is very important, but it has to be more important to men, right? So I'm glad that you're definitely having this conversation with other men, and you're talking it out, and you're talking about signs or things that or you have experienced, or even they have experienced, that was, hey, that was when I was in a dark place. I was in a dark place, and I had to find a way to get out of it. And most of the time when you're in a dark place, you can have support, but you really have to be the one to get yourself out of a dark place. You can try to be as supportive as much as possible. If the person ain't going to do the work, then you might have the same outcome. Sometimes you might have the same outcome. So yeah, I mean, I enjoyed the conversation. I just wanted to say my opinion. Nobody has to agree with me. I just don't believe that he was depressed. The way how he moved didn't seem like depression to me. It just seemed like he wanted to escape consequences, something that he's been doing his whole entire life, escaping consequences.
Damn. Escaping consequences. Shit. Whew. So what we gonna do about this? Shout out, these young black men just want to escape consequences. And
that's problem number one. Sorry, I didn't realize you were still talking. No, I think I agree with MJ completely. The reason, I think there's a stark difference between sadness and depression, but chronic sadness is something that we as men need to look out for in other men, to be like, hey, there's something going on. Even if they don't want to talk about it, by somebody on the outside bringing it up to you, it gives you the opportunity to self-reflect. And I think that self-reflection is a problem. Yeah, consequences, people want to escape consequences. I mean, people want to do dirt, but they don't want to get caught holding the bag. So, like, people want the lifestyle of a criminal without doing the time of a criminal. And the problem is, like, if more people really realize what kind of penalties come with doing crimes, most people wouldn't do the crimes. I really believe that.
So what about the necessity part of crime? They feel like that's the only option, especially for men. Men are risk takers, right? And a lot of time men would do something criminal, especially in America, so they could eat. What about that?
I mean, sometimes you got to do what you got to do in order to make sure that you survive to the next day. But again, just like we said yesterday, whatever you do, just because you got the First Amendment right to say something doesn't mean you got the First Amendment right to not get consequences for it. So I think those are necessary.
So a lot of men go by, I got to get rich or die trying. A lot of men go through that kind of mentality.
But I think that's because of what we equate money to. I think there's a difference between being rich and being wealthy. And one of the biggest issues is a lot of people can get money but don't know what to do with it. So they sit there and have to hustle, don't know what to do with the money, waste it all, and then have to hustle again because they don't know what to do. So it becomes a never-ending cycle of, I can keep this instant gratification, which honestly is one lesson that I think you talk about a lot. We need to stop seeking instant gratification. Sometimes it takes a second, but usually when it takes a second, it's worth it.
Go ahead, MJ.
No, yeah, I totally agree. I do think that we are suffering as a society about instant gratification. It's something that you was talking about earlier about how everything is online and how it's also causing a lot of these mental issues and not being able to have healthy coping mechanisms. Like a lot of these social media apps and stuff is pretty much trauma bonding, right? And people are gravitating to each other because they have experienced the same thing or they find enjoyment in the same thing, whether if it's toxic or even good behavior, right? But this is what these social media apps, apps are doing now. This is so, yeah, I do think that instant gratification is an issue. And yeah, I want to go back to the get rich and die trying. Like, that get rich and die trying, it was supposed to be motivational, right? Per se, as in, you do whatever you have to do, whatever you take. Maybe most people have probably said, you know what, I do want to be rich, but I do think that people should focus on being wealthy. And if anything, focus on being stable, right? How about we change the narrative? Like going forward, not rich, don't try to get rich and die trying. How about be stable and live life? Let that be the new slogan.
I like it. I like it. And
honestly, I agree with MJ completely in that sentence. Everything she said, I think if we actually started praising people who work hard, praising people like what we do, talk about people who are growing, talk about people who took that long stride, and I've been on both sides of the street.
Yeah, and I think the issue is that we don't know what to call the degenerates in our neighborhood is another issue that I guess I'm having. They ain't depressed. We just call them bad people, which is, that's very subjective. Being bad, to somebody, I'm a bad person. You know what I mean? So a lot of these manosphere dudes, they say I'm a bad person. I'm bad for men and women. I'm bad for conversation. I'm a bad podcast. They say I'm bad all around. You know what I'm saying? I just like to be able to put something on it, whether it's right, wrong, or indifferent. I'd rather somebody prove that I'm incorrect and show me where is my incorrections at, then we just give them an excuse to just keep on pushing out the same degenerate behavior. Because if we could put something on it and we could start at least having a conversation, because men are afraid to go to therapy for whatever reason. They think that is the most punk thing to do in the world is go sit down and talk to somebody. They think the only kind of therapy, the only therapy is okay is alcohol, weed, and the gym.
But
Sean, I think most. Oh, sorry, my bad.
Oh no, I'm sorry. That I was just gonna say that's men's doing, right? And that's why y'all got to work together and not do that, right? Because I don't think per se that women, and I can't speak for all women, but I don't really think per se women really actually think that men know everything, right? And some men always say that women don't listen to them or things of that sort, right? So we understand that y'all have good points, great points, and y'all can have very bad points and y'all can make mistakes. We look at you as being human. I just think that the culture of men is like, since a man's supposed to decide everything, he's supposed to know how to do this and know how to do that, y'all become unteachable.
Damn.
You
That's a
know,
good point.
like y'all don't want to learn, like
And
actually
Aaron,
learn. Y'all experience. I'm sorry, Sharon. I was just gonna say y'all will experience whatever you have to experience. Oh, this is too high. Oh, maybe I might not do that anymore. Oh, I was able to get away with that. Oh, so maybe I could do it again. That's how y'all experience things. Y'all not. Yeah, you don't really want to like sit down and actually be like, okay, this is the reason why I don't think I should even try this or attempt this, right? Even if you are takers by nature, some things you can just actually look at and be like, you know what, the reward doesn't amount to the amount of consequences I can get from it.
and also Aaron Savage, you are more than welcome to hit the link. It is pinned, and we can have a discussion. You don't gotta cry. Or you can ask me a question through a super chat. One of the two. Welcome to the show. Good day. Welcome to the show. PH Diva, Supreme Vaginal Vessel. How you doing today?
Wonderful, sir. Good
Oh,
day.
there she go. Good
Good
day to you.
afternoon.
Hey. Okay, now what
What's your
happened?
thoughts?
Who deleted somebody and the girl? What situation are y'all
So is this young man, 25
talking
years
about? I
old. He
don't know
go
that
by
I'm
the name
familiar
of,
with this one.
his name is La Spill. I believe that's how you pronounce it. He's a rapper from Alabama. He been going around, him and his girlfriend, his baby mama, they've been going around setting dudes up and deleting them on the spot, taking them for their money. But recently they have broken up or something of that nature. And so since she didn't like the fact that whatever, he's going his own way, she went down to the precinct and she told on him. And he found out that she told on him. He wound up pew-pewing her in the house while his son was there. And then he went outside, hopped on Facebook Live, talked about what he did, and then he pew-pewed himself.
Okay, yeah, I ain't know nothing about this one. And this happened what, yesterday?
Yesterday.
No, okay. All right. Okay. And so I guess what is the discussion that you all are currently having about that incident?
Sharon thinks it's depression.
My main problem is that we are not recognized depression in young men when they dealing with their anger. They're not able to emotionally regulate. They are dealing with making irrational decisions. They put themselves in harm's way by risking their lives in multiple different situations. I think then the alcohol, drugs, weed, pills, whatever it is, are a combination of all these things. I believe that a lot of men are going through some form of depression, especially if you look at their room, you'll see how dirty it is and all these other things. I think we ignore these signs of young men going through some kind of form of depression, or maybe it's just a different form of mental health that I don't have a word for.
Now, my take, Diva, was I don't think it's depression. So I disagree with Sharon. I think that the only thing that man was depressed about is he was about to have to deal with the consequences that he wasn't going to be able to get out of it. Because this man has killed multiple people in his community. He wasn't depressed then. And the only reason why he took his baby mama's life was retaliation or betrayal. So I don't think he was depressed. He was on Facebook Live. He was clouting about the things that he have done, and basically slapping himself on the back like he was the man. So I don't think it was depression.
I think a lot of those depressed people that be bragging about the things that they're doing, I think a lot of those clout chasers are depressed, to be honest. I think they could perform very well. It's all performative, just like the tough guy act that they have. I think that's all performative. And I think they don't get the mental health that they need. And they just keep on moving out their life, hurting people after person after person. And if we could just catch it a little bit early, because this young man was only 25. And so, a lot of these young men, they grow up to be 35 and 40, never resolved anything, and then they turn to the lieutenant governor. That's my issue.
So,
I just think he's
okay.
a sociopath.
So now what? I'm sorry. I had got. I'm sorry.
Go
Can
ahead,
y'all hear me?
Diva. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Um. So what makes you like? Why do you think that the man was depressed?
First of all, he said it. That's number one. But the way how he can't control his emotions, he's irrational. He's just doing things. Most likely, I don't
Is
know
that
for
a
a fact, but he's probably doing.
symptom of depression?
Say that again. Diva's breaking up a little bit. So I think he don't have any
Irrational.
hobby.
Oh,
Okay, yeah, I think you're breaking up just a little bit. Go ahead, Diva. You can hear me, Diva? Okay, so I think the fact that a lot of people that go through the things that he's doing, they have this identity of hopelessness. I think a lot of people that are doing what he's doing, they have this
yes,
idea
I can
of
hear you.
worthlessness.
My bad.
Okay, okay. So,
I
so
was
Diva, I
doing.
think a lot of men, I think a lot of men that go through this, they have this feeling of hopelessness, sadness, worthiness. They lack being outside socially. They
But
are
he was outside,
they don't
right?
have,
Because he was out there shooting
huh?
up folks or pew pewing folks. So
Yeah,
he
but
was
that doesn't mean
outside.
no, no, that's a different kind of outside. Goddamn, we talk about.
He was out the door.
That's a whole completely different idea outside. I'm talking about outside socially, being part of community, laughing, joking, having fun. Most of the people that act like him, they are inside most of the time because they are worried about somebody getting them because they done got somebody already. So they ain't outside during the daytime. They come outside at night doing demon type of situations. They setting people up. So men like him, they showing a lot of signs of depression by being antisocial. They don't have too many homies and none of those type of things. I think they be having a difficult concentrating, to be honest with you. A lot of these men, they don't make good decisions. And I think all of these things is add up to depression, in my opinion.
Okay. So
And yes, he was only 25.
okay. So the different, I guess, symptoms that you mentioned are those outward behaviors that we can all see. So then we can see is one of those causes that is we very frequently use these days. But um, so that's a construction, right?
Mm,
S- So right, somebody
I don't know.
kind of slapped a label on some things. So
Mm,
okay, so like this is the thing. Oh, if my doctor tell me that I have anemia, right?
mm-hmm,
There's going to be an objective way for me to verify that, right? Because they gonna have me go to the doctor and they gonna draw some blood and do some blood work, right? So then they gonna hand me a paper that say how much iron my blood had in it, and then next to that in the next column it's gonna have the thresholds, right? So in order to
mm-hmm,
be normal you need to be between this and this. So
mm-hmm,
there's an objective way for me to say, oh yeah, I am anemic. Or if that blood test come back and it says that I have, over the threshold, then I can say, oh no, I'm not anemic. All right. With mental illness, depression being one of them, um, we don't have an objective test, right? It's based on somebody's opinion. It's a subjective diagnosis, right?
I don't know.
Yes, it's subjective. What test you
Mm-mm.
got that could tell you depressed?
That I'm always sad.
No, that's not it. That's not an objective test because what always sad could be something else, right? It could be something else causing it. And so that's why but I'm glad you said that because you're pointing out the danger that we've gone into where we have brought psychology and psychiatry into the mainstream and your everyday person think that they can look at a person and diagnose what they got going on.
Absolutely, I can.
You cannot. And most of this
Absolutely.
shit,
I could
if
I
you
could look at Diva. I could look them in the eye like, oh, I could see what chemicals you missing. You imbalanced.
but that's the thing, right? So they sold this chemical imbalance theory and lay people ate it up and go around telling people about a chemical imbalance. And now they talking about some very different things that might be causing that, right? Inflammation, some very different things. It could be a mineral deficiency, right? So if you don't have enough vitamin D, you will also exhibit many of those symptoms that people associate with depression. And so now which is it? If you got low vitamin D and having those those symptoms, are you vitamin D deficient or are you depressed?
So the thing is that it's not just one thing. So I think it's the sadness. I think it's emptiness. I think it's the worthiness. I think it's the hopelessness that these young men are displaying. They behavioral. They have a lack of interest in hobbies. They want to stay inside. They want to do some kind of drug, whether that's alcohol, weed, or pills. The lack of being around social situations, the lack of washing their ass, the way how dirty their house is. So I think all of those things combined, for example, is a clear indication there's something wrong mentally. And it could keep
But
going
that's
down the
why I
line too.
agree.
Not necessarily though, right? So
But in
all of those
depression,
things could be it don't have to be a mental anything. He could have been socialized as an idiot. And the thing is, a lot of these black males are being diagnosed with bipolar when no, they just been socialized in an environment that made them an idiot.
Well, they could be socialized to be depressed. I don't know.
They not socialized
That's
to
a
be depressed.
possibility.
Right. And
They are
so but
so,
the thing is the desire to always have run to that as the explanation, no. Because most
but I'm
times
not
it's
running
not.
to that for every. But I'm not running to
It
that for
is. I'm,
every
I'm just saying,
explanation.
in
Oh,
society, yes. Anytime somebody exhibits some form of deviant behavior, people, oh, mental health is real, right? Oh, mental, and so no, a lot of times
yes.
these people are just idiots, or they may be walking, talking demons.
Well,
I agree.
even if they are demon, that's because they body and soul is so depressed they allowed the demon to take over their body spiritually. If your ass got the
Nobody's depressed.
goddamn, if your ass got the goddamn spirit to fight off these goddamn demons, you be alright. But
Now,
that's what
Sharon,
makes the spirit. Hey, that's what makes the spirit weak. When you got all this goddamn
The black
sadness, hopelessness, you
among
got
the
this
black
goddamn emptiness.
psychologists.
You feel empty inside. And that's why I gotta pour into them. You know what I'm saying, Diva? Because they empty. I gotta pour into them.
Pause. Uh,
I'm just afraid of the misdiagnosis. Like, not everything is depression, and you can't get help if you don't know what the
But
actual issue is.
why y'all keep saying everything when I'm being very specific?
Not
because
everything
you
is
again
depression.
are not qualified to
I'm being
make
very,
that
but I'm being very
determination.
specific. I'm not saying everything. I'm not
Yeah, but
saying everything.
you
I'm
don't
being very
even you can't
specific. I'm
diagnose
saying the dirt.
people
I'm saying
over the TV.
look. So, but I'm not saying everything. I'm saying lack of
It doesn't
hobbies,
matter.
right? Lack of physical. This is why I keep telling them to walk 15 minutes this way, 15 minutes that way. Do at least 2 push-ups a day, right? They have difficultness of concentrating. They can't form a coherent thought in a straight line, right? They also have a problem making decisions, right? They also have loss of interest in hobbies. They have no goddamn hobbies. They have
His hobby
emptiness.
was
They
to be a
have
jack boy.
worthiness. They have hopeless. They feel like it's hopeless out here. They like, oh my God, I can't do nothing. They are hopeless.
But that's
All
the
of these
problem with.
things. Right?
But
So
that's a
I'm giving
problem
you
with those
all.
signs. Those signs can be put for other things. You know, those are some signs for being neurodivergent.
Absolutely. I'm not depressed. I don't got none of those things. Shit, I
I
might be a
thought he
little
had a
high.
hobby.
I take
Look,
my
I
ass
thought he
outside
had a
and run.
hobby.
I did my 6 miles today, MJ. You feel?
Look, he did
That's
his
just a
running
coping
too.
mechanism. And you
He's
walked.
running to
You didn't
people's
run.
house. Yeah, you skipped. But here's what I'm saying. Like, even the man had a hobby. He was jacking people. He was robbing people. He was committing crimes regularly. Like, he was doing something.
Facts.
He wasn't just sitting around being sad.
Like,
He
what?
wasn't just trying to figure it out.
That
Yeah,
part.
bro had something going on.
I
So
just think
I
it's
don't.
dangerous. It's dangerous if we start labeling everything as depression. And usually when people talk about depression, they talk about it in a victim type of state. That person being in a victim type of state, something that's out of their control. He was well in his control with everything that he did in his life. Everything that he decided to do to his community, what he did to his girlfriend, he was in control. So it's just dangerous because now we're gonna somebody can say, oh, I want to abuse my wife, or I want to abuse my girlfriend. I'm depressed. Just give me some medicine or something like that, and and hopefully that help. But it truly is not that. Maybe it could be control. Maybe that person could be a narcissist. Maybe that person could be egotistical. All these things. So we just can't just rely on the signs that they say are symptoms of depression, and that's what Diva was referring back to, because so it could be so many other things that is actually causing this, and we misdiagnose people. They don't get the help that they want, or they continue the bad behavior, or they don't get the consequences that they deserve.
Right. And that's what I'm afraid of putting a Band-Aid on a bullet.
The problem that I have with it, I don't think that whatever we diagnose them with, that gives them any kind of way to get out of what they are doing. So just because you're depressed doesn't mean I can't go upside your head for putting your hands on my cousin. That doesn't mean that you don't take your ass to jail. You still take your ass. You don't pass go. You take your little dumb ass to jail because you're depressed. You want to stay in depression because it is a choice. You need to figure out how to get yourself up out of there. That's for sure. That's 100%
But that's the issue.
true.
Depression isn't a choice. Depression is not something. It's definitely not. Depression is not something you choose to be.
Absolutely, it is.
No, it's not.
Look it up.
You can't tie depression to money, location, or any of that. That's a state of mind.
So therefore, you got to make a decision. So therefore, you have to make a decision. So therefore, you need to make a decision to not be depressed. If it's a state of mind, who's in control of your mind?
It's not as simple as that, Sharon.
I think Diva was trying to
a lot
talk.
more complex than that. But go on, Diva. My bad.
Oh no, go ahead.
Yeah, so explain how it's not that complex. So, and this is the issue that I'm having, right? So, like, it's okay that if it takes 2 weeks to clinically prove somebody's depressed, it also can show that it only takes 2 weeks of changing the way how you move and think. You can walk yourself right up out of depression as well. The problem is people keep acting like they don't have a choice of who they are as a human being. It is a choice. If your ass is going through all that thing, you feel emptiness, helplessness, hopelessness, you want to stay in the house, you want to do drugs, you want to watch the goddamn XXX videos all goddamn day. I'm sorry, if your ass is stuck, you are keeping yourself in a form of depression. One of the main things they say to get yourself out of the depression is get yourself outside and walk 15 minutes this way, 15 minutes that way, do at least 2 push-ups a day to get that estrogen up out your body. They say movement is the #1 cure for depression.
I can't tell
Yeah,
how
that's
serious we're
wrong.
being right now.
Absolutely a choice. Is it your choice to get your ass up and start moving?
Yeah, that's wrong. There's plenty of bodybuilders that have been depressed.
That are depressed.
Exactly, right? There's plenty of rich people that are depressed. So we can't tie it to any of those things. There's plenty of people who own strip clubs, party, things of
Perfect. I'm
those
glad
natures.
that you said that. What is something that are bodybuilders doing things that is social?
Yeah, there's
No,
plenty
They're
it's
of
not.
working out.
Bodybuilding is not. All right.
No,
So
they're
since
working
when
out.
bodybuilding? Okay, just because you are at a place where other people are doesn't mean that you are being social. I need we to this boy. I tell you.
Wait,
No, I can
Can we
accept that.
not go down this rabbit hole with bodybuilders just because bodybuilders be on so much stuff? Like we wouldn't be able to tease all that apart. Like so,
Yeah,
bodybuilders ain't
that's
even
a
a
true
good.
statement.
That's not even a
We
good
know
like
bodybuilders.
example.
We know for a fact that majority of bodybuilders are depressed. Like, come on. Like, this is a fact. Like, that's not even up for debate.
But the point is, we don't know
That Sharon is
what
correct.
is causing.
No,
Sharon, the
not
day
at
you
all.
concede, I'm gonna send a super chat because you like right now you're digging your heels in. You're like, nah, I'm standing on this one. Like you're choosing to die on this hill, and it doesn't even make
He's
sense.
standing on quicksand.
Facts.
You stand right there. Stay
Like,
right there, Sharon. Don't you move.
look, the hill is sinking, and Sharon's like, I got
And
this.
look, but here's the thing. Everybody keeps saying, like, just because you say it's stupid, it don't make sense. You don't have to use your words to do that.
Well, shit,
Not
you
just
keep
say
talking
it.
over me every time
It
I start
doesn't matter
talking.
if you just say it. It's okay that I'm beating y'all up right now. I'm kicking y'all ass. It's okay. You got to use your words to win this fight. You cannot just say, oh, you're not making no sense without anything behind it. Please, I'm giving you words behind why I am diagnosing people that are moving this around. I said hopelessness. I said they feel emptiness. I said they got characteristics of laziness. They self-medicate themselves. They dirty. They don't want to clean up. I'm giving a long list of things, and the only thing that you say that it might be something else.
Well,
That
you're
ain't no
missing a
damn
major
argument.
word: pervasive. It has to be pervasive to be
not an
considered. Yes, it is.
What is your argument? What is your argument that is not depression?
Because you're naming symptoms of standard
Don't
sadness.
worry about what I said. What is your
Sharon,
argument?
Don't ask me a question to interrupt me, bro. Like I'm answering your
Well,
question.
answer the question. Don't say what I'm doing. I said, what's your argument? You cannot start. My argument is Sharon. You said no. Your argument.
Sadness
What's
and
yours?
depression are not the same. You are qualified. You are literally stating things that are qualified by
Pause real quick?
sadness.
Can you pause real quick?
Jesus.
Can you
You're
pause real quick? How can we have a real conversation about that if you taking out one word that I said when I said a multiple of things? You cannot take out sadness and say the only reason why is because I took out this one singular word and that disproves everything because I took out this one word. Where if you look up depression, sadness is in there. Helplessness is in
you
there.
you couldn't have
Hopelessness
understood
is
what I
in
was
there.
saying.
Emptiness is in there. No.
You couldn't have understood me
saying,
because I was in the middle of a sentence and you stopped me again. You just like when Diva was trying to tell you something, you stopped her. Sharon, the thing that you're missing about depression is the pervasiveness of that sadness, how consistent it is. Everything that you're naming, there are general qualities of it that sit there. But the thing that makes depression, actual depression, keep in mind, I'm somebody who's gone through depression. I know what this story is from personal experience. What you're saying is you're describing sadness and equating it to depression. They are not the same.
Not.
Yes, you are. Everything you.
So what about the other things that I named? You are pinpointing one word, sadness. And I said sadness.
Hopelessness can be temporary. Worthlessness can be temporary. Again, all of those equate to sadness. Those are signs of, again, active sadness. But when that active sadness becomes pervasive, it becomes depression because then it affects everything around it. The chemical imbalance in your brain creates that problem because you're unable to pull yourself from that sadness. Bro, I don't
Yeah,
understand
but
why this is so confusing.
well, you don't understand because you keep trying to pull out one word and equate all those things to sadness, right? Because I also said lack of hobbies, laziness, addicted to corn, right? Not being a part of the social world, not making decisions. I said a lot of things, and you keep trying to just hold on to one word sadness, and then you try to lump all those other words and say those words mean sadness as well. And this is why y'all getting y'all ass kicked within the conversation. It doesn't matter how much you want to say I disagree, but if you don't have no words to back up your version of what it means, you're gonna get your ass kicked verbally. It is simple as that. You
Okay,
got to
well, can
talk
I
to
try?
what I am communicating and not pinpoint just one word and act as if, oh, I'm talking about strictly sadness when I'm not talking about strictly sadness.
Okay, well, I want to
What?
disagree as
I,
well. And it's
get,
not, I don't give a damn about no sadness. Everything you said could be the result of how they are socialized. We're talking about black males here, and you talking about worthlessness. The world tells them they're worthless. So if they have those feelings, that's just a reflection of what the world is telling them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, right? Uh, name what was something else? Oh, they addicted to corn. Yeah, a lot of young men are these days because apparently they're not out interacting with women. A lot of them, don't have hobbies except being on that game, right? It's a result of how males, especially black males, are socialized in this society. So no, I don't think it's depression. I don't even think depression exists. But if we want to try to go under the depression banner, what I would say is, again, a lot of the symptoms that are associated with depression are also caused by vitamin D deficiency. And guess what? Most black people are vitamin D deficient. And so, any way you slice it, in my opinion, it ain't no damn depression.
yeah, those words do not back up because, and if we look up the word depression, I'm
Uh-huh.
pretty sure
Uh-huh.
all the words that I'm using leans towards depression. I don't got nothing to do with no damn vitamin D. I don't know
Yes, they
nothing about
do.
it.
Yes, they do. And
I
see,
don't
this
know
is the
nothing about the
thing, right?
vitamin D
Because
part,
you
and
don't know anything about this, right? You're not educated in this regard. And so you
I
wouldn't
don't know
know
nothing about the
that
vitamin
when
D
people think
deficiency
that
thing.
they are depressed, that they are actually vitamin D deficient, and that most black people are vitamin D deficient. Yes,
Where do you
yes.
get vitamin D from?
From sunlight, you get it from some
Thank
food
you.
sources. Right.
Thank you. I
Okay, go
appreciate
ahead.
that. So now we understand. So those people that I'm talking about, right? They staying in the house, right? Lack of
No, no, no,
social
no, no, no,
activity.
no.
So
Stop, 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 stop,
no,
stop.
no, no. What?
Because it's not just isolated to those people. Notice I said black people, period. Across the board, black people are generally deficient in vitamin D. Why? And we ain't all staying in the house. Many of us are outside. It's because the melanin in our skin makes it more difficult for the sunlight to be converted into vitamin D.
I don't believe that I'm gonna have to look up
Well, go
almost.
ahead
No,
and
I
look
look
it
it up.
up.
Oh yeah, shit. You don't gotta tell
Right,
me twice. I'm
right.
gonna kick your ass
You
today. I'll tell
know?
you
Okay.
that. What's up, Wall Street? With it? Go ahead and talk while I look this up. Or not.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a vitamin D issue, pause, either. Right? I think we don't get to the reality of certain conversations that make people do what they do. So we try to put blanket terms on it, depression, whatever else. And a lot of times, just very basic things that make people crash out.
You looked it up, Sharon? Because when
I
I
am
looked it
looking it
up,
up. Give me
statistically,
some
a
time. Give
large
me some
majority
time.
of black
Give me
adults
some time.
frequently
Hold
cited
on.
as over 70% show lower levels of 25 hydroxy vitamin D on standard blood
Okay.
tests.
Okay.
Nevertheless,
Hold
um,
on.
okay, while you look, I can talk. The
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
those a lot of those things that you mentioned are also consistent with Dr. Amos Wilson's theory of reactionary masculinity. And I talk about that frequently when we have these discussions about black men and their behavior and, mental whatever. Um, yeah, so again, I think a large part of it is just how black males are socialized.
So, it says that vitamin D is connected to depressive behaviors. So, and black people are vitamin D deficient, which is crazy to me. However, and so like I think that is some great information, and I can't argue scientific arguments there. However, I do
Okay,
want to add in the other
I
things.
need you now
I want
to
to
bow to the supreme vaginal vessel. I need
absolutely
you
not.
to
No,
bow
that's
to
just
the
what
supreme vaginal vessel. Bow to the
Don't let
supreme
him bow
vaginal
down,
vessel.
man. Don't let him bow down.
I need you to kneel
Don't let him do
before
it.
the supreme vaginal vessel.
hey, Wall Street Willie, I'm gonna listen to the Supreme Badger Best. I'm gonna hold the line. I'm gonna die on this hill, God damn it. I'm gonna hold. But one thing I'm not gonna. I think this is a great opportunity to show that we gotta accept correct information as well while we having these conversations, not just dying the hill without accepting new information. But so, what is your thoughts about the other things, PhD? So I'm gonna have to concede to the vitamin D and how it is connected to depressive behaviors. So, what is your thoughts on the other things that I said as well? The
I
lack of going
disagree with
outside,
that, though.
the lack of social existence with other human beings, staying on with the self-medicating themselves with weed, alcohol, pills, or maybe all of the above. Hopelessness. They feel an emptiness, they feel unworthiness. So all those things together, I feel that is a combination of all those things. And of course, I'm gonna have to add in the vitamin D deficiency. And that's why I believe that a lot of our young men are going through this form of depression. They use anger as the outlet for a cry for help. It's my opinion. But Diva says she don't agree with depression at all. So I guess majority of black men agree with Diva that there's no such thing as depression.
Not that there's no such thing as depression, but I don't think depression is the primary factor
Your mic
that's
acting
making
up.
people crash out and do dumb shit.
Okay, I thought it was on my side. Hey, Wall Street Willie, something going on with your microphone. I don't know what happened. You sound like you're a robot
That
right
shit was
now.
terrible, Willie.
Yeah, that was crazy. So yeah, Diva. So I think it's an accumulation of all those things, and I
But
mean,
those are the
if
symptoms
not,
of
I guess
depression, right?
if we don't want to call it depression, what do you? Because okay, everybody have an issue with me calling black men depressed. So what would you call it?
What, being an idiot. That's what I call it.
Was you an elementary
All
school
right,
teacher?
fellas. So hey, y'all. So now, hey, y'all. I'm gonna have to concede to the supreme vaginal vessel and just say majority of you black men that have all this vitamin deficiency, y'all are idiots. Right?
You
That's what they
know,
want me to do. They don't want me to hold on. They don't want me to Diva. They don't want me to die on this hill because I don't got vitamin D deficiency. I test myself every year to see what vitamins I'm missing. I don't have
pause.
Yeah,
no
you do.
vitamin. I don't have no vitamin D deficiency whatsoever, PH Diva. Maybe that's why I'm sane. Now it makes sense.
Science says, sir, you're as
No.
dark as I am. You are definitely depressed. You just don't know it yet.
You're a little bit darker.
No,
I
I
ain't
don't
gonna
have
lie.
no. I check my vitamin levels all the time. I do not have vitamin D deficiency whatsoever. Actually, I don't have no vitamin deficiency. Not even B12, which is
Charles
very
says he
difficult
takes
for me to consume. By the way, so I don't even have B12 deficiency.
I don't think
That's actually kind of impressive.
I
Good
don't
job.
think it's about a deficiency in vitamin D. I think it's more about an overexposure to elements like TG. That leads to a lot of depression in black men and
Well,
black
see,
women.
Willie, what's TG?
The gram, right? Like it's
Instagram?
more of
You
an
talking about Instagram right now?
overexposure. Oh, I went too deep. Pause. My
Yeah, you
fault.
did. Yeah, you Jacques Cousteau
That
right
was
there.
crazy.
Yeah, they don't have nothing to do with no vitamins, no vitamin D. It has to do with psychological elements that continuously put people in a space of competition, forcing them every day to accept the fact that by these terms they define themselves, they're a failure, right? You go on the gram, women
Oh, hold on,
see,
hold on. It's not by the hold on, Willie. It's not by the terms that they define themselves. They're failures. Like, what do you mean? Objectively, if
so
you if your parents did something for you, or if they put you in a spot and you didn't meet or exceed the position they put you in, or the trajectory you should have been on, then you kind of a failure. It's not I go on Instagram and I see
right.
no, like, you're a failure.
Now see, here's the
Respectfully,
thing
and
though.
it's not like you're always going to be a failure. You can do better, but
All right,
like,
but allow me to retort though, right?
all right, my
Because
bad.
here's the thing, right? How do you make that argument for someone whose parent was extremely successful? It's not always about outdoing what the previous generation did. That shouldn't define your happiness, right?
I said you can
But
maintain it
when the
too.
gram through a dose of AR, pause, is teaching you, right, that you're a failure if you haven't
Why would you pause
accomplished
that?
this. If you haven't accomplished this, you're a failure. This is what leads to people constantly not being happy with the actual success that they have. Because I'm saying
Willie, why
this,
are you lying to
a
them?
lot of, hold on, I'm saying a
Why are you
lot of,
lying?
your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
I think that
Damn.
It wasn't me.
All right. Miss J, $20. Boot Willie, money towards the goal.
Miss J, I owe you $20. I was about to do it myself. You beat me to it.
Well, I don't even know what he was talking about.
I don't understand how, if your parents gave you a life and you give your children a worse life, like if your children aren't better or aren't more better off, I guess, than you are or than you were at their age, how is that not failing? I don't understand that. Your parents
Well,
put
what
you in a
about
position, you squandered the position, and now your children don't have the same opportunities as you do, but somehow you're not failing.
I mean, you could see, I think failure is a perception thing, honestly. I think if you think you're doing well, even if you were in a better position before, but you see the worst position you're in now as a better position, I believe it's delusion, of course, but I believe the entirety of uh, failure or success is a perception thing.
yeah, but do
You
we
just said
let
it's delusion.
external forces tell us whether we a success or a failure? He's talking about Instagram. I mean, can Instagram
Yeah.
tell you that you a failure?
Well, if you're not comparing yourself, if you're comparing yourself to everybody who lives on the same block as you, and you're like, well, I'm doing better than most of these people, then you're succeeding in your like really shitty lifestyle. But you're not a failure to the people around you. But if we compare ourselves to like y'all, then of course, no, everybody's failing to some extent.
But there has to, like, we can't just, I don't know what is up with sugarcoating today, or maybe I'm just grumpy today, but like, what is happening right now?
You're
Like,
grumpy.
there
You need
has
a
to
nap,
be a
bro.
line. There are objective lines. Like, you can look at things and say, hey, I'm not meeting these things. I'm not in this percentile. I'm not doing this. My parents did this for me, and I'm not able to replicate that for my children. I'm not even able to replicate that for myself. Like, there are things that we can look at, lines that we can draw and say, hey, you're not up to where you should be. You're failing. It doesn't mean you can't be
But
better. It don't mean you will always be a failure. But to be like, oh, well, arbitrary lines, and you're comparing yourself to that. If you don't do that, then you're not a failure. Yeah, if you don't compare yourself to anything, then sure, you're not a failure. Good job. You're just you. You're just existing. Like, that doesn't mean anything. You want people to do better. So to say, don't compare yourself, or don't do this, don't do that, or other people are doing better, but that doesn't mean you're doing bad. Like, bro, if you are, if you got a whole bunch of credit card debt, if you don't, if you got 4 roommates and you got all these things and you're 40 years old, like, no, you're failing. Like, it's okay to say they're failing, and they need
but
to
again,
recognize
AR, I think the issue. So here's the issue. You're calling it sugarcoating, where I'm telling you, based on socioeconomic standing, it may not be failing to that person. So because they're failing to you doesn't mean that they're failing to the people around them, to the people in their social circle. People who live, hold up. So people who live five families to an apartment, right? But the way that they're living, they're able to save up money for themselves or do more for that little community of people. So whenever you do that, they're not failing in their opinion, but in your eyes, you just said they were failures. So how would
No, I
you?
didn't.
But
I said,
in
if you're not maintaining or doing better than what your parents gave you, if you're not able to provide the same thing or better to your children, you're failing. What you just described is not the same thing. You said that someone is being financially literate, saving money, enjoying time with their family, or whatever the hell you said, saving money, and ideally they're saving that money to provide better services for their kids. That's not failing.
So yeah, you just feel like arguing today, but it's cool. I got you. So
All
here's
right,
what
man.
I'm saying. No, I got you, bro. We're not. I'm gonna bite the bullet with you today. So what I'm saying is based on what you're saying. If it's 5 adults who are just living in an apartment because they just want to be able to spend more money on whatever it is that they want to spend their money on, right? Even not family, not kids, just they want to be able to do more with money. So they're like, I'm gonna get 5 adult roommates and we're all gonna share this studio apartment because we can end up saving up $3,200 a month and we can spend it on bullshit. All right, fair. Since we're being more specific now, what I'm saying is, while you would consider those people failures because they're not doing anything productive with that money, they're just fucking it off. That's another $2. Oh yeah, I'll send it to you in a minute. With that being said, it's still the same concept. You call them failures, but they don't see it because they're doing what they want with their money on a regular basis. I'm not saying to coddle them. All I'm saying is, bro, at a certain point, what you deem to be success and what they deem to be success may not be the same sentence. So unless you're saying that there's a baseline of success, which there isn't, you're saying, oh, well, their parents set them up to be a better choice. Well, they're able to do more than their parents were able to do.
Who are we
I'm just
talking
saying.
about? Because these young guys who out here pew-pewing folks, they typically are in the same situation that their parents was in.
Oh, no, I agree with that. Yeah.
Right. So what are we talking about? Or was
No.
this, we finna drift off and start talking about something totally different?
Yeah, this is drifting off because AR is saying
okay.
there's a
Jesus,
level of success that doesn't make sense. No, look, I agreed with you.
I told you, Diva. I
See,
told
and now
you, Diva.
Sharon finna co-sign it.
Yeah, I just.
Well, first of all, this was Willie. This was Willie talking about Instagram.
Okay.
And that people aren't depressed because they
Right, but so I guess that's why I was wondering. Like, are the boys failures? Are they? I mean, they're doing it because they're failures, or what? Well, not boys, young men.
No, they were still boys. They're just boys in an adult body.
Damn.
I said what I said.
Hey, listen. Hey, look. I appreciate that y'all are the ones that is whooping black men ass today, and it is not me. I just want that to be on the record. That Shadow.
He's gonna clip that.
That Shadow is saying that black men are idiots. Diva, she's saying consistent. She's saying black men are idiots. the people in the chat. I was fighting for black men today and say, hey, we got to find a way to get our black brothers under press so they can have the proper mentality. And everybody in the chat says, Sharon, you're wrong. No, black men are idiots. This is what the whole chat was saying the whole day. Whether it's Aaron Savage, whether it's KT the Libtan, and the list goes on and on. They all said that black men are idiots. I just want the record to reflect that this is what y'all are saying. And hey, when I fight for y'all, look what happens. Y'all say Sharon.
Don't know what the hell he talking about.
we stupid as hell, Sharon. What the hell wrong with you? I ain't depressed.
Sean, all I'm asking is that we not misdiagnose people. So, because if we're gonna treat men's mental health, we need to tell them what exactly what's going on. Hey, if something's wrong with you, go see somebody. Preferably that looks like
look,
they might help.
I'm conceding to what Aaron Savage is saying. He said, hey, black men are idiots. I'm conceding. KT said, Sharon, black men are idiots. My bad. I was saying that black men are not idiots. We are fighting deeper situations than that we are just idiots. But clearly, I was wrong.
You just idiots. But so if we're talking about how do we, I guess, improve whatever, how do we, fix how they're socialized?
No, I agree with that. I think we need to change the way socialization happens. I think we actually need to be okay with letting little boys understand, hey, what you're feeling right now, there's something going on with you mentally that needs to be resolved so you can learn how to handle what you're doing.
You do understand Diva is saying that we are socialized to be idiots.
No, I understand what Diva's saying.
I am.
And I actually agree with her.
I just want you to be clear on what you agree. I just want you to
keep in mind, I don't agree with Diva a lot, but I'm agreeing with her right now.
So you agree that KT and Aaron Savage were socialized to be idiots. You agree with that? This is what you are saying. This is what you are communicating.
Don't get off cam now. Hey,
right. Yeah, turn that camera on and come on back here.
So I don't understand when I'm assessing what is being said, Diva. Now all of a sudden they're like, nah, Sharon, whoa. She ain't saying I'm the idiot. She's saying every other black man is the idiot. Y'all crazy as hell.
That is not what she said. She said, and I quote,
okay,
no.
Look, Shadow,
you're right, I'm back on camera.
Shadow.
I'm back.
Hold on, Shadow, hold on. Listen, Diva, are you saying black men are socialized as idiots?
Socialized to be idiots, yes.
Okay, Shadow.
Are you saying that all black people have a vitamin D?
Hold on, please, Shadow. You just heard her answer the question. Don't re-ask the question. So where did I get it wrong that we are socialized as idiots and you agreed with it?
When she said that she didn't say Sharon was too.
What?
Because Sharon.
I never said I didn't say Sharon wasn't.
No, Sharon said Sharon wasn't.
No. So hold on. Just because hold on. So hold on. This is what I guess this is where that where they don't understand how a conversation works, right? So because I was socialized to be an idiot doesn't mean I became one. I was able to break the mold. I was saying, hell no, nigga. I ain't gonna be no damn idiot.
That's $2.
I know idiot behavior when I see it. So I got my black ass up out of idiot behavior. So that would be the difference in this conversation. Regardless if they socialize me to be an idiot, I got myself out of it.
But you were still in it.
Right, because if we are agreeing to PhD Diva's premise that black men are socialized as idiots, it doesn't mean that we all have to be idiots. You could take yourself up out of that socialization.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm just saying your example was okay. Yeah, okay. Couldn't be me.
And for some reason, But it goes to show that I'm able to think up out of that. That it man, Diva, I be trying to fight for y'all, but shit, my bad for trying to
What
fight
what
for
what did
y'all.
you to get? What maybe some of the young black men listening, they just need
That's
they need
crazy.
a solution or something. So what did you do? What do you think your mentality was before and after when you were in the situation, and then what maybe made you change your mentality, and what was your mentality after, and did you have to keep on telling yourself that's like keep your mental in check to keep that mentality, or did it just come one day and it was just there?
No, definitely. Shit don't change until you get up and wipe your ass, knuckle. Boy, that's what Grandma told me. So I
That's
got up and
correct.
wiped my ass. Right. So I started wiping my ass, and then I realized, oh, it stinks over here. It smells like shit. So once I was able to recognize that, oh, all this time I was in shit, I started doing things different. I started communicating different. I started reading different books. I started listening. I stopped listening to music a certain way, right? Anything that was in my life was supposed to add to my life and not take away. So therefore, I stopped drinking alcohol because that was taken away from my life. It wasn't adding. I stopped going out to certain places because it was taken away from my life. It didn't add. I stopped having a so-called nightlife because it was taken away from my life and not adding to it. I started going to sleep when the sun go down. I woke up with the sun. I started running. I started moving. I got myself out of depression. I thought differently. I moved differently. I started doing my 15-minute walks this way and my 15-minute walks that way. And then I started with 2 push-ups a day. And I got that red pill estrogen up out of my body. And
How many push-ups you got now?
That's irrelevant to the conversation.
All right, fine.
I've been challenged enough on push-ups, and I'm tired of people keep challenging me on push-ups, and then I whoop their ass. It's enough by now. I think I did enough challenges where I haven't lost a push-up challenge yet, where I don't need to say how many I could do. Do you agree with that? Like, how many times I gotta get challenged and win for somebody to say, you know what, maybe he be doing his push-ups?
Right.
Like
Yes.
it's actually ridiculous by now. Like people gonna go all the way up to like it's actually ridiculous by now. It's kind of crazy. So like every day I'm showing that I am moving. Like the fact that I can even take on brand new information, even where it's, you know what I'm saying, like, hey, I took on a new information that all the brothers in the chat and on this panel agreed to. I'm like, okay, my bad. I didn't know. I didn't know. Diva obviously knew that we was socialized as idiots. And speaking of men that was socialized as idiot, welcome back to the show, Wall Street Willie.
Hi, Willie.
Well, real quick,
Nah,
Sharad,
because
do you think?
socialized to be an idiot, I'm better than all of y'all.
All right,
Right?
mute.
Like, hold on to that shot you threw, right? If I prioritize the black community and the black family, I've created a black family. Black. Right? So no, I haven't been socialized to feel like a failure. Unfortunately, I've been socialized to know I'm better than most of y'all to do most of the talking. That's why
Hold
Shadow
on,
is digging. That's
Wall
why
Street Willie.
Shadow is reaching in his Cash App pocket right now to drop me. Right?
Wall Street Willie.
Hold
Wall
up,
Street
bro. I
Willie.
wasn't finna drop you.
Hold on, Tyler, 1 second. Hold on, Wall Street Willie. But this whole show, I was fighting against this premise. And the men in the
I've been
chat,
listening.
Willie,
I've been listening.
is telling me that I'm wrong. That's what they've been telling me. So what's your thoughts on that way? When I've been fighting for this fight and they telling me I'm wrong, what is your thoughts on these men saying that I am, I don't know how to form this question, right? Because I'm saying that we are not idiots, right? But they are agreeing that we are socialized to be them. What is your thoughts on that, Willie? Even though I'm the one that's supposed to be always tearing us down. What I don't even know how to form the question properly, but I think you understand what I'm saying.
I think
Slap the taste
just
out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
Goddamn.
All right. Miss J, $20. Bye, Willie. Money towards the goal. All right. So Miss J done put up 40. What was it? What was the goal?
We are 30 away from reaching the goal now. We are 30 away from reaching the goal.
All right. If y'all want to keep talking, $30 in 30
Hey,
minute. We need 30 and
yeah, let's
30.
get it. 30 and 30.
Oh,
Speaking of
30
somebody
for
else
30
that's
or
great.
30 for 30. Chat. Should I pull that bitch no yoga? Man. Chat. Okay, go ahead.
Chat. Hey, speaking of being socialized to be an idiot, somebody that is on the side that black men has been socialized for being idiots. Welcome to the show, KT to go. Let's hear your argument of black men being socialized to be idiots. Go ahead, KT.
I never made that statement. You just can't. You be making comments that be wild. She said black people are the vitamin deficient. That wasn't men or females specific. It was just black people. You somehow
Okay,
attributed
hold
this
on.
to
So
that.
KT, hold on 1 second. Hold
Lord
on.
Jesus,
KT,
man. How you
hold
get
on 1
on and
second.
start
Hey,
already?
PH Diva, did you say black men are socialized to be idiots?
Yes.
Okay, KT to go. You still want to keep that stance that you just said?
I said vitamin deficient. So why are you talking about now? Because the only time I even made a comment was when she was talking about vitamin deficiency.
Did
You
you
somehow
smoke today,
flipped that.
KT? Did you
No,
smoke today?
sir. No, sir.
I don't believe you.
It doesn't matter. Let's stop trying to add an ad hominem before you just.
It's not ad hominem.
I don't
I'm trying to
agree.
keep you sober.
It is. You're trying to make it a whole
I'm trying
thing.
to
It
keep you
doesn't
sober
matter.
because you have a lack of understanding. You have a lack of
I
comprehension.
know. Listen, the comment just being a comment doesn't make it factual, my brother.
What? If I say it, it's a fact. Who
Yeah,
told you
you're
that
really
dumbass
stupid.
shit?
Watch this. You're really stupid. I'm gonna say that 29
Just because
other
you say it
times.
don't make
Does
it a
that
fact. Who are you?
Thank
I'm
you.
me.
Thank you.
You can't be
Exactly.
me.
You're a nigga who
We
live
aren't
with
the
your
same,
bitch
KT.
and
We are
stay
not
at
the
home
same.
all day.
Who
You
told
a
you we
man
are
who
the
don't
same?
make stuff for yourself.
KT,
You a
we are
man
not
who
the
get
same,
up here
sir.
and ride another motherfucker meat without having a valid point of your own. That's what y'all is. Most of y'all just meat riding motherfuckers who can't make no valid statement of your own. But you're gonna say you won't accept mine because of who I am.
You a little
Come on
slow.
now. So why do we accept what y'all say?
Because we not
y'all
slow.
not displaying nothing above. Y'all not displaying nothing above the people y'all project yourself above.
KT, if
Matter
someone
of
has
fact,
an
y'all
IQ of
constantly
like
want to have conversation with people y'all find dumb.
KT, if someone had an IQ of like 75, do you think they would be able to recognize that someone with an IQ of, let's say, like 110 was saying something above them?
Yes.
And that, you're proving our point. No, they wouldn't be able to.
So you saying stupid people don't know people are smarter than them?
I don't know about
That's how
other stupid
stupid
people.
you are.
I'm only talking about you right now.
Exactly. That's how stupid you are, though.
Okay.
Because you cannot sit here and now say, I know stupid people, but I just know your stupidity. But I'm telling you, if you okay, so let's go to what you were just saying, AR. I'm stupid, but I know people are smarter than me.
You're a little slow.
Okay.
I think if you sober
I'm
for 30
slow,
days,
I'm whatever. Okay.
I
So
think
now let's use me for the example according to your
better.
comment, AR. I acknowledge people are smarter than me. So if you're trying to insinuate I have 75 IQ, well, yes, stupid people know people are smarter than them. So now what are you
We're
basing
talking about
yours
in the
on?
context of a conversation. I don't think someone like maybe you don't have a 75, maybe your IQ is a little bit lower. I don't know.
No,
all
it
I
could
know
be
is that
two.
you seem to
I'm
have
acknowledging people are smarter than me. Do you see where you don't make sense? My IQ could be 2. So you could say my IQ is the lowest possible thing in the universe. I'm acknowledging that there are people smarter than me. So you can't be like, well, they don't know people are
Nobody's
smarter
talking
than
about
them.
acknowledging whether someone is smarter or not. We're talking about in the context of a conversation, whether they would be able to comprehend someone saying something more intelligent than them. And you obviously cannot, which is why every time you come up here, you don't do it. Every time you come up here, you say dumb shit. And everybody in the chat says you say dumb shit. Everybody on the panel says you say dumb shit, and you're over here like, I don't say dumb shit. Y'all don't make no sense. And then you're sitting here telling us,
I'm saying
I
you're just
recognize that
making
people
the
are smarter than
comment.
me. I recognize intelligence. I recognize
any
this.
validity
No, you
to it?
obviously don't, because
Can't get any validity to it, Jesus.
All right, man.
Besides just talking, I'm saying I'm going with your point.
I'm just trying
KT's
to help
stupid.
You don't.
KT's stupid.
You don't take.
We're sticking on that basis. All right, so let's go back to where you were talking, AR. If KT is stupid and he's admitting people are smarter than him, that means I'm acknowledging in conversation people can be smarter than me. Unlike you guys who seem to be the geniuses, because you, Sharon, y'all never wrong. Y'all never been wrong. Ever, never, never. Somehow y'all so smart, y'all never wrong, but y'all always wrong. KT get up here and be like, you know what, y'all was right on that. I was wrong, my bad. KT took the wrong stance. Because KT's smart enough to understand he doesn't know everything. I think it'll probably be a sign that y'all slower than anything, because again, y'all seem to not be able to say y'all wrong on anything. I said something about vitamin. Y'all get into how Diva brought up men are socially trained, and I agree with that. That's two separate things, though. We're not talking about that. Because people are socialized to not like themselves. Black people are socialized to dislike your darkness. That isn't a male or female thing. Even if she is saying that's true, I'm saying, well, all I pointed out was if we're vitamin deficient and that's a sign of depression, all black people go into that category. I don't know how we now break that into. This is a black white
I'm
man.
not a part of it. Because first of all, because I'm not vitamin D deficient, so I'm not part of that all. So I don't know what you mean. And it didn't say all black people are vitamin D. It didn't say all. It's not even close. It's 75%.
But majority
so
of it.
It's a
You
very
go through
high.
constantly, it's no absolutes, I agree.
It's a very high majority, and also, but you are saying you do agree with the fact that she's saying that black men are socialized
Black
to
people.
be idiots. You also,
so you see that? I agree with it because black people are socialized that way. So yeah, black men, women, boys, girls, young, old, all of them are socialized that way. If you would like to just stick on how black men in this equation are socially trained that way, for sure, that's what I'm saying. You cannot deny that. But what you're trying to do is utilize that to say, well, it's not black women.
I'm denying. So the problem was I was denied. So the
Oh,
problem
come
was
on now,
I
DB.
So the problem was that I was denying it, but you say that I shouldn't because we are socialized that way. That's what you were saying. And I'm saying, okay. I'm literally accepting new information and saying, I get it.
Okay,
when I'm
but
on your
people.
side,
So that's not just men,
y'all
right?
tell me, Sharon, when I'm on your side and say, hey, I don't think that, y'all like, no, Sharon, no, you're idiots. And we were trained to be idiots, and you cannot stop that. My bad. I didn't know. I didn't get the memo. I didn't get it.
I'm gonna be real, bro.
I'm gonna say this one again. I just said black
Nobody
people.
wants to hear KT talk. PhD, but what do you think the difference is between the socialization between young black males and young black females?
Hey, Sharon, I got a bullet. Shoot AR.
Damn.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
He been in his feelings all day, so he clearly needs a break.
By AR.
You want to answer this question while
Oh, what's the difference? What we talk about the difference all the time, right? They coddle the little boys. The girls are socialized to be more independent, to be more initiators. The boys are selfish and don't have to do things for other people, right? They typically aren't having to take on taking responsibilities for younger siblings.
oh shit.
Yeah, they don't. People make excuses for them. They aren't held to high standards. And so yeah, there's a lot of differences in how black males are socialized and black females.
You know what's crazy about what you said, Diva?
What's that?
You want me to tell you what's crazy about what you said, Diva?
What?
That all those things that you said I had to do growing up, and maybe that's why I just wasn't socialized to be an idiot. So I was the one to. I took care of hold of the goddamn siblings, even the cousins. When we have a hey, I had to have the responsibility. I had to have. That kind of makes sense then, right? That's why I have such a high understanding of accountability, and understand that I have to move a certain way because it was high standards of me. I didn't have, and ain't nobody had no low expectation of who I was.
Right. And that's a big one, right? Because kids perform to, the expectations that people have for them. And so, just across the board, the expectations for black males is low. And so, yeah, that certainly does need to change.
For sure, but the thing is, for all of us, it's low. Black women ain't got no fucking expectation. Your expectation is to find a good man who love and care for you, and if you happy, then be happy. That's not what it is for a black man. Guess what? Black men, even if y'all get up here and talk about it all day, well, you can't just be out here making family. Once she got pregnant, you got to do whatever and man up and be there and be a man. You ain't saying that for the woman. Y'all not ever going to, because the standard, let's be very frank here, there is no standard for women in general. I'm not even gonna make this a black thing. Like, women aren't expected to financially alone take care of the kid, even if you fucked around and was being a thought running the streets and got pregnant by a man. It's still on that man. He's still obligated some way, shape, fashion, or form to take care of that. Now, if a man does this on the opposite end, bro, you should have been thinking better. Come on now, bro. What's wrong with you? Why you ain't see that coming? Now we get up here and say the same thing for women. Y'all constantly say, why are women obliged to know better? Why we gotta be looking for what's wrong? I mean, that's what most people do, if we be honest. And I know it may not equate, because even how men bring that up constantly, because that's how man thinks and how we are treated. So I can admit we might be wrong in that thought process, but most men think that way because we are held to that standard. Y'all not held to no standard like that. Come on, let's be real.
What world do you live in, KT? Right? Where the standard for black women would be to find a man who loves you. What?
No, like I said, do what makes you happy.
Get married. No,
That's
we
what
the
y'all
women
standard
who
is.
do not get married. And so, what? No, that's not the standard for black women. But there is a standard. Black women are expected to work and work hard. Damn show. Black women are expected to be caretakers. Everybody think they should be able to come and offload a little bit of their load onto a black woman, right? And so no, there are expectations for black women, which is why the females outperform the males, because of those expectations, right? So we are never allowed to have the delusion that we gonna grow up and find a man to take care of us, right? We always know we need to be able to go out and go do it ourselves.
Nah, that's how low the standard is, where y'all can just lie without saying no craziness, right? Because listen,
Like, that's crazy.
as a woman, you're not obligated. Listen, you're not obligated to get in a relationship and be able to take care of your partner. Any man,
And
whether
yet,
you graduated to a
women are
street nigga,
doing just
whatever.
that. A lot of black women are doing just that.
No,
right?
but that's not the expectation.
But it's not the
at all.
expectation.
That's exactly, and like I said, the expectation for y'all was do what makes you happy. Cause see,
Well, then
men are
what's the
saying,
expectation for y'all? To be a bunch of bums? Right? If we're looking at
listen,
what you're
to
actually
cater
doing.
whatever y'all like. That's what I'm saying. The standard is completely different.
Right. Apparently y'all can too, right? There are no expectations for y'all because y'all haven't lived up to anything. What's the expectation? That you don't go around busting people over the head? The expectations are so non-existent that we say, oh, he take care of his kids. Some shit that he's supposed to do. And we make that a major thing, right? We want to give the man adulation because he there taking care of the kids he made. And so miss me, sir.
No, I can agree with saying like things have dropped, but we're talking about historically. Most of human history, the men have done that. That was the expectation too. You couldn't be like even because I used to.
Wait, stop.
Daughter.
Well, hold on, stop.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you said most of human history.
Yeah.
That men did what?
Would have to have some standard, because if you were my daughter in most of history and you wanted to marry a man, I would have to give the clarification.
You do
not only that, I would have to say you have to pay me this price.
We were not getting married, right?
I don't know what you mean. Oh, you mean like by through courts? No, but like having partnerships
of marriage. Do you know
partnership, eternal partnership?
Do you know when people started getting married?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If we talking about like in a courthouse standard, I get what you're saying. It's not the same. I'm talking about, but we've always had domestic partnerships before court existed.
No, we have not. When there were people living in clans and people was just fucking on whoever and everybody raised everybody kids. No. And that's what I'm saying. KT, just stop, because from you making that statement, for most of human history, we did it. I already know you don't know what you're talking about, baby. And so one of the big things is black men, y'all got a lot to say, but a lot of times y'all really don't know what the hell y'all talking about. And so the anti-intellectualism that y'all so fond of, like at some point y'all got to see that actually be harming y'all, not helping y'all.
Yeah, if that was true, the fact that this goes to go on the example and standard. You're gonna make this comment, but this is a correct comment. We always have domestic partnerships. Yeah, you can say hold on. You can say there's been some trials. Even tribes exhibit
No,
domestic partnerships. They're not
no,
typically just saying you can go out here and fuck every girl that's
no,
just in the world.
no. And again, like I said, this is the thing. Y'all be so committed and have no idea what the fuck you talking about. No, people weren't in domestic partnerships for a very long time. In fact, it wasn't until people started settling in agrarian societies that that concept became necessary, not even necessary, but they would even have a reason to think about the concept of marriage, because it wasn't until they started being stationary and having land that it became a consideration of who do I pass this on to, right? So that's what marriage came from. Y'all don't even be understanding what marriage is, but go ahead. Okay, so now that we know that you don't have no idea of what you're talking about with the marriage comment, go move to your next point, baby.
Yeah, I ain't made that comment. You not that's how you I said domestic partnership. And yeah, from the beginning of human history, you
Again,
pick a
no,
hold
you
on, hold
did
up.
not
You
have
pick yes,
domestic
I did.
partnerships, is what I'm telling you, where you had two people pairing up and saying, let's have a damn family. No, that was not the case.
That's not what domestic partnership is.
What's domestic partnership?
It's where you and somebody together, like y'all just pretty much working in alignment and goals. That don't mean you have to think of kids or none of that shit. You just saying, hey,
Okay,
this
so
person
y'all,
makes
no, but
resources,
that's
I
not
do
what was
good on this
happening,
end.
right? That wasn't what people weren't pairing up and saying, let's do life together.
They was
That,
getting
that,
married.
no. Even cavemen, right? The women would go. A man who could provide the best. That man could, even if he could say, let's say, his hunting is so great, he may have all 50 women in the village who wants him. He's still not going to get all 50 women. Maybe fuck him. For sure, why not? I'm not going to debate and argue this, right? Whatever. I'm
Okay.
just saying the way that things historically have always happened. When that person could provide this, a partner, or maybe up to 5 somewhere, right? Even if we're going like biblical, they had a bunch of wives. But again, it doesn't expand to the whole village or anything. They typically pick those people, and once they're with those people, let's say this biblical guy has 5 wives. Well, those 5 wives are his. Those 5 wives are now not going through the community getting hit off by the next dude who's a good hunter. That's all I'm pointing out. From the beginning, we have always sat there and come together in some type of unison, family unison. That would be a fallacy to say anything else.
No, it's actually okay. So let's do this. Since it would be a fallacy to say anything else, go ahead and give me a source so I can go and see where that's documented somewhere.
What, human nature? Like how we
No.
reproduce?
You said that we have always been partnering up, and so give me a source where I can go and see that that's in fact the case. Because
Do you want
everything
it
that I know,
scientifically or do you want it
hold
like biblically?
on. No, nigga, I don't want no fucking biblically, you stupid
I mean,
motherfucker. Are you
I'm
serious,
asking.
nigga?
I'm
Why the
asking.
fuck would I want some biblical shit and I don't even believe in that shit?
Hey, look, people make the argument, Dave. I'm just saying. I don't know
Okay,
which way
well,
you want
you
me to
ain't
do
never
it. We
heard me
present it
make
for
no
just the
biblical
crowd.
argument. So
No, I
don't
agree. I
offer me
agree.
no shit like that.
All right. I'm sorry.
All right, so give me a source so we can see where it's documented in the anthropological or sociological literature that folks, you so stupid. No, I used to have a professor who actually said that word that way. That's why I said it. Shout out to Dr. Bell. But yeah.
Yeah, no. Well, scientifically, I guess we'll have to look at something. And I know they say this isn't a human, Lucy, right? They still do know that Lucy was some type of mother. They may not have found
Now hold
the
on, stop. Because before you just said you wasn't talking about kids, right?
huh?
But now we know, but now you're trying to use the fact that she had some children to say that she was partnered up. When you said the partnering didn't have to involve kids, it might, and so how do you know
Yeah,
that
no,
she
it
was
doesn't have to,
partnered?
but we can use
Right,
it
but
as a
how
point
do
of
you know that
evidence and
she was
reference, right?
partnered just because she had some children? Why couldn't it be the fact that she was in a clan and hit one of the niggas off and got pregnant and they raised? Because this is the thing that y'all don't realize, right? So we have, DNA tests and all that stuff. Now we can chart our ovulation, but way back in the way back, they didn't have all of that, right? And so you know how long people was probably around before they were able to put together or connect the sex with the baby that came 9 months later, right?
Damn, that.
Yeah,
So
think
the point
about it.
is, marriage doesn't benefit
Slap the
black.
taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Right, that's the point. Shut up.
Man,
Miss J, $20. Bye, Willie. Do not come back. Take Ola with you. Dang, Ola getting banned from the chat. How you get dropped from the chat, Ola? What is you down there doing?
I'm about to
What
say,
is you
I'll be
doing,
good
Ola?
usually.
But yeah, so she could have just had sex with one of the men in the clan, had the baby, and the clan raises the child. Right? That's where that whole village, the raise a child came from. Yeah.
Why you drop me,
And David,
Shalon?
I just put a source in the back that says it's been about 2 million years. I think you're still talking about prior to that, but over the last 2 million years, or
Oh
1.8 to
shit.
2 million years, we've been uh, apparently pair bonding, meaning
I
that we
just,
specifically stick with a single mate in general. So
I
that's
said,
all I'm reading.
Which
It's
is
from the
yeah,
which is why I
ACM.
pulled up Lucy and stuff.
I
Just
said,
saying, Lucy.
And
hey,
Lucy don't
Kate,
have nothing to do with that.
I just, y'all really think that women don't have no responsibility in society? Like, is that a joke, or do y'all really believe that?
No,
I
he said
Oh,
no
mean,
hey,
expectations. No
yeah.
expectations on
They
black
do,
girls.
they do have expectations. They have
No, they have
expectations.
far less. Like in
The
comparison
men,
Okay,
to
well, y'all
men,
are
yes.
men. Hold on. If y'all say y'all supposed to be the leaders, shouldn't the expectations be less for the people who are not going around beating over everybody over the head, telling them they're the leader?
Nah, for sure. The
Okay,
problem
so
is
then
we
what are you
now in a
talking
day and
about?
age where y'all saying y'all not leaders and we don't want y'all to lead. Matter of fact, y'all should probably listen to us and let us lead if
Right.
you don't take much
no.
responsibility.
Well, hold on.
Okay.
Let's be hello, because I just want to say this. I'll let y'all get back to arguing. Okay. First of all, the older sibling, whether it's male or female, typically have the most responsibility. So if you have an older male with a younger sister, they have more responsibility. Or if you grew up with an older female, and especially if your mother worked, you gonna have you gonna have the responsibility of watching your siblings doing those different things. Do we agree that we typically in American culture put more pressure on the older sibling? Regardless of their gender. Let's start there.
No, no. Because I don't
No.
think older brothers are required to care for children to the extent that older sisters are.
Yeah, so I agree that I think that we put more pressure on older girl. So for example, the mother might feel okay with the older daughter staying overnight with that daughter versus the older male might only stay there for 6 or 7 hours. I'm not saying that we still hold women to a higher standard, but typically, regardless of gender, in that household, if you want to say who had the most responsibility, that older brother or the younger sister, it would be the older sibling. Do we agree with that?
Yes.
No, it depend. No, it would
It
depend
always
on
been
the
the
gap.
oldest sibling.
That's not
Well,
true.
no,
If the
no. I'm
older
saying like
sibling,
I'm
because
not
my older
comparing.
sibling is
Go ahead.
5 years older than me, I've always taken care of my. We're both boys though. I'm not gonna lie and say we have the dip, but my brother's 5 years older. The expectation isn't even my little brothers and sisters call me big bro. Not just in terms of like even my older brother calls me big bro. That's what I'm saying. Like they all of them look at me and understand like
So you
I'm going to
think
be
that's
the
the
one who.
rule? You think that's the rule in most house that the younger
That's what I've
brothers is
seen for
take?
the most part, for sure. Like whoever takes the lead, especially if it's now, if we're talking about it's a wide gap where it seems like, you know what I'm saying, like 10 years gap typically makes it to where it's kind of hard for anyone to
Oh my
even kind
God.
of.
So
Generally
I just
speaking, yes. Yes, either man. Generally speaking, yes. The
I'm
older
trying to
sibling
so
gonna have more responsibility.
I
Yes.
just want to make sure I understand. So when you was 5, you telling me you was taking care of your 10-year-old brother.
No, he
Could
wasn't
be.
there yet.
Could
But
be.
when we're 10, I'm taking care of my 15-year-old brother. Yeah. I already
He
sell
hello, he
drugs.
wasn't there yet. Hello, no, because we need now we about to understand
Bruh.
why this dynamic is. Hello. So when you was 5 and he was 10, where was he?
He was in West Virginia. I was born and raised in North Carolina. He was
So
up
y'all
there.
didn't grow up in the same household.
No.
That's why. Okay, hello, listen.
None of
I'm
my
just
sisters or
telling.
brothers were there either. That's what I'm saying. You're missing it.
I know,
Because
but
I'm with my grandma alone. My mama has 8 kids. All of us are at that point in time. All of us are going through the foster care system in some way,
I get
fashion, or
it.
form. By
Listen,
10, by my
KT,
10, we're all together now, right? So
Okay.
you're
KT.
making it a false
No,
equivalency.
no, I get what you're saying. I'm just telling you, naturally, if all of y'all grew up in that same household, that older sibling would have had more responsibility for their younger siblings.
No, so you're missing it. I'm now 10, right? Regardless of what
Wait, but
happens from
if the
there, we're now all
general
together.
rule is that the older sibling has more responsibility, we don't need to fight over KT's
For
situation
sure, for
being the
sure,
exception.
for sure.
Right? Okay, so what was
I,
your point, E? We agree. The older siblings generally have more expectations and responsibility. Okay, go.
So my point that I was making is that based on based on past history, you typically gonna lean on the person based on age and not gender. Now, I will agree with PhD Diva that if I was to compare a 14-year-old boy and a 14-year-old girl, the parents typically trust the women with more. Hey, check this out. Like the 14-year-old boy, they might say, we gonna order food and send it to you, versus the 14-year-old girl, I seen that they would say, cook them kids some food, even if it's some hot dogs or some noodles. So I do think that we lean more on women because we think they're able to do more. And then I do think that PhD Diva was right when she says that mothers typically coddle their boys because they don't want their boys to get hurt, but they teach their young girls that, hey, this is life. You're gonna have to be independent, you're gonna have to figure this out. So I'm gonna be harder on you. And this was a dynamic in my household that my mother was 10 times harder on my sister than she was on us boys.
so have
Goddamn.
you ever heard
You
mothers
got you.
say, "Shut up, crying,
Hold
you're a
on, hold
woman"?
on. I'm gonna try to read the super chat, KT. You got a diva. Or you are running around.
How my mic sound?
You
Crunchy,
sound okay,
You're a little
but
shaky, but yeah.
shaky, crunchy.
Shaky, just a little shaky.
Hulu live streaming $369,
oh nah,
$5. Okay, no? Okay.
nah.
Yeah, you
Sound
own it
like you
Hulu
all.
live
swimming.
stream
You out there in Florida swimming.
$369 with $5 in the book. The Soul of Black Folks by W.B. Du Bois.
Wait, in the book, so
Touch upon the history of polygamous clan life in Africa, but it doesn't back KT point whatsoever because nothing backs KT points ever.
A
Not
polygamous
even
family is a
KT.
restrict. A
Not even
polygamous structure
KT.
is a family setting, right?
Hold on,
Polygamy
let me.
doesn't mean that
As
now
a
they're going
super
to go
chat.
mess with other people. But I know.
Let me. All right, you can get to address it. Go
Well,
ahead,
okay.
Diva.
Hulu live streaming $369, $5. Du Bois analyzed and documented the sociological impacts of polygamous practices lived through a sexually unfulfilling monogamous marriage. Damn.
And I want to be clear. I don't think mothers are doing anything wrong. I think fathers is why fathers are so important. Because my dad was the opposite. My sister can get away with anything, but he was really hard on me, and my mother was really hard on her my sister because they understood. My mother understood what it took to be a woman, and my daddy understood what it been to the men. So I think what we see is the absence of fathers is they get all of this love and they're the center of the world, but then they don't get that tough love that typically comes from the man. Outside of Sharon, because Sharon don't do tough love. You know, he don't believe in that. But that's it.
Yeah, but in a lot of middle class, two parent households, the boys are very coddled as well. And so it can't be that, right? I got several of them in my damn family. And so I think both men and women have a tendency to try to shield black boys from a lot of, what's going on. But in that shielding, you actually kind of handicap them
I agree.
rather
Yeah,
than
I
equip
just
them.
Mm-hmm.
maybe my dad is from the west side of Atlanta. There was no
No,
shielding. He said, "Hey, you got to get this work."
no. I was just saying, like, again, have we ever heard the comment, "Shut up, crying, because you're a woman"? Like, we don't. I don't
No.
hear. Like, I get what y'all saying, but like, I'm in a household raised with more female than men. I'm gonna give you a good example. One of my sisters is like 30. By all men extension is a man. We'll be like, yo, this bitch a bum. Like, this dude a bum ass nigga. Because she's a female, people keep giving her more opportunity and chance. I'm talking about even in our family amongst like the people we know, all that. Now, me personally, I don't really give her the chance. I send her money every now and again. I be telling her all the time, like, bro, you grown as hell, and I got kids and all that, my nigga. It's wild that You know what I'm saying? I ain't supposed to be taking care of you. You're an adult. You're supposed to know how to take care of yourself.
So
That's not
nobody sent you money when you was locked up?
no, hell no. I got money on my books that they took out my pocket. I made a store. I started flipping it myself. When I got money, I was sending money to people outside of my jail. But that's what I'm saying. That's an expectation to me. I don't expect you to take care of me in any shape, fashion, or form, even as a child. Like I already understood that. Because as the man of my family, that was the expectation on me, even if these aren't my kids.
651. 651. What happened?
You was a cold dude if you was sending money from the county, county jail or prison. You was a cold dude.
How you do that though? So what they got to come up there and see the people at the commissary?
PhD for somebody to do that.
If you
do that, they a cold dude.
They're not. This how you know somebody who really ain't never. Because everybody in jail got a store. Even the bum niggas got a store.
No. You said you was sending money. No. You said you was sending money out.
Yeah, because people gonna send you money when somebody owe you at the store. If they don't pay, what you gonna do? Have they people sending money?
Y'all don't have money
right?
Y'all don't have money in the county jail or prison.
You're a lie. I don't know what county jail you in.
Y'all use money. Y'all use money.
You have commissary, sir. What the fuck?
Wait. Stop yelling.
Get him 6'5".
You have money, or do you use commissary as money?
No, what do you pay for? How do you pay for your commissary, my guy?
How they do it was they use the commissary as money, like a bag of chips.
No. Shut up and listen. How do you buy that commissary?
Shut up and listen.
How do you buy the commissary?
Gentlemen.
From somebody putting money on your books and you order it from the kiosk.
What are you talking about? So you can't transfer that money?
Wait.
You can't move that money?
Wait. Hold on. You said that you were sending money out.
Yes.
That's what you said. So I'm asking you, how the hell you sending money out when y'all don't have actually dollar bills, money in the facility?
You literally do.
Unless you were cold.
Unless I said, for your commissary, sir.
Somebody put the money on your bill.
Commissary, don't you take my card and things?
Y'all arguing about.
Hold on, KT. What are you trying to understand? So you in jail. Your commissary's up. How do you now send me $20 because I need to get on the train?
I can release it to you. You're a lie. All you gotta do is come up there. I could literally release it to you. That's what I'm saying. Y'all, you talking about you can't. You're a lie. Like all you gotta do is come up there. I can literally release the money to you. I can even pay for a phone call and then pay for that and send it out to you.
KT, all I did was ask you a question.
You can vouch your money out. You can vouch your money out. Yes. So you can vouch your money out. But the way you made it seem like you were just sending
you sending money out. The way you're taking it is incorrect, right? That's all y'all got a problem saying that. Y'all be misinterpreting because y'all don't understand it. Y'all can literally just say, well, what do you mean by sending money out?
Hold on.
You're vouching the money out.
Hold on. You're talking to one person right now, KT.
You're vouching the money out.
No, I'm not. Ain't it? 6'5" has said something. E said something. You also
no,
said
I'm
something.
telling you, you're vouching.
Talking to just one.
All I said was get that nigga 6'5". That's all I said.
All you're doing is vouching. Okay, you make it.
I want to just set the stage. I just want to set the stage. No, 651. He feel like he has knowledge on this particular topic, so he's having a conversation with you. Nobody else. Stop saying y'all.
So all he's doing is he got a storehouse. Every yard man or every whatever floor you own or whatever compound you own, they have a store man. They have somebody that like they the storehouse guy. Some people, they use the chips and stuff as dollar bills and whatever. You can have people put money on the books. And what he basically saying, well, he got money on the books and he vouching the money out. Hey, pick up the money. I'm finna vouch the money out to you. That's what he's saying. And I said you're a cold dude if you're able to do that.
Bro, I sent 14 grand out from the feds. You just call a VP 199.
Well, y'all call it VP is
actual. Hold up, you can literally send cash out. Hold on. If there's money on your account, you can literally send cash out.
Yes, as a voucher. Yes.
Bro, hold up. Hey, yo. Let me
well, all these criminals want to get their point across. So we done heard y'all the first time that you can vouch somebody out.
KT was running the streets from behind bars. Okay, got it.
He was selling honey buns.
That's it. That's all you can do.
Oh no!
And if you real cold,
because you'll be again like niggas that whatever. I don't even care.
And if you
But
real
see, you
cold,
bring
let
it
it
up as
go
if I'm bragging
because
about it. He brought it up. Oh, you can't do that, and you a cold motherfucker if you can, and y'all
we
goofy
want
niggas
what
like,
up?
no,
yeah,
because
you
What
you
can.
was you
said you
selling?
were sending money.
Hold on.
You
This
said you
important.
were
Six
sending
five.
money
What?
out. You
What
said you
was
was
you
It
selling
doesn't
behind
matter.
those
It don't
bars?
matter. Like you said,
What
I'm
kind
just
of
a criminal.
buds?
What? It don't matter. Oh, I know less buns than you. You definitely look sweet cake. Like, let's not even try to insinuate somebody selling something. Like man, never mind. That's
I
what we
just
said.
asked you what you
The
was
internet's a
selling. You
real
said
weird
you was
place.
selling way more than honey buns. I was just asking what you was selling. That's
Bussy,
it.
bussy.
Oh
But
yeah,
he
for
called
sure.
his bussy honey
I was
bun.
selling GDs.
For sure. Yeah,
Depending on the facility, you
I
can
was
sell
selling.
food, drugs.
I'm
You can
just
Look,
sell
playing, JT.
food,
I'm
I
just playing.
drugs, all that
Nah,
shit,
and that's all
depending
I was
on
saying. You can
how
sell
the
drugs. Like you
yeah,
gotta
you can
understand, I
sell
did a
drugs
lot of time
outside
in
your
West
house.
Virginia. West Virginia time, like I'm gonna be very frank. Until 2000 and I think it was like 16, they still had table to table visits, bro. Where you could come up to my prison right now, my jailhouse, nigga. Forget the prison. You can come to the county jail right now, you
That's
by
possible.
yourself, and sit across the table from me. So
Yeah.
it wasn't. It was
So
a whole different thing here.
how did you get the drugs in? KT, go. How
Somebody
did you
brought
do
them in.
that?
She gonna put it
Depending
in the
No,
trunk.
no, he sat table to table with somebody. I want to know what KT the goat did to get the drugs into the
She
facility.
gonna put it in the
Hey,
trunk. I'm gonna
KT,
put it
don't
in my
incriminate.
drawer.
Hey,
How long? He
don't
said how long he
incriminate
put it
yourself,
where?
nigga. Hey, shut up.
Hey,
Nah,
criminals
KT,
sitting
I
nah,
fuck
together.
you
with you.
can't
Stop
incriminate
talking.
because, like I said, this is wildly old.
I
We
just
talking
want
about
to know if
2016,
Shadow was
and
you
it's no
getting
way he's a
drugs
Hold
into the
on, hold
feds
on, so
too?
hold on. So you say you took the what and put it in the what?
I put it in my drawers. I'm not about to sit down with it in
Bussy.
my hand.
This is a live stream,
you
bro.
can do that.
They can't go back and indict you. Stop.
No, they
Dead
can't.
I know.
ass. And
They
yo,
can't.
no, they absolutely, bro. I literally just
No,
watched
cause we
somebody get
not.
indicted for this.
Come
What the
on,
fuck are you talking about? I'm telling you,
we
stop.
not.
Okay,
All
bro,
right,
They
I
bro.
can't.
fuck with you.
That's
You
I tell you to
think
$2
chill.
shadow.
I got it.
you think KT they want him locked up that bad? They
Yeah,
want
you
K
think
to
they're gonna
go.
come?
No,
You
hey,
think
They
they're
y'all
don't
gonna
don't
want K to
come?
understand.
go.
Hey, wait, y'all don't understand what just happened. A lady
What
was
just
sending,
happened?
a lady was sending papers in through a Bible. She just got a 20-year sentence from it not 2 weeks ago. What
Nigga,
I'm
you
telling you,
scared.
From
and
That
what?
keep
nigga
in mind,
Shadow
From a
scared.
hold
live
up.
stream?
They
Hey,
don't want
yo,
you no
bro,
more,
this ain't
Shadow.
this ain't the kind of game that you want to play. I'm
From a
actually a
live
criminal,
stream?
so
I'm
I,
asking
People
I
a
think for
question
using
you,
from a live
I
drones
stream.
to
think for you to
drop
stop.
drugs in
Hey,
jails now.
you don't want to play that. Yeah, people are using drones right now. Stop.
It's
Like,
In
2026.
Florida, they use
But the
drones.
standard method was to find somebody
but
like Eat a
You
they,
can
Man and
slap the
say,
taste
yo,
out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try.
That was right on time till he said like his words and her words was like at the exact moment of
What was the original
hilariousness. Oh
topic
my
anyway?
goodness.
What
Hold
was the
on,
original
wait a
topic
second.
anyway?
Go ahead, Diva.
Miss J in six. Oh, you said Diva. No mind.
Yo, you would answer to that.
You know what? Miss J, $20. Pot belly Willie, my money is long. I got all day. All right. She said she could do this for
She
hours
got that
and
long
hours.
money. That long money. But yeah, we do think so. 651. Do you believe that women are typically held as a higher standard when they're like teenagers than men inside the house with their siblings?
That's a good question. I only can relate to my household. I don't know how other households been. So I know for most the people around my community, the women the women went to college before the men did, the boys did. So I don't know how to take that. So they will make sure the girls went off to college and the boys somewhat figure it out in a sense, unless both parents was educated. Like the families I know where both parents like went the fam or Bethune, they would try to send all their kids to college. And if one didn't go to college, it was typically the male that did not, and he probably would have ended up in the military or something, where they had a family business. So I don't know what to take from that.
Oh, so
In
you
my
say
household,
I
go
just want to make
ahead.
sure. So you said we go to the military because we really stupid, more stupid than the
I don't
women.
know.
We can't figure it out in college. Okay,
I
I got
know.
what you're saying.
I know
651.
out of in my household, I grew. It was six of us. My sister was the smartest, and then my oldest brother was the second smartest. I was the middle, but I was the first one to go to college. my sister should have been the first one to go to college. She graduated at 16, 4.0, but she didn't go. So in my household, I was the first one to go to college from scholarship. So I don't know how to take that. So, you know.
So just the dynamics of y'all growing up. When your mother left, was your sister typically the one who was in charge or was responsible? Like, say if something happened, did they hold your
Yeah,
sister
so
accountable?
she was the middle. Well, it was 6 of us. She was the third oldest. So yeah, she kind of was like the boss. Like she like, oh yeah, like we got to clean up. So we will fight. The boys will fight, and she would like to keep everything organized in the sense. So I can relate to that in my household I grew up in.
So what you saying is Katie Goat was full of crap. That's what you're saying.
Every household is like I said, every household is different. You know,
I'm just
that's
saying, but do
raw.
you think that's the majority though of households like yours in your opinion? Just from your opinion.
Yeah, I would say in the black household, like the daughter, if the daughter was old enough, she would probably be the one that was kind of the boss in a sense. Or if they had an older sibling, the boy, if he was older and the
Or
mature one.
or
So
can I state this? Does it seem that the older, especially if the older sibling was a female, it was expected that you had more respect for her, but you didn't
yes.
expect her to provide. That's what I'm saying.
No,
It
no,
wasn't
no,
like
no, 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 no. I didn't prefer. We didn't expect her to provide. No, no,
No, well, we ain't talking about providing, but
no.
she was presented like if y'all was hungry, she was supposed to go there and make some noodles or hot dogs or sandwiches for y'all.
that,
Yeah, she'll put
and
like
And
okay.
so,
chicken
and so,
nuggets.
and
She'll
also,
put
so
chicken
let me
nuggets.
get this. I want to have a understand. So he's saying the uncle that never left grandma's house and he lived in the basement with the damn dog. He's supposed to be provided for somebody.
Yeah, that's why
We
we
know
call
that
him a
happens a
bum
lot.
ass unk. That's why we call him bum ass unk because he's not providing for somebody. He's not even providing for himself. Now that auntie who was staying with grandma when she 40, we just like, oh, she a little lost. She fucked up. She can get it together. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
but
The
also
standard is
she also
different.
cooked. So, no, hold on. But the auntie, she also cooked for the kids. She also babysitting the kids because they all say, "Hey, go ahead and go, auntie. She ain't got no goddamn job anyway. Let's give her
Well,
a
ain't
couple
nobody
dollars."
sending her
So
to auntie. She do work, cuz. We not sending her to auntie. And even if you do, you
Is
know
she
auntie gonna mess up. That's why
is
you
she
no,
don't.
but she
work? Hold
said
on, hold on. If she
hold
work,
on.
that means she ain't a bum like the uncle.
Right. If she
No,
works, she ain't
no,
about.
you no. What are you working? That's what I'm saying. Sending your kids. You saying, Auntie, watch my kids. So you provided Auntie with the job. Unc could have did that too. Y'all furthering
No,
my
No, he
point.
can't.
Hold on, stop.
no,
No,
Y'all
he
it's
furthering
can't.
my
not.
point. Cause they
No,
both
he can't.
bums, but
No.
you found a way to provide Auntie with a job while you just kept calling Unc a bum because he ain't get you ain't provide. You ain't want to provide Unc with a job. They
I
both
do,
didn't
No,
have
no,
a
no.
job.
I do think it's a
No, they
double
try. Hold on.
standard. Go ahead.
No, no,
Sorry
no.
about
So
that.
they try to give Unc a job. They try to let him be a mechanic. They try to let him do the drywall. They try to let him do the goddamn plumbing. They tried. They try to let him be the electrician.
Facts, but nothing
But
easier than
he
watch
turned
these
into
kids.
the reason why he's in the basement because he turned into a goddamn drunk. That's what happened to Unc that's in the basement. He actually turned into a bum. That's what happened.
And nobody feel comfortable leaving their kids with the drunk.
Yeah, Auntie be a fiend and a drunk. Y'all like y'all just sit here and said. Cause I just said they the same person. They both bums. They not providing or taking care for themselves. Y'all made all these extra ones. All I pointed out was they both weren't taking care of themselves. Neither one had a job. But you'll still feel more comfortable providing the job for that bum auntie than you will for that uncle. Cause
Absolutely
again,
not.
the standard is
Nobody's
two
giving.
different things.
I think it is a
Not,
double standard when it comes
no.
to men, grown ups, men and women staying with their parents at 40. Like we do kind of bash the men for staying at home at 40 than the women staying at home at 40. I do
As we
think it's a
should.
double him.
Should we,
It is a
regardless?
double standard. It
Okay,
is.
but
I
shouldn't
agree.
we have a double standard? Now,
Yeah,
again,
that's fine. Yeah, that's
the
fine. We
men
supposed to be
are
leaders.
saying that they're supposed to be
I
leaders.
agree. Yes, I agree,
And
Miss
so you
PhD.
can't lead and provide for a household if you 40 years old still living with your mama.
That's I agree. That's a
And
double
listen,
standard.
and another double standard that happened 651 is that bum uncle that live in the basement. He bringing women downstairs.
Yeah. That's
That auntie that's living upstairs in the house, She ain't bringing no man upstairs.
That's a double standard. Yes, that's a double
All right,
standard.
and also to talk about what KT talking about. If both of them are crackheads, KT, nobody's leaving their goddamn kids with the crackhead normally. In my opinion, normally
No,
the
I can agree,
crackhead.
but they've taken.
Okay.
I've seen it plenty of times where they gave an auntie that opportunity. We know auntie outright a fiend. We know auntie ain't got the best interest in mind. Let's take away from being fiends. Just I say, if you're a bum type person, if you're really grown and you're a bum person, you can't provide or take care of yourself. Therefore, we shouldn't be entrusting you with no children, my G. Now,
Hold on,
I've seen
hold on.
that same situation where they do
That's what I'm
entrust
saying. I
auntie
don't
with.
think.
If we
That's what
remove
I'm saying. But
drugs and she's just there, grandma, big mama house already got food in the refrigerator. We not asking her to take care of our kids. We saying watch our kids while we at work from this time to that time. We go pick our kids up. Most people will feel more comfortable doing that with auntie than uncle. Do you agree with that?
Yeah,
Repeat that, either.
they
So
feel more comfortable
if I
leaving the
remove
child with auntie than aunt.
Yeah, if I remove the drugs, because nobody leaving their kids with no people on
Yeah,
drugs, right?
I agree.
But
I
I'm
agree.
saying our expectation is not for them to provide for our kids. It's to watch our kids at Big Mama house. Big Mama got food. Big Mama always cooking. She always got leftovers. You just making sure our kids don't get into nothing. Most people will have the okay with leaving that with auntie than uncle.
No,
Yes,
so
that's
that's
fair. Yeah.
furthering the point, though. They're both bums. They cannot provide for themselves. You somehow will say, "Oh, well, because Unc can't provide for himself, I'm not gonna leave him at Big
Because
him
women
and
are
the kids." That hold
safer.
on, stop, because we're not gonna leave him at Big Mama house to watch it. Because everything you just said still stands.
But women are safer.
No, it's a fallacy to say that.
No,
We
women
are
are
in a world
safer.
literally where most men right now currently today are raised by single parent women, and they're around mostly other women and not a lot of men. That's not, we're not dreaming that anymore. That's a factual placement thing. And y'all talking about how men are more evil than ever. So again, they cannot
Hey, y'all,
equate, bro.
you guys aren't more evil than ever. You've always been evil. You're just saying that quiet part out loud now, and somebody decided y'all should have microphones so you could demonstrate to us how evil you have always been. Always.
Agreed,
I'm
verbal.
just telling you, I don't even like verbal, but I would leave my kids with verbal before Katie go. I'm just like I'm
When,
just
You
telling
don't
yeah,
y'all.
it
you don't
doesn't really
like
make
me
sense.
because you don't know which one to look at because your eyes are crossed.
You're
So
right.
you just
Listen,
confused all together.
that's absolutely right. I'm just telling you, like, if I had a choice, if I was gonna leave my kids with Sharon or PH Diva, I'm going with Diva. All the crazy, like, I don't know why y'all act like we don't believe that women are more safer than men. This is crazy.
No, that's what I'm
Which
saying.
is
It's the
crazy. That's
belief,
crazy
but it
though,
doesn't
E.
mean that it's true. That's
Because
all I'm
your baby
saying.
might not eat messing with me.
Nah, they gonna eat, nigga.
I'm
I
telling
know for a
you.
fact that your rich ass gonna take them somewhere. You might not cook
Cap.
nothing.
Because Auntie,
They-
that's what I'm saying. Auntie's still doing her thing. And it's not even going towards deep. I'm saying, like, we see factually where it's a good, supposed to be quote unquote, like, good position. Auntie watching the kids say, like, yo, Auntie used to dip and leave me here for hours. Like, yo, it's cereal in the fridge. Handle that, my G. If you get
no, we
hungry type.
don't. We don't know
Yes.
those stories. And no
Oh,
auntie
my.
left nobody for hours. Maybe uncle.
Can't he just be lying? That's all he does
We
is
don't have,
lie.
so how do we go from it's no fathers to now we all have uncles? Like, if you're not even trusting the father, because again, I'm saying
what?
we mostly been raised by single parent women who don't have a lot of male figure friends or anything. So when they do even put us on somebody, it's typically the auntie, your aunt who ain't really your aunt. You get what I'm saying? Your uncle who ain't really your uncle. Guess what? You see him periodically. Then he pop up in the crib, he beat cheek and leave. Oh yeah, that's your
Why
uncle.
are
You
you
don't know.
so mad? Why are you
I'm
so
not.
aggressive right now?
What are you talking about?
I
What
just
You
being
I
sounding
aggressive?
just
super
don't
aggressive.
understand like why we can't
Oh,
like
well, being
I think
confident sometimes
everybody
can be
knows a
cool, but
baseline that if we went to a daycare and it was full of men, we turning around. Like I don't understand why he trying to act like it's not a difference
no, I'm
between taking
saying
care of kids for men and women.
I'm just saying
Because he
again,
likes to play
the
this game. He
insinuation
likes
of
to be
something.
contrary.
It's
You
not
know
being
that.
contrary. I'm talking about
It
facts right now,
is.
current facts. We're not leaving our kids mostly in male hands. Uncle, daddy, nothing. For the last
Why do
30
you
to
think
50 years, we
why do you
leave them
think
in
that's
female
true?
hands. Auntie, mama, whatever. They're
Why is
still
that?
ending up really bad men, right?
That's because we
They
think
are
women are
going outside
safer.
of the home and they are finding men to commiserate with and to make their their surrogate daddies and brothers and cousins, and those men are doing degenerate things, and that's why they're degenerate.
So
What are
I'm
you
trying to
talking
make
about?
sure I understand. So your baby girl, if you went to a daycare today, K to go, and it was full of men, would you leave it? Because they're saying they got the same
If they have
qualifications.
no, if they have, like, well, yeah, I'm gonna research whatever. It doesn't matter, men, female, whatever. If you have good qualification, why would I now sit there and say, nah, just because you a male, I ain't gonna trust that qualification? That sounds stupid. Because again, the women can be just as bad. This is what y'all keep skipping for the last 50
Okay, where
years.
okay,
I've
where
said this
you
plenty
keep
of times.
saying that, but the
Women running
statistics
the
don't bear
America,
that
right?
out. The
Hmm?
statistics do not bear that out, though.
No, they
You
literally
want
do,
it to
because for the
be
last
so,
50
but they
years,
literally
single.
don't. Show
So
the
for the last 50 years,
statistics.
who
Show
have
the
black men had
statistics where
more?
women are more dangerous towards children than men. Show the statistics that women red rum children more than men. Like where's the stuff? Where show me the stuff, please. Stop
Well, I'm saying,
talking. That's all you
yeah,
do. No, I don't care.
I've
Show
given you
me the
plenty of credit before.
facts.
It's not. It doesn't matter.
Show it.
I'm doing it right now. Before you
Exactly.
ask
So
the
you're just
question, could you answer
talking.
the last one? Can you
Show
answer the
it.
last one before you
No,
answer? Before you
no,
ask the
no,
question, can you
no,
answer
no,
the
no,
last
I
one?
can't. No, I
So for the
can't
last 50
because
years, have
you
black women
keep
not been
saying,
controlling the black
show it.
community? Have y'all not been
Show
the
the
leaders in the
statistics.
black
No,
community?
no, no, no. Because you just said that they're
I could show you
just as
statistics how
bad
water are bad
towards
for you. Doesn't mean
children
that it's a
than
real thing.
men.
Like we can
And I
show
want you to
statistics on a bunch of
show, I
stuff.
want you to show it,
I'm
please.
not trying to equate this
Exactly.
all.
Since you're
Just
just
chill
talking
out.
out your funky booty hole. As
What are you
always.
talking about? What the fuck did that come from?
What I just said. What I just said.
No, I'm saying it's weird. Like you can't even have a conversation sometimes.
Okay,
Chill
whatever. I
out.
don't care what you I don't care. You're weird. So you're
Okay.
gonna get weird conversation. Okay, exactly.
Yeah, I'm not about to ad hominem you to death though. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's all
If
you
I'm
do,
weird just because
actually. That's
if I'm
all you
weird
do.
hold up, if I'm weird just because you disagree with what I'm saying, that
No, no,
doesn't
no,
make
no.
me
I'm
weird. That
asking you
means
to
you're unable
show.
to
I'm
accept
I'm
or have a
asking you to show
conversation on
the
that.
facts. I'm asking you to show the
And I
statistics,
said,
and you
listen,
never do that.
I'm not talking about
All
statistics.
you do
So
is
why would you
talk.
ask me to?
But you
Hold
have
up, but
to
why would
though.
you ask me
You
to
have
verify
to
something with
because you
statistics when
have
I
to
said this? I'm not saying
qualify.
it's a
You have to
statistic thing.
qualify what you're saying,
Okay, so
especially
stick
when
with me.
you're
So rock
saying
with
it
me. So
with
rock
this
with me.
aggressive tone, like you're about to red
No
rum us on the
confidence.
panel.
I'm about to who?
I'm
Like you red
All
scared.
right,
rum us on the
so
panel.
KT,
I'm
You
scared.
yeah,
KT,
I'm
so
clutching. I am clutching my purse right now.
hold on.
Yeah,
Okay,
his
that's my
IQ is
So
fault.
Like
definitely
KT,
under
right now.
If
75.
hold
y'all
on,
if you're scared
hold
of
on.
thin air, does that
We
now
ain't
mean
I'm
even
the
in
air is
hold
fear
really
for
on,
my
hold
is
on,
life.
really?
hold on.
Oh my God, the air
Okay,
scares me.
hold on, Verb and KT, hold on. So KT, you got to learn how to deal with arguments. All you had to do was pull up a statistics to say what you are saying.
I literally said from the jump, I'm not talking about something statistically proven, nothing or anything, but I can point something that's literally factual, and y'all keep avoiding that in order to ask me this question and be like,
So
oh, we'll present that fact. Because again, for the last 50
hold
years,
on,
have
slow
black women
down,
not been in
KT.
control
So
of our
hold on,
community.
slow down. So what? So if you're not pulling it up, what fact do you have?
Y'all keep talking about how black men are missing from the home. Statistically, we can prove that for the last 50 to 60 years, right?
No, that's not the
Okay.
conversation today.
No,
Okay,
That's
hold on.
not the
no,
Yeah,
that's
hold
literally
on.
what
conversation
I just been
today.
talking about. You can't now make that this is a conversation today, my G.
KT, we trying to have a Verb asked you a question. She
No,
said,
I
you
asked the
said,
question. Y'all keep skipping it to ask other questions because y'all want to answer what I'm saying. So I'm gonna ask one
okay, that's
again. For the last 50
oh,
years, have black men not been missing from the home, but black
Yes.
women have been more than prevalent?
I would say I don't know
black
50
men have been
years,
Yes.
missing
but
from the
Yes.
home.
yes,
Yes.
yes. The
Okay,
black, it's
black
been a
men been missing
woman.
from the home.
Yes,
Okay, so
yes.
now what that got to do with
Okay, so off
now
that
the
context
children
alone, when
getting
y'all saying, well, these black men are being misguided because these black men, well, they're in the homes with black women
That's
most
not
of the
the
time. They're
hold
not.
on,
conversation.
No,
so
no, that
hold on,
you're not. You're trying to
so
make it not the
hold on.
conversation, so you don't have to
What
answer it.
hold on. So you say that only if fathers are in the home, that's the way that's what you are judging about. So what about the stepfathers, uncles?
They're not present. No biological father, stepfather, uncle. This is what I'm saying. The least thing that the black men have been getting for the last probably 50 years is other black male encouragement, role models, this, that, and the fifth. It is mostly
All right, so
through
what
women.
stat do you have to
And the
prove
women
that
are going to
part?
send what y'all saying.
Okay, all
Women
right.
feel
So
more safe
I'm gonna
with
give you.
women,
I'll
right?
give you the
So
stat since you don't want to provide anything, which is just ridiculous. All right. So the data from Administration for Children and Families, the ACF, National Child Abuse and Neglect Data System, consistently shows that approximately 52% of all child maltreatment perpetrators are female, while roughly 47% are male. This overall statistic is highly influenced by the fact that women are more frequently primary caregivers, exposing them to high rates of reported neglect.
That makes
Okay,
sense.
Thank you.
that's
That makes
agreeing with
sense.
what I just said. What do y'all mean? That agrees with what I said.
Yeah, that
Nah, he said that's what he said. No, but I'm
It
trying to
literally
figure out how
said
we tried to.
most of it's done by women. What are y'all talking about? Now don't agree with
No,
me?
that's not what. But that's not what it actually said. But
because the
52%
women
of it is
but I'm
because the
trying to
women.
get
women
you to
have
understand. Hold
the
on,
women have
hold on. That's not what it actually says. But what I'm trying to get you to understand, all you gotta do is pull up where you get your information from, so we can have a conversation about the
Like if you need
information
stats to know where people been most of the time, it's crazy.
even when I'm arguing, even when I'm giving you information that can possibly even go towards your way, you still trying to argue with me. That is insane. There's
Right.
something
Because he's
wrong with you.
contrary. He has
No,
a
because I'm
contrary,
saying
he
it
has a
doesn't make
contrary
hold
spirit.
up, y'all made this whole stopping point to go ahead and figure this out. Because
Who's
you ain't talking
y'all?
truth. This ain't state
Hold
you
on,
too,
please.
Sharon, you
Hold
included.
on.
Don't say
What you
who is
mean
y'all
me
when
too?
you're the one who's been talking to me, not verbal for the last about 5 minutes. Bro, what are you doing? Like it's weird, bro. That's
Hold
wild
on,
weird.
So
hold on. Let me make sure I'm understanding this. You think that I said something against what you said?
No, Sharon, you literally stopped the conversation in order to say just present evidence. To which I said I don't. No offense. I don't feel I have to present evidence or something that's pretty. Like I think we all can agree. 50 years has been women in like controlling for the most part. And I said I'm not saying
Do you think I'm saying
statistically.
something? Do you think I said something against you? Yes or no?
He fried his brain. He overthinking now.
he didn't
No, you literally said it like this one. I just don't want to. I
he
don't want.
agreed
It's
with
not.
you, KT. What
No,
he
after
read.
he went and found that, right? So Sharon not being full
Okay,
disagreement the whole time until he read that.
please hold
Hold on,
on.
don't
What
hold
did I
on
say?
now.
Hold on, please. What did I say prior to that? That was against what you were
You're
saying.
wrong. That's not true. Literally, that's exactly what you said. Then you went and read the information yourself, and for some reason y'all started laughing like, exactly. See,
that's
look.
not what he said. That's not what
This is
he
insane.
said. We are
That's
adults and we're
insane.
trying to have an intelligent conversation without a degenerate bank robber, okay, yelling and screaming at us, trying to hold us up on the street corner, which is what it sounds like you're doing.
Yeah,
Okay?
no, I
If
can
you're going
say
to
it sounds
make a
like you're pimping
statement,
out.
if you're going to make a
That's what I'm saying.
statement,
What are we not
if
just
you're
going off
going
Chud
to
the
make
Builder
a
type logic out
statement,
here,
if you're
people?
going to make a statement, and if you're going to be so strong about it, then be an adult about it and say, okay, here are the stats,
Oh,
right? It was
okay.
so simple. I mean,
No,
I think
what would be more
Sharon, you
adult is
pulled that up
when
in
he
like
pulled up the
30
stat. You would say,
seconds.
okay, he was
Like,
right.
I literally told Sharon, thank you, because that's what the hell I asked for. So now we can
Right.
have a conversation about that, and we can have a conversation about what that actually means and why that
Right.
is.
Okay, we're already having this conversation though. That's what I'm saying.
No, we're not. No,
Hold
we're
up, stop.
not.
So
No,
you're
we're
not saying
not.
that everything I was saying was wrong until Sharon provided the stats that proved I was
I
right.
never
Which
said
I
you were. I
said.
asked you to show the
Tag me in,
statistics, you big
KT.
dummy.
Tag me in.
So all right. So again. So like we used to go through the stat instead of you just. I don't even know what that is, to be honest with you. At this point, when I bring up a fact that is actually leaning towards what you were saying, and you still fighting me, that shows a lot
I'm not
about your
fighting you though.
character
That
than
shows you
mine.
what. That shows you where you're being a little bit disingenuous. What I'm saying is y'all made a whole argument, fight, stop, pause. KT stupid. He ain't making sense. You read the
Can you
same
please
thing
stop
now. Come
saying?
with.
Oh my God, I was talking. That's number one. Number two, stop saying y'all when you was having a conversation with verbal. Like I don't understand. I'm bringing up information for you just to have the conversation.
Max,
Like this is
did you
crazy
not
to
hop
me.
in before you read that stat?
No,
Boy, you a
I was
lie.
getting clocked. No, not in a way where
I
I was
told y'all
agreeing
I
on this.
told y'all before I got kicked that he's slow. I told y'all. I've
Don't do that.
been gone for like 40 minutes.
You AR, you right.
Come
I'm
back, he's
so
still
slow
being
that
slow.
y'all argue me
Kick
for the
the
last
messenger
30 minutes
and
just
y'all
to be
want to
like,
listen
hey,
to
yo,
this
this
slow
stat
dude
say he
talk,
right.
man. I
That's how
told y'all he's
slow I
slow.
am.
You don't he can't comprehend certain
So,
things. So you
all right, so
arguing with
Wall
him don't
Street, you
help.
want to? Yeah, Wall Street, you wanted to get tagged in. Your boy's getting beat. Even when we bringing up things that is getting closer to his argument, he's still trying to argue me
Man,
more.
just go
No,
ahead
I
and
didn't.
slap me. Just go ahead and drop me.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Yeah, and I just got to point out, no, I didn't. I'm not going against you saying that the comment it gives validity to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, y'all made a whole argument
So let me
disagreeing for the
finish.
last 30 minutes.
All right. Okay. I want to talk about the actual stats that was just brought up, and I don't know what that is. What you doing right now? Miss J, $20. Tag Willie out. This is crazy to me. Like I don't understand at this point. Sometimes 651, I don't get. I'm bringing up the fact, and even that is getting argued. Like I'm saying something wrong when I'm bringing up what is I'm reading it, and he said like, nah, F that. I don't give a damn what you're reading.
That's not
Hey,
true.
but anyway,
I've never
so
seen some people who just know everything but don't know nothing. It's wild.
Anywho, you've been talking. That's crazy. All right, so it's saying that physical abuse slightly more. So the problem is it's only slightly more. That's a problem too, though. Physical abuse slightly more female perpetrators are closer to even split. So it's like slightly more to an even split. So that 52 to 47 split. So that the is more closer to even than anything. So that's crazy. And because women handle the majority of day-to-day childcare, standard physical disciplinary measures that cross the line into physical abuse are more frequently documented against mothers or female guardians. However, studies show that physical abuse perpetrated by men often results in more severe life-threatening physical trauma or fatalities. That is some information for your ass right there, right? And then we got child SA. Overwhelmingly male perpetrators. The data will look specifically at child SA. The gender dynamic reversed dramatically. Independent international data and justice system statistics show that roughly 90% of child SA is committed by males. Shit. Summary demographics to provide overall picture. All right. 76% are biological or adoptive parents. Age, 69% are young adults between 25 and 44. Gender overall is 51.6 female and 47.3 male and 1.1% unknown. That is the full stats. So when you read that stats, do you still want to hold the idea that women are doing it more than males after reading it in
The
totality?
stats say they do. What are you doing? You're now arguing the stat that you brought up from the beginning.
Okay, so KT said yes, he still will hold that argument. 651,
No,
would you
does
still
the
hold that
stat
argument?
change? I'm asking, does the stat
Oh my
change?
God. It's okay if you don't. It's okay. You say yes. I don't know what the issue is. You say yes.
That you have to
651.
add
After
the
reading
weird context, right?
after reading it in totality, would you still say females abuse children more than men?
It's kind of because the women have the kids more. So even though the men have it less, they're still neck and neck. So it kind of, you see what I'm saying? So the women,
Not only
go ahead.
Not only that, but also the when the females is considered abuse is because of a little bit of this, or they might have a bruise on their arm.
Yeah, and
But
it's
when
probably
the
being
men do the same,
reported. It's probably being
so they
reported
get
more.
reported because of
Yeah,
a bruise on. But
shooting.
when the men get reported, it's death.
But what about per capita? I wasn't used to manosphere.
Yeah,
Right.
I
Okay.
don't.
But
Again, it's
I'm gonna get to everybody. So I just want to have understand. So KT said he's holding the same position. 651. Do you hold the same position that women do it more than men? By the things that I just read. It's tough because it's so
yeah,
close.
because I'm looking at when I worked at the juvenile system, and it just come back. I got to do more research before I even.
All right. Either man, do you say that it's more women than men still?
No, because I
After
think
reading
when
the
they
full stat.
No, when they talk about abuse, they might be using the white person standards and not the black people standard, right? It
Abuse is
just might
general.
neglect. So, nah, I still stand on that. I think stuff that we would consider as a whole as abuse, I think is more men. Like when they talk about the life threatening,
Mm,
next level type stuff that we all, without a doubt, says that are abuse. I say it's
mm,
men, and that's why that stat of 90% of the SA is why we typically won't leave our daughters into a daycare full of men because of how high it is. But I guess we're just
mm.
gonna cap because we're on the internet.
Okay. PhD book. Do you agree that women abuse children more than men? After the reading the whole statement. Diva might not have been there. Okay. Verbal assassin. Do you agree that women still abuse children more than men? After reading the whole stat.
No, no. I'm more on the side of what Edomhan is
Your
saying, and
favorite.
then a lot of that. Yes, my favorite cross-eyed brother.
It was so
And
hard
a
for her to
lot
get
of
it out.
that.
It was so perfect.
It was. It was a struggle. That was a struggle for her.
It was, but and a lot of it too is also neglect. But one thing I want to point out is even with those stats and KT rapid tap tapping on top of our heads for 20 minutes about how there's no men anywhere around, somehow
Mm.
men are basically neck and neck and they're nowhere near around. So the question is, why is that? If they're nowhere near around, they don't even exist in the child's world at all. How are they getting
Mm.
to these children? Are they predating on these children? I mean, are they like something isn't adding up?
I agree.
Something is wrong.
Okay.
I agree
Hold
because
on, KT. KT, hold on. Let me get. It's two more people, KT. AR, do you agree that women abuse, after reading the stat, do you agree that women abuse children more than men?
I wasn't here for it.
Huh?
I wasn't here for it. I don't know what's that.
Okay. Everybody hates mod. Well, you here for it? Do you agree that women doing the ass, abuse more than men?
Uh,
After I read the whole
I
stat.
I don't have a position on that right now.
Okay. Go ahead,
Yeah.
KT. You want to address verbal?
Men just can't pick
uh,
a side.
I just want
But
to say that the
I
stats, like
want
regardless of what y'all saying, the stat says itself. Now y'all going into, well, they're close, but y'all still saying we deny that it happens most with them. Now we can't get into a whole different conversation of why is that is close if those men are not present. I can agree with that. But first we have to address the thing y'all all keep denying, but the stat still says women doing it more. Let's not also get in the fact that again,
What they
like
doing
if we're
more?
talking about
What are they doing more?
abuse, you can break it down into any element you want. If you want to, either man, the
Mm-hmm.
thing that made less sense with what your comment was how,
Mm-hmm.
statistics are black and white. So I don't say this could be the white standard. But when you talking about like something like SA period, that's overwhelmingly white than black. So if you want to make this a per capita black people thing, it's far less rates of child abuse period in the black community versus the white community. That's where an overwhelming majority of it happens. But again, if
Oh, I
y'all
guess
talking
that makes it
statistics,
okay, huh? That makes it okay,
no,
huh?
but
So
if
we
y'all
shouldn't
talking
worry about what's
statistics,
going on in our community then, right?
we have to
Oh,
address the
okay. Oh, all
statistics.
right. Oh, okay.
Hold on. Let them finish. Let them finish.
I'm just saying, if
Go
we're
ahead.
talking statistic, and that's why I said from the beginning, I really don't want to bring up statistics because they're very selective. We can't find a per capita thing that favors whatever you guys' logic is or my logic. I'm saying,
No,
what
you
can we
can't.
apply outside of that, which would be the actuality thereof. That's why I'm asking about the 50-year thing. Like, if we can agree that most of us are not even in the presence of men, it's kind of hard to equate how we're getting abused by these men. And again, if we go back to black stats on abuse, child abuse, it is far lower with black men to comparison to like white men to children.
I
But
want to
because
argue
they're
that
just not
point.
in
Hold
presence.
on.
It's reported. You mean it's
KT.
reported less?
I can agree with that. So it's reported less. I can say that.
No,
Yeah.
You can
I
say
want
it's
to argue
reported
this
less or
point.
however you
Hold
would like.
on. I want to argue this point he keeps saying because it's just a lie that in
It is
50
a lie.
years, us black men are not around no other men. We only around women. Like I don't know why he keeps saying it like it's true. Listen, it's almost, I would say it's almost impossible for over the last 50 years for you not to be in the presence of a man. if it was not a football coach, if it wasn't an uncle, like this idea that we put these black men only around women is a bad argument. K to go.
Never made that argument. I said we're
Yeah,
majority around women because your
yeah,
uncle. Remember, I brought up your uncle and stuff. Yeah, you can't hide men because they there.
yeah.
But we're talking about again how you as a child you were raised by a single woman. Probably not saying you were, just using this for an example. You were raised by a single woman. Well, guess what? That single woman says what is good, what is bad, what she
But they
allows, what's
had
dangerous or not.
boyfriends, they had stepdads. See,
And
that's the problem
so
that we
that's what I'm
keep.
saying.
Hold on, no, because you keep saying that these single women were single and they completely abandoned men over the last 50 years. No, it
I
was a
never said that.
stepdaddy. Hello, it was a stepdaddy present. Remember, because Sharon asked you this. It was a stepfather present. It was a boyfriend present. These women, they might wasn't married based on the state, but guess what? These women had men around.
Yeah, you're missing the point, and that's why I hate talking with y'all. Y'all can't really stick to what somebody's saying. Y'all try to, it be this thing where you're like, this is what I got out of it. Let me repeat that. So let me do this one last time very clearly. It's not as many stepdads and uncles as there is homegirls. It's not as many male role models you were provided with as teachers who were female, period. You're mostly around women in our upbringing. That is not saying
Okay,
it's
so now
solely,
with
they thinking it's a better. Go ahead.
okay, so now with that being said, and 47% of the physical abuse, right? 47% is men. And also with that 47% of men, those in fatally. What do you say to that?
No, I think that's true. But like I said, I don't really like
So
using stats because stats are slighted. Like again, we're talking about an overall stat. So we're talking about black people and white people included. So we can't now say
I
like
don't
you know
know
what I'm saying?
I don't know what that have to do with the argument. That has nothing to do with the argument. So
Like
if
I just
it's
said,
only
we
50,
remove SA.
52%, if it's 52% females doing abusive and 47% of men doing the abuse, but the men also when they do it is fatal out of they 47%. How can you call that equal? Or even like that they really actually doing it more? And then when we go to the SA part, that's just ridiculous. I didn't know that was going to be that ridiculous.
No, for sure.
90% is crazy.
But that's why I said when we talk about statistics, we have to include what the statistics use, which is black, white, Mexican, everything, right? So with that 90, very good example, because it's not that nowhere near that proportion. Even if we're talking about just the amount of black essays per year, like per year in comparison to white on white essays, it's a farly exponential number that they have.
Okay, so let me change the question. Is it a vast majority of women or is it a slight majority of women?
What?
That is doing that you saying that is abusing children more than men.
Yeah, I don't think in no majority male, female, anybody are abusing children.
No, what I'm saying out of the percentage, right? Is it a vast female percentage or is it neck and neck?
No, I said it's more. I never said vast anything. I said more.
I know, but all right. So when you saying it's more, like we understand by definition is more.
52% pretty much clarifies that that's more. Like you can say I don't like it because it's pretty close.
That's the definition of more. So, but when we are having that conversation, right, and men are hearing more, right? Shouldn't we be diving a little deeper on what it actually means by more? Because if it's really that close neck and neck, 52 to 47, meaning that 1.1% is undecided. And then when we go to the SA part, it's 90% men. And also with the one that is neck and neck, the one that end up fatal is by men, not by women. So it shows that the ones that are by women are more of, I guess, to put it in layman's terms, theirs is misdemeanors and the men are felony.
Fatal or a felony. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
And that's what I'm saying.
So that makes it a big difference of a conversation.
That's a big difference. Yeah.
What makes the big difference here is white people. That's what I'm saying. So again, if we're going to talk statistics, we have
he's saying overall, KT. He's saying overall, not white, black. He's saying overall.
That's the point I'm saying. That's the statistic doesn't break it down by white and black. I'm saying it encompasses overall, right? So when you're saying 90 again, so if we break this down to the black thing, numbers are far lower. Actually, it's about 50 something. And that's what I'm saying. I get what y'all saying in terms.
Hold on, but that's fair. Like, so are we trying to do who's doing worse, the white man or the black man in this topic? Yes, the
Yes,
white men
the
are doing
white
it
man.
far more.
Yes,
And
yes.
that's what you want to have the conversation about.
No, yeah,
So
I
we
mean that's
could
what I'm
agree to
saying.
that
So
part.
when we talking about statistics, unless like, because we're having a conversation about this in terms of the black community, but then we're also
Oh,
including
is this about
statistics
the black
that
community or
encompass
overall?
overall. That's what I'm saying. It's confusing to me with y'all
Yeah,
because
I'm
we were
confused
talking
now.
about the black community and how we're improving the black
So
community, and this is why I
if
said
we
from the beginning I
remove it,
don't want to bring up statistics because they do encompass everyone and not because again, if we look at these same statistics just for black to black, they become completely different. We don't have a prevalent child abuse problems in our community. What they try to
that's not
claim is
true.
abuse is saying that we yell at our kids too much, which
No,
white
but
people don't like. We whip our
that's so
kids too
simple.
much, which
You
white people
just
don't like.
you just throwing stuff on the wall because it
Yeah,
says
you just throwing
black
stuff on the
women.
wall.
Yeah, black women. 1 out of 4 of every black woman would be as sexually assaulted. SA.
That's about right. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
So when we argue this point, this ain't happening in our community.
Right.
25% of them that's going to happen to them. It's pretty high.
But that's not a statistic from our community, right? That's what I'm saying. If
That's
the
only
overall
black.
stats
No,
is 1 in
that's
4,
the 1 in 4 is if I take every other race out and only look at black people. 1 out of 4 of every so there's 4 women on this panel. 1 of them out of the 4 have been SA.
Well, then the follow-up question would be,
yes,
well,
sir.
was that by a black man?
Yeah,
No,
and
see,
also the thing is, we brought up SA before. Like I could say that I'm looking at you too hard. That's considered SA. Well,
No,
I'm
that's
going
not.
back to what we were
That's
talking
not.
about. Yeah, that literally is. I'm talking about by
No,
No, it
definition. Sexual
literally is
harassment.
it's
not.
not.
No,
That
it's
is not.
literally is
That's
not.
not sexual assault. No.
so it says sexual and physical abuse. 1 out of 4 of black women that you run into have experienced that. And you said that they only around us for the majority. Like I'm just trying to understand like your
You said I
point.
said
Like
they only around
His
us the
point is he's
majority.
slow. What part of that do you guys not understand? How long
so
does he have to show you he's slow before y'all go, oh, he's
I
just
don't
slow?
know. I don't know,
I'm
y'all.
waiting
I
for
don't
y'all to
know
say I
why
was
they keep
wrong or
him up
something. Y'all
here
say I'm
and
slow. I
don't
can
and
say
Hold
kick
this,
on,
that, and
you
the
hold
third.
on,
off.
I'm
hold
just
on,
waiting for
hold
y'all
on,
to show
hold
where I
on.
was
So
incorrect.
now, hold on. So now when it comes to our community, specifically, amongst where I'm at, hold on, I'm sorry. Okay, it reveals so the data from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services reveals that while African Americans make up about 13% of the U.S. population, they comprise roughly 21% of all
Child abuse.
documented.
Yeah.
So it is a problem in our community.
It is. Yep.
No,
For
no. So
13.
listen. So now we're going back to what I'm saying. We're talking about overall child stats. Remember, that's from the beginning. So if we're talking about our community, out of this 100%, 90% things, we only could take up about 20% of that. That is
That's a
very
lot.
facetious. That 70 to 20%. I mean, 80 to 20% is now a lot. Like, not saying it's not a problem. Let's be very clear on that. But when
I understand. So
the
it's a lot because
overwhelming majority of the situation is
the
white
reason.
people. If we're talking about statistics.
So the reason why it's a problem because it's more than a percentage of us in the country. So we are only representative of 16% of the country, but we overrepresent in this stat.
That I'm confused now. That's weird.
Okay, so we are 60% of the country, and we represent 21%.
16?
13.
We are 16% of the country, black people.
Okay.
13.
Okay. And no, it's up to 16 now.
It's up to 16.
Yeah,
Okay,
y'all
that's
gonna
something
say
new.
13 for the next 75,000 years. Come on now.
Yeah. We
But
is having babies, huh?
and we represent 21%.
That's a lot.
Of,
That's a lot. That's concerning.
because we are overrepresenting in that situation.
160% roughly. 50.
That's the
again,
issue. That's the
that
first.
doesn't make sense.
That's the
Y'all throwing
first
out too
issue.
many
And then
numbers.
when
Y'all
it
throwing
comes,
out too many numbers, man. Y'all need to draw
and
pictures or
then
something.
and
For
then
him.
when we go, and then everything else is pretty much the same. I don't even want to actually say the number because when it go to the SA part, according is roughly 90 to 93%. So that's crazy.
Wait, what's 90 to 93%?
The child, the SA part.
You can't sell me that. Absolutely not. I'm sorry.
I believe
Consistent
it.
across all racial demographics. Men perpetrate the vast majority of child SA within the black
Like I
community,
said, not
according to
so now
roughly
y'all
90, accounting for roughly 90 to 93% of offenders.
no,
That's
so let's
crazy.
just point out real
According
quick.
to the
You talking
studies
about
tracking
overall men.
long-term.
So I want to make sure I understand this. Did you just say that 90% of SA cases are done by black men?
For some reason, y'all have a problem with me just reading a factual thing. Go look it up yourself, so this way we can find contradiction stats, and so we can actually have a conversation, please. Because no matter what I bring up, whether it's from a website or not, it seems like I don't understand it. If it sounds so crazy, just go look up so we can have another version of it, so we can have compare and contrast, and we can find other information. Don't let it just be me finding the information, especially if it's something that you possibly disagree with. Just
but
like
I've
Diva
been
brought
on
up a stat about the vitamin
I've been
D.
bringing
I
up the
looked it
stats.
up. I couldn't find nothing that contradict what she was saying. I had to concede. I had to add that new information in and say, God damn, black people do have a vitamin D sufficiency, right? It's just what it is.
Bow down though.
Fact.
Huh?
You even said
You
that.
didn't bow down.
Oh, because that was only one fact to what she was bringing up
Okay.
to the conversation. I added a plethora of things. She had the same problem, it's the same issue that Shadow had. I named a bunch of things, not just one. She named one thing, which is the vitamin thing. I had to concede to that one part, but I had an overarching point. So if you disagree, to just pull up your own stat, and then we could just discuss
I don't know
the
if he
stats
disagrees.
of
I
what
think
we
he was
having a
trying to
conversation about.
figure out what stat you were reading, which Sharon was saying, if I'm not mistaken, out of the essays in the black community, 90 to 93 or something like that percent of them are committed by black men in the black community. So only black, not overall.
I'm reading the stats. That's not true. Again, like that's why when you were saying the 21%, I
Give
knew.
us the
Remember, I
stat.
changed
You
the
can't
word
say
on the
that.
stat.
Gotta give us the stat.
No, the only stat that they show in terms of victim, it goes overall. You just read it not that long ago yourself. So hold up. How does
So
overall
read
stat?
it.
Hold
Read
up.
what
Stop,
you got.
Sharon. Stop.
So
Jesus,
read
listen.
what you
No.
have.
Don't interrupt me. Don't
We don't
interrupt
want to
me.
hear you read
No,
the
but you're
stat.
going
I
to.
read a stat.
Because that's how conversation
Read
goes.
yours.
Yeah,
You
I'm
can't say
reading.
it's
I'm
not true, then don't
reiterating
tell
the
us
stat
what
you
you
just
found.
pointed out.
stat.
So did he not say from the
Read
beginning
the-
90% of our essays have?
Read your stat, bro. AR cleared it up, but for some reason you can't understand it. That's fine. Read your stat. If you not understanding what I'm saying, then say you don't understand what I said. Can I read it over? Any of that nature. But read what you just said you looked up, please. Go ahead and read it. It's just that simple.
That's why I could finish your 21% was child abuse, right? Remember I did that? Because I've already had the stats in front of my face this whole time. I've been reading off stats. That's why I said from the beginning, I know for a fact that even the child in the
Yo, this is insane.
Wow. So,
I don't know.
so Sharon,
Hold on. I don't know what is the issue with just reading the stat. If you have, and I just said it right, you have a one that is contradicting. Let's go over that one as well, so we can mine out the conversation. It's really that simple.
But we need the stat before we get your opinion. We okay with your opinion. We just need the stat first.
I'm gonna say this one last
That's
time.
all.
What
please
stat did
let
you
it be
put?
one last time for
Yes,
real.
what stat? Okay, so don't interrupt me. God dang, y'all goofy.
You don't tell me what to do.
I mean, with
I don't have no daddy, remember?
Shit going. I don't care what you
I
got
don't have
going.
a daddy,
Don't say y'all
remember?
too old to be acting
You
like
said
this. I
none
ain't
of
your
us
daddy
have
either. I'm
daddies.
not your daddy either.
Let him say the
You
stat,
sure are,
please.
so
Go
don't
ahead,
tell me what to do.
say the stat, please. so we can understand where you're coming from?
No,
Say
I'm
your
asking
stat.
you the stat that you present because I'm looking at all stats right now. I have them right here. Okay, let's go through it real quick. It talk about black child victims. 22 to 20, 21 to 22%. That's all child abuse and neglect victims worldwide. It gets into approximately 1.9 per thousand children. They have been in the situation. It's nowhere in these numbers where I'm seeing, and I read the same stat as you. I'm just asking you, how did you get to the exact same number? But you're now saying that that's the black male. I'm asking you that because you just gave the stat from the overall number. I didn't say I had a stat reverse or combatant. I'm saying it. Where did you get that from? I'm asking you.
So you saying that what you just said is the opposite of what Sharon said?
No, it's not. I'm saying where did he get that stat from? What? Y'all hard of hearing? Y'all
No, he
really are.
gave you the source.
No, but I'm
He
saying where
said
did you get it
according
from?
to. I said so when he stated his
gave
stat.
him the
He
source.
said according to such and such. This is where I'm reading this stat from. That's how he started with his stat. According to I forgot the
U.S.
name.
Department of Health and Human Services.
According to U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, this is the stat that they have. So he gave us the source, and then he said, if anybody got something that is the opposite of my stat, present it. And the reason we wanted you to present the stat is because you said I couldn't find his stat, but I found this stat that have
I
nothing to
never
do with
said I
his
found
stat.
no stat. That's where you're
No,
fucking
hold on. You
lying.
couldn't
Y'all
find
really got a
his
problem.
stat.
No, but I never said I had this stat, right?
No, you
Exactly. So please shut the fuck up. Y'all are so
you missing.
disingenuous. It's trash.
You
It's
just want
really
to
trash.
argue.
But I'm
You
asking you
literally.
what the repeat why I made the statement.
I'm
Y'all be
about to
making
repeat
sense,
what you
bro.
just said. What you said is, Sharon, where are you finding this stat at? That's
So
what
where
you
did I
said.
say I have a statement saying a stat going against it? That's what
That
I'm
was
asking
his
because this is a comment you just
question.
made, you goofy.
No, his question was
No,
if
it
you
wasn't.
can
He said
find.
this is the stat that's there. I
No,
said, where are you getting
you're
it from?
not
I'm not even
following the
doing this with y'all. I'm
conversation.
not doing this with y'all.
Sharon
Whatever.
said,
You right.
you right, thank you.
You
Sharon
right.
said, hey, it's
I don't argue with
crazy.
niggas that their eyebrows connect and shit. Like I ain't even gonna lie to you. This shit just wow.
Listen, anytime they
It's
got to go
nasty
to
work.
insults, AR's right. They're not that intelligent. He
No, for
asked a
sure. Hey,
simple
if I've been up
question.
here, for years and now I'm starting to go to insult and I finally did it, now I'm not intelligent. Well, fuck it, I'm just a goofy ass nigga. But it
I'm
really
glad you know.
gets trying to see a bunch of goofy motherfuckers get up every day in front of your face and act like some shit you saying is valid because a bunch of dumbasses agree with you.
No, we just
You
asked
being
you a
dumb
simple
because I'm
question.
asking you. All right, so let me ask you one more time before you make this dumbass statement again. Where did I say I got the stat saying that's not true? So if you can't say that, don't say I said that, you goofy motherfucker. Because that
So
ain't what I
Sharon
said.
asked a simple question. He said, this is the stat that I'm providing. If someone got something different from what I'm providing, please go get it. You said, I'm reading the stats, and the stat says that you're wrong. Sharon
No, I
asked you a
didn't. I said that
question.
stat is not presented nowhere beside the overall
Casey,
essays.
if we pull
Jesus.
up the clip, Casey, if we pull up the clip of you saying that, will you send in $20 or are you just going to keep yapping?
Yeah, for sure. Do whatever you got to. Pull
What
it, whatever clip
will
you
send
need.
in 20? So you will send in 20.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
So you don't disagree with Sharon's stats. That's the moral of the story.
No, I'm asking where are the stats from? Because I'm reading the same place where he got his stats from. This is why I pointed out. I knew your 21% was about child abuse.
All right, so
I'm reading the same paper, but I'm saying it's nowhere on there that says
all right,
it.
so you looking at it. Okay, so you looking at it, and where are you reading your stats from?
Hold up, give me 1 second. I'm about to go back because I was trying to just look out directly what percentage of the
You
United
can't make
States.
this up.
What are you talking about? You can't make this up. The United States Department of Health and Human Services.
That's not the same.
Okay, so now,
What
what does it say?
Hold up. Where did you say you got the
Hold
stats from?
on.
No.
All right, so keep
Where
on
did you
reading.
say you got the stats
Hold
from?
on, just listen to what I'm talking to you, right? So what does it say?
No, I'm
So we can
asking you,
understand what's your
Sharon.
argument.
Where did you say you
So
got the stats
I'm
from?
trying to get you
It's
to
not
have
about
your
because this man
argument,
just
right?
stated that I'm not
What?
going to the same
Hold
place. Where did you say
on,
you got your
Steve.
stats from?
I'm trying to move the conversation forward.
I
don't
know
what the
because
fuck
you
is
don't
going
want to
on.
answer this because again, like I'm the stupid guy. I need not to make sense. So if I'm not making sense, please tell me. Did you not say you got your stats from that place?
Yes. So now
So
can you keep?
either man, hold
Now
up,
can you
either
keep on?
man. So you're incorrect,
Can you keep
right?
reading? Oh my god. So can you keep reading? Keep reading. What does it say?
No, like I said, I'm looking at the general stats. You got black victims, you got the victim rates, you got the gender rates, you got maltreatment, the general trends, and then even when it gets into general trends, it literally says across all races. Like even some of the statistics is bringing, it's not breaking it down into black men assaulting black females or
Go
something
to
like. It,
go to
it, it
essay.
constantly
Go
goes
to
into it.
essay. Go to essay.
Okay, all right, give me 1 second.
Give me a minute.
Like all you gotta do is pull up where you getting it from. Like I don't even understand why this is so
No,
difficult.
I just sat here and said it. The U.S. Department of Human Resources, where you said you got yours,
Okay, so
I'm at
now
the same
read
page.
it. So read it. I read
I
it. So
already just
read.
sat there and said it. It
You
literally
didn't
says
read
it's
it.
across all races.
Okay, so just read it, please.
Okay.
I'm going by gender. I'm going by gender. You saying something different.
No, by gender, when you go into it by race. Fuck gender by
Right,
race.
by
When
gender
you go,
and the black community. Go
okay, so
ahead. So
thank you.
read
Hold
it.
on. So even how you said you're looking up all by gender, you're not looking up by race, right?
Yes, by both gender
No.
and race. So they can give me a clear description of what
Devil tell line, don't tell it, boy. I'm telling you.
He would have a lot to say if
Lord
somebody else is
Jesus, he's
talking.
very stressful to the nervous system. Good grief. Lord.
Hey, truth hurts. It's wildly stressful. It's not easy to sit there and have to stand on what you believe in instead of just
Can
saying
you
like I
read
believe
it?
it very
Can you read
wholeheartedly.
it?
I just
Can
did.
you read
I
it?
said across all races.
You did not
I
read
just
it.
did it.
I said I'm doing it by the black community. You
So
told
you
me
started.
the
Boy,
comment. Hold on. Let me let you understand. We went by. We said first you didn't accept it
So
because you said it was in general and it said everybody, and you said it doesn't happen in our community. So then I narrowed it down to bring it to our community.
yeah, and that's what I'm
And that
saying. You
we
saying that
overrepresented
I'm
by
on the same site. I'm not seeing that.
we do 20. Why you?
So I'm asking you where you
And
going to
so
see this?
then so I broke it down into our community, where we are still representing 21% of it, even though we only represent 16% of the country, is what I said. Okay, so we are we in agreement? Are we in agreement?
He don't want to read out loud. You gotta let him read to
No,
himself
I
for a
just
second.
read it. General trends are across.
Read it out
Like
loud.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it for the 4th time now. You goofy Negroes don't even make sense. So again, we're gonna do this one last time. All right. The general trends, and then it goes into across all races. When you look up when you look up black male assault to black
Not
female
explain
sexual
it.
assault
Read
on
what it
this.
says on the
I
paper.
just did
Yeah,
across all
read
races.
it.
The majority of child mistreatment, over 80%, is perpetrated by. And again, it's not even no need to keep reading this because the beginning of
Keep
it says across
reading.
all races.
Well, why would you only look
We're
up that?
talking. I'm not. This is the point, you goofy Negro. I went to the same place this man saying he went. Only he's saying that's the thing. It doesn't go into that. Y'all some
Y'all are
weirdos, bro. Y'all
so
tell what somebody like he said. Y'all go do the research
you are
yourselves.
smart
You're
at
not.
all. You're not smart at all. It's okay.
Hold on, give me
Okay,
1
so
second.
now, okay, so what is it saying now? Let's go with, we're gonna go with AI overview. So we're just gonna go with an overview. You want to read it? Do you want to read it? You want to read it out loud or no? So you won't say that I'm doing something. This is the AI overview before we go into the actual website. Hello? You there? Nah, he ain't there. That's crazy to
Sharon,
me.
do you think that he literally didn't see it, couldn't understand it, or he saw it and he was attempting to deflect and avoid it? It's one of those three things.
I'm not sure. Okay. So let's read it together. AI overview. In the Black community, child trends and reporting rates differ significantly by gender. The black children experiencing higher rates of CPS involvement, while overall maltreatment rates have declined, disparities persist. And that is by the Institute for the Study of Global Structured Generation Theory. Okay. So now we got general maltreatment. Black children face higher rates of sustained abuse and neglect referrals overall. However, the severity and type of maltreatment often diverge between girls and boys. Black girls, female children face a disproportionately higher risk and what's this word? How I pronounce this word? Widen disparity regarding sexual SA compared to male children. Okay, another problem, right? But research indicates higher overall prevalence of childhood maltreatment for boys than the white boys, though they are often less likely than black girls to have sustained SA claims. Okay, this is back with the National Institute of Health, right? .gov. All right. This proportionate report over 53% of black children are subject to CPS report at some point, compared to 37% of children overall. God damn. Shit makes me hurts my heart to read this shit.
Yep, it's scary out here for us.
Hmm. I don't want to read it.
I'm sorry, Reese. Did you want to hit the link, you coward, and tell me to shut the fuck up here on the panel? Oh, okay, that's what I thought. You shut the fuck up down there. Thank you.
That's just crazy. Mm-mm. That's crazy to me. That's a lot. Oh, man. It's even worse now than it was before. It went from 21% to 53%. Over 53%. While everybody else is at 37%. It proves KT wrong again. Let me see. Let me find this stat. That's just crazy. Oh.
Where did everybody go, Jerome? Why is
They
everybody so
quiet now.
quiet?
You know.
Oh, they on quiet status now.
We know
I want
why.
the Soft Shadow would have had something to say about that. I mean, everybody's super quiet. I've never seen a panel be this quiet with all these
Yeah.
people
Oh
up
my bad.
here.
And
Hey,
sometimes you gotta be quiet after some stacks like that. You gotta let that breathe. You know?
What was the stats? I missed it. What? So I left off on.
We gotta do better as a society. That's what you left off on.
Yeah.
And we not talking about the majority, but I hear a lot about us talking about the danger outside of our community. We feel like we don't talk about the danger inside of our community enough.
You know,
Well, we
KT don't want to
attempt
talk
to
about
have
that.
those conversations over here, but people like Josh and KT get really, really triggered and they start yelling and hollering and screaming and cussing and
And kicking
just
people off.
yeah, and kicking people off. They don't
Mhm.
they don't want to have that conversation. Yeah, man.
I don't know why it was a good idea to throw my
Sharon,
name in there. Y'all know I like shooting bullets. So first and
I
foremost,
didn't say nothing.
don't put
I didn't
me in
say nothing.
don't put me in that dumb shit. I was quiet for a reason. I was actually reading the stats,
So
and as Savon said, that
so
shit's savage. But all that bullshit about throwing my
right.
name in it, hey, miss me with that.
hey,
Hold up. I didn't miss you.
Hey,
That's why you
no,
caught.
ain't no hold
That's
up on
why you
that.
said
I said what I said.
no, 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 no. Oh no, no. And I said what I said. Exactly.
Sharon,
Yeah.
did you see my video?
Something crosses your fucking mind doesn't mean you need to throw
Um.
it out there. Sometimes shut the fuck
Well,
up.
just
Which
like you
one? You
shouldn't be doing it right now,
one that you
right?
sent me,
Again,
Stay
or
on
shut the fuck
quiet.
up. Hey,
Stay on
move around.
quiet.
Hey, go play
Stay
with
on
somebody
quiet.
else.
Staying quiet. Hush.
You know what? I
Be
got you.
quiet.
Hold up.
which one?
No, don't worry. I got
Which
you.
one? Which one? Either man.
You better
I'm
say.
all discombobulated. E. I'm sorry. What you talking about?
You better
I'm
say.
sorry, either man. What you talking about?
The one I sent you in your inbox.
I gotta. I don't know if
You
I
DM
seen it
Tron?
yet. I don't even know. I don't even know. I ain't gonna lie. Those stats
Slid in his DMs.
bother me. I ain't gonna lie. They bother me.
Yeah.
KT, why you so quiet, bro? This is all you.
What
Yeah,
you say?
Sharon, you broke it
I
down
literally
to
told. No, go ahead. My bad.
Hmm?
I was just
no.
gonna say I've been gone
I,
for the last 10 minutes. If y'all been talking and still have, this shows just how little y'all.
Left.
Because I literally said, "Hold up, y'all, give me 1 second." Y'all, I know y'all heard my neighbor literally yell like, "Yo!" into the crib, and I was like, "Yo, give me 1 second." So if you saying KT, why you quiet? I literally announced I'm about to give me 1 second.
I don't think anybody heard you because
Yeah.
I definitely
So
heard it.
Your
what you
neighbor
I
saying,
just
wasn't
opened
Shadow?
up
here.
your door. It just opened up your door and yelled at you.
No, my door was open and my neighbor yelled like his. But I see how you
Okay.
got to
Shadow,
insinuate some crazy
what
shit
you
Oh,
in
say
they
there.
about the
told you to
stats,
be
Shadow?
quiet and stop doing all that hollering like a bad
All
boy.
right. I don't want to talk about his neighbor. What you said about the stat, Shadow?
Yeah, bro. I sat down. I read it thoroughly, like you just did. Like sometimes some shit just hurts to read, and when you read that to the totality, that's he ain't wrong. That's some savage shit right there.
Yeah, that shit is crazy. Yeah, that's a crazy stat. That's a
And it's
crazy stat
worse
to read
because
that.
you realize that how many one
It,
out of two
it was
people you talk
it
to
was
can
worse than
follow
what
it.
we
That's
thought.
crazy. Yeah, that's
Right. It was
wild.
worse than what me and KT was even arguing. It's even worse than that.
Yeah, no, it escalated even what y'all said.
So you know,
Shit.
like, like I get it. KT want to have the good fight or whatever, but it's even worse than what it's even worse.
Well, nah, I'm not even. That's what I'm saying. I'm not making a good fight stance or none of that. Like what you said just now, I'm really with that. Where you said it was even worse than what we said. Because all I was asking was, I'm on the same page. Where did you get that from? Now, if you're saying it's worse than even what you said, I guess that kind of go what I was saying from the beginning. I'm just asking where did that come from?
Well,
Now we
you
looked it
told him
up.
the stats were you told him his stats were wrong too, but you still
No, I
claim
said
that.
the only place that it has stats is like an overall generality, which included at least on that page in particular. That's all I was pointing out.
I quote, you said, "I'm reading the stats. That's not true." End quote. That's what you
I
said.
said that's not. Where are you seeing that? Because I don't see that. The only place I see it is
I just
general.
quoted you
Remember,
verbatim. I
you
literally
did
watched the
not.
video
You're
back and
lying.
quoted. Okay, if I'm lying,
You
I'll
also
say.
were supposed to go
If
back
I'm
and,
lying,
and, and do something to present where
if
I'm
I'm
supposed to
lying,
send
send me your cash
$20.
app. And if I'm well, I don't do cash app, but
I
I
got
don't know.
time.
I can't send you no money.
I got time.
We got what? Oh, Chime. I've never
Yeah,
used
yeah.
Chime in my life.
What you need? Zelle, Venmo. What you need?
Then you're gonna have the whole purpose is to be anonymous. If I'm sending you money on any of those, then it's not anonymous anymore.
You ain't got a fake account?
Nah.
Damn, you wilding for respect. Yolanda over here.
But yeah, I mean, I don't really know. Maybe KT, if someone could read the stats or just like a surface level of them again, because KT said he didn't hear them, and it was kind of like to KT. All right, never mind then.
Yeah, that's just crazy. We gotta do better in our own community. Overall, the white folks is doing it more than us for sure, but when we just hyper focus strictly on our community, it's horrible still. It's
What is
really
it? What does it
bad.
mean to say that the like? Are we talking about proportionately they're doing it more? Or are we talking about well they're 60-70% and they're doing 60 to 70%? Like what are we talking
Yeah,
about?
they stay very high.
Well, they would.
But the
I
fact
mean,
that they
theoretically they
very high,
wouldn't.
they very close to their population as well. But we are over
So they're
ours.
less than their population.
They like neck and neck.
Okay.
So AR, both half of you are doing it pretty rough.
Hey man. Oh man. I don't know. I don't know.
So does that count as a double up for you, or 3/4?
I think
I don't
something
know.
got to cancel. Something got to cancel out. I think.
Yeah,
Something gotta give.
not based on the stats we just read.
Nah, one of them got to
Yeah, the
cancel. The
stats
other
that
one
we
out.
just read is just absolutely insane. To be honest with you, it's kind of insane. We got to do better as a compete. We got to do better. I know y'all want to fight me about the men and all that, but we got to do better, bro. I don't know how we're gonna have to be able to get a new standard. We need to figure out quick. This whole coddling men shit ain't working. I know that. I know that shit ain't working.
We got to start working on men's mental health and not misdiagnosing people.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's
All
not
right,
mental. That's
so we need to start doing that then. So we need to start calling a thing a thing. Stop calling people bad and let us call a thing a thing.
Yeah, stop calling them
Oh, he
depressed.
was
Call them
just
sexual
because the
predators
problem is that
instead.
you just calling. Oh, he's just a one-off. He's just a bad person. He'll
no.
be
He's a
okay.
sexual predator.
He just punched the wall because he didn't get his coffee. That's okay. He just needs some vagina. That's what y'all be saying. Y'all be collaring these bros.
They tried to do that with Joffrey in Game of Thrones. It didn't work out.
I think if we just listen to PhD Diva and her prescription, I think that we have a lot better outcomes.
Which prescription is that? Which one?
If the
It's not
women
smelling farts, right?
I mean that'll make it better too, but just marginally. But if we stop having kids with guys named Aquarius and neck tattoos and all that type of stuff, then maybe might start to get a little bit more active fathers and all that, and
Definitely
the community
active
be a little
fathers.
different.
That we gotta be able to raise a standard and attempt to hold that standard with ourselves. Whatever that standard is, we got to be able to hold it with ourselves. We cannot just talk the standard. I think that's the issue that we have as well. Way too many brothers are out here just talking the standard instead of actually walking the walk. They could talk it.
Some people complain if you try to set a standard. They're going to tell you can't set a standard. X, Y, and Z. That's just your standard. That somebody else can have their own standard. And if they're living up to their own standard, then it's good enough.
Hey, hold up, AR. You know what? I just loaded this bullet. So you know what?
Just for you.
Just saying.
Now, I would say I think we do have a standard. Like genuinely, we have a standard.
So you're failing to meet. Well, not you specifically, but failing to meet the standard. Then there's a bunch of people failing to meet that standard. And what do we do about them failing to meet it? I think lock them up for much longer. Personally, I see a lot of these dudes getting out, getting arrested 20 times, 30 times, and getting out. That's crazy to me. I think I would, man, if I was a judge, I'd be giving like maximum sentences, and you can get out earlier if you show that you trying to do better while you locked up. But ain't no way that someone's going to be on attempted.
Yeah, then I can pay for it. Then I can buy people.
Democrats are soft on crime.
Well, look, then we can pay.
We don't
All you gotta do is pay for a GED. I got
you.
you.
This channel, you trying to get me kicked again?
Now, what I say real quick is like the Muslims, they don't play that, right? If you cheat on your wife, we
the ones that have sex with camels.
No, listen, I'm talking about just in this standard.
Wow, that's wild. They are
people to use or whatever. I'm just using this in terms of.
Yes, sir. Because you don't even know what you're talking about. That's it. Y'all trying to get me canceled for sure. KT even send me. KT didn't even send me 99 cents. He over here talking crazy to me. He didn't even send me 99 cent verbal cussing me out. And I ain't even arguing with the man today. I ain't even argue with the man. I actually brought up a side that was closer to his side of the goddamn argument. He was still mad at me.
What did I tell you? He was a contrarian. He has a contrarian Jezebel spirit, a rebellious spirit.
What's your final thoughts, beautiful?
Bye, y'all.
Nothing wrong with being.
me up.
Let me